Hello, dear friends. I hope this message finds you on the brink of a beautiful day filled with possibilities. As we gather here in this comforting space, let's take a moment to appreciate the calm before us and the stories that await. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time with us. It means the world. Now, let go of any worries and allow yourself to fully embrace this moment. Cozy up, perhaps with a warm drink in hand, and let the gentle narration transport you to a place of peace and wonder. Welcome to your sanctuary of stories. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a realm where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, there lived a young girl named Luna. She was a curious soul, forever captivated by the mysteries that unfolded beneath the silvery glow of the moon. Her nights often found her nestled by her window, the cool breeze whispering secrets as it danced through the open panes, carrying the earthy scent of the forest beyond. The world outside was a tapestry of shadows and light, each element weaving together to tell the silent stories of the night. Luna's village lay on the edge of the forest, a small collection of wooden cottages with thatched roofs that seemed to hum with the gentle murmur of history. The villagers were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, their voices often mingling with the songs of the forest. Luna's mother, a kind-hearted woman with eyes like pools of starlight, nurtured her daughter's curiosity, often sharing tales of the forest and its hidden wonders. Her father, a quiet man with hands worn by the earth, would listen to Luna's dreams with a knowing smile, understanding that his daughter was destined for something beyond the ordinary. One night, as Luna lay in her bed, the gentle rustling of leaves outside lulled her into a trance, melding with the soft chirping of nocturnal creatures. The symphony of sounds wrapped around her like a comforting lullaby. She gazed out at the starry sky, where constellations wove stories across the canvas of night. Suddenly, a peculiar light caught her eye. A streak of stardust danced across the heavens, leaving a shimmering path that seemed to beckon her closer. The air around her seemed to sparkle with possibility. Without a second thought, Luna slipped out of bed, her bare feet whispering across the wooden floor as she followed the sparkling trail into the depths of the enchanted forest. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the world around her transformed. The air was thick with enchantment, each breath filling her lungs with a sweet, heady aroma that hinted at wildflowers and ancient magic. The trees, towering sentinels of time, whispered ancient secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Luna's heart raced with excitement, for she knew she was on the cusp of an extraordinary adventure. Her senses were heightened. Every rustle of leaves and distant hoot of an owl felt like part of a grand, cosmic dance. The stardust trail led her to a hidden glade, a serene pocket of the forest untouched by time. Moonlight bathed the clearing in a soft, ethereal glow, casting silvery shadows that danced with the rustling leaves. At its center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if beckoning her closer. Luna's breath caught in her throat as she noticed a small, glowing object nestled among the willow's roots. Drawn by an inexplicable force, she reached out and grasped the object, only to discover it was a tiny, crystalline orb that pulsed with a warm, radiant light. As Luna's fingers closed around the orb, a surge of energy coursed through her veins, filling her with a sense of profound wonder and possibility. The warmth spread through her like sunlight, illuminating corners of her soul long dormant. In that moment, a gentle voice seemed to whisper from the depths of the forest, "Luna, you have been chosen to embark on a journey like no other. This orb will guide you through the hidden realms that exist within the natural world." Luna's eyes widened with awe and trepidation. She had always sensed that there was more to the world than met the eye, but never could she have imagined the adventure that lay ahead. Her heart swelled with a mix of courage and fear, like the first steps into a vast, unknown world. With the orb clutched tightly in her hand, Luna followed its gentle pull, and soon found herself at the base of a towering oak tree. Its bark was rough against her palm, a testament to the centuries it had stood watch over the forest. As she pressed her palm against the bark, the tree seemed to come alive, its branches parting to reveal a shimmering portal. Luna took a deep breath, the crisp air filling her with a sense of purpose, and stepped through the portal. She emerged on the other side in a realm that defied all logic. Vibrant colors danced across the sky, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with life. Strange, whimsical creatures scurried about, glancing at her with curious eyes. As Luna explored this hidden world, she encountered a wise old oak spirit named Gnarly. With his knotted bark and twinkling eyes, Gnarly welcomed her warmly, the deep tones of his voice resonating like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. He offered to be her guide through this extraordinary realm, sharing his wisdom with the warmth of a grandfather's embrace. Their first stop was the Meadow of Echoes, a place where every sound from the natural world was captured and replayed in a symphony of nature's voices. Luna listened in awe as the gentle trickle of a distant stream blended with the rustle of leaves and the calls of unseen birds. Each note told a story, and Gnarly taught her to hear the language of the forest, a skill that would prove invaluable on her journey. In the midst of their journey, Luna began to understand the depth of her connection to this world. One afternoon, as they paused by a sun-dappled brook, Gnarly shared a story of how the orb had once belonged to a guardian of the forest, a being of light and wisdom who had protected the balance between realms. Luna felt an echo of this guardian's spirit within her, a whisper of destiny that resonated with her soul. Together, they embarked on a journey that would forever change Luna's perspective. Gnarly introduced her to the delicate balance that existed between the natural world and the hidden realms, teaching her the importance of respecting and preserving the intricate web of life. His tales were woven with the songs of the wind and the whispers of ancient roots, painting a tapestry of the world as it was meant to be. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Luna found herself sitting by a small, crystalline pond. Its waters were as clear as glass, reflecting the twilight sky. She gazed into its depths, seeing not just her own reflection, but the faces of her family, their love and guidance still etched in her heart. In that moment, Luna realized the true weight of her journey, not just the discovery of magical realms, but the understanding of where she came from and where she was going. Along the way, Luna made unexpected friendships with the most unlikely of creatures. A playful pixie named Zephyr, whose infectious laughter could brighten even the gloomiest of days, flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling dust in her wake. A wise old owl named Minerva, whose keen eyes saw truths that others missed, perched regally on Gnarly's branches, sharing her insights with a sage nod. And a gentle forest nymph named Willow, who could coax the most vibrant blooms from the most barren of landscapes, danced through the glade, her presence a testament to the beauty of nature's resilience. With each new encounter, Luna learned invaluable lessons about the beauty of diversity, the power of compassion, and the strength that lies in embracing one's unique gifts. Her heart grew with each lesson, expanding her understanding of the world and her place within it. However, their journey was not without its challenges. Dark forces threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of the hidden realms, casting ominous shadows across their path. A mysterious figure known only as the Nightwalker sought to harness the power of the orb for his own sinister purposes. His presence was like a chill breeze cutting through the warmth of a summer's day, unsettling and foreboding. In a harrowing encounter, the Nightwalker ambushed Luna and her newfound friends, employing trickery and deceit in an attempt to steal the orb's power. His eyes gleamed with malice, and his voice was a cold whisper that seeped into the soul. It was a battle that tested the limits of their courage and resolve, but ultimately it was the bonds of friendship that proved to be their greatest strength. Through a combination of quick wit, unwavering loyalty, and a dash of magic, Luna and her companions emerged victorious, banishing the Nightwalker from the hidden realms forever. The air seemed to sigh with relief, the forest's heartbeat steady once more. As they celebrated their triumph, Luna realized that her journey had been about far more than just discovering a secret world. It had been a transformative odyssey of self-discovery, where she had learned to embrace her own inner strength, trust her instincts, and value the beauty that existed all around her. The orb's glow was a reflection of her own light, a beacon of the potential that lay within. With a heavy heart, Luna knew that the time had come to bid farewell to her newfound friends and return to the world she once knew. But as she stepped back through the portal, clutching the orb tightly, she carried with her the priceless lessons and memories that would forever shape her path. From that day forward, Luna viewed the world through a different lens. She saw the magic that dwelled within the simplest of things, the flutter of a butterfly's wings, the gentle rustling of leaves, and the twinkling of stars in the night sky. Her heart was open to the wonders of the world, no matter how small. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, Luna would gaze into the depths of the crystalline orb, and its warm, radiant glow would remind her of the extraordinary journey she had undertaken, the friendships she had forged, and the power that lay within her own heart. For Luna had discovered that true magic did not reside in fantastical realms or mythical objects. Rather, it was the magic of embracing one's true self, cherishing the bonds of friendship, and finding wonder in the world around us, no matter how ordinary it may seem. In every sunrise, in every whisper of the wind, she found the echoes of her journey, a testament to the power of dreams and the boundless possibilities of the heart. Story 2. Once upon a time, nestled in a small, cozy village surrounded by lush green hills and whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a kind-hearted young man with a curious spirit and a deep love for the world around him. His days were filled with tending to the village's gardens, where the scent of rich, earthy soil mingled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and conversing with the birds and butterflies that flitted about, their vibrant colors painting the air with life. The villagers, fond of Finn's gentle nature, often remarked that he seemed to have a special connection with the earth itself, as if he could feel its pulse beneath his feet. Finn was more than just a gardener. He was a keeper of the village's spirit. His hands, calloused yet gentle, seemed to coax life from the soil with a reverence that spoke of understanding beyond his years. His evenings were often spent under the old oak tree at the edge of the village, where he would listen to the tales carried by the winds, his imagination painting vivid pictures of far-off lands and ancient times. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, felt timeless. Each house, with its weathered stones and ivy-clad walls, told stories of generations past. The villagers, a tapestry of diverse personalities, were united by their shared love for the land. Among them was Aurora, a spirited young woman whose laughter was as infectious as the summer breeze. She often joined Finn under the oak tree, sharing her dreams of adventure in distant realms. Her friendship was a cherished part of Finn's life, offering him a glimpse into worlds beyond the village. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of falling leaves and the sky painted in shades of amber and gold, Finn discovered something unusual while working in the garden. The sound of crunching leaves underfoot accompanied him as he cleared away the golden leaves from the old oak tree at the edge of the village. His hands brushed against something smooth and cool beneath the rustling foliage. With gentle curiosity, he unearthed a small, intricately carved box made of deep, dark wood. It was adorned with mysterious symbols that seemed to shimmer under the soft morning light, casting delicate shadows on the ground. Finn felt a strange, comforting warmth emanating from the box, as if it held within it a secret waiting to be revealed. The sensation was like a gentle embrace, whispering promises of stories untold and mysteries to uncover. He carefully tucked it under his arm and made his way to the village elder, a wise and gentle woman known as Grandmother Willow, hoping she might know more about his peculiar find. Grandmother Willow's cottage was perched at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden of wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their petals brushing against each other like whispers carried on the wind. As Finn approached, the door creaked open, and she greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many years. Her cottage was filled with the comforting scents of herbs and spices, and the gentle crackle of the fire added warmth to the cozy room. "Ah, Finn," she said, her voice soft as the rustling leaves. "I see you've found something special today." Finn placed the box on her wooden table, the light from the window casting a soft glow upon it. "Do you know what this is, Grandmother Willow?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. She traced her fingers gently over the carvings and nodded. "This is the whispering box," she explained. "It is said to hold the whispers of the earth, a gift from the forest spirits to those who can listen with their hearts." Intrigued, Finn leaned closer, catching the faint scent of pine and earth that seemed to linger around the box. "How does one hear the whispers?" he inquired. "The box will reveal its secrets when it feels the touch of a pure heart," Grandmother Willow replied, her eyes filled with a gentle intensity. "But to truly understand, you must embark on a journey. The forest spirits will guide you." With her words echoing in his heart, Finn decided to set out on this journey of discovery. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of fresh water, and a warm cloak woven with care by his mother, and set off into the forest, the whispering box safely tucked inside. The forest was alive with the gentle sounds of nature, the soft rustle of leaves, the cheerful chirping of birds, and the distant babble of a brook. The air was crisp and cool, invigorating with each breath, and the forest floor was soft underfoot, carpeted with a tapestry of fallen leaves. As Finn walked along the winding path, he felt a sense of peace and anticipation, as if the forest itself was welcoming him, each step resonating with a sense of belonging. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn came across a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. There, seated upon a fallen log, was a curious little creature with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like stars, reflecting the fading light of day. "Hello there," the creature said in a voice as light as a breeze, like the gentle rustling of leaves. "I am Lumi, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Finn smiled warmly, his heart lifting at the sight of this unexpected companion. "I'm Finn," he replied. "I'm on a journey to discover the secrets of this box." Lumi tilted her head, regarding him with a thoughtful expression, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. "Ah, the whispering box," she mused. "It has been many years since it has chosen someone." Together, they sat in the clearing, sharing stories and laughter as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a tiny beacon of light in the vast canvas of the night sky. Lumi, with her playful nature and quick wit, soon became a dear companion to Finn, guiding him through the forest with ease. As days turned into weeks, Finn and Lumi journeyed deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods, each step bringing them closer to the secrets of the box. Along the way, they met other forest dwellers, wise old owls who offered sage advice, their eyes reflecting the moonlight like pools of silver, gentle deer who led them to hidden paths, their presence a silent testament to the forest's acceptance, and even a mischievous squirrel named Pippin who shared tales of forgotten forest lore, his chatter a lively melody that filled the air with warmth. One evening, as the cool breeze whispered through the trees, Finn and Lumi found themselves in a lush glen illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. The shimmering lights danced around them, creating an ethereal atmosphere that made the world feel suspended in time. It was here that Lumi shared a story of her own, one of ancient bonds between the forest and those who truly listened, a tale of balance and harmony that resonated deeply with Finn. One morning, while the dew still clung to the grass and the air was crisp and cool, Finn awoke to find Lumi sitting quietly beside him, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the first light of dawn began to break. "Today," she said softly, "we must visit the heart of the forest." Curiosity piqued, Finn nodded, and together they made their way to the ancient tree known as the Heart. Its towering branches stretching toward the heavens, its roots deeply entwined with the earth. The air around it was filled with a palpable energy, the very ground beneath them pulsing with life. As they approached, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it a soft, melodic hum. Finn placed the whispering box at the base of the tree and sat cross-legged before it, closing his eyes and listening with his heart, just as Grandmother Willow had instructed. The hum grew louder, enveloping him in a cocoon of warmth and light. In that moment, Finn understood that the whispers were not words but feelings, a tapestry of emotions woven by the forest itself. He felt the joy of the morning sun, the serenity of the flowing river, and the timeless wisdom of the ancient trees. It was a profound connection, one that transcended the boundaries of language and time. As Finn sat there, he began to see visions of the past, of the many souls who had come before him, each leaving an indelible mark upon the forest. He saw a young woman with eyes like emeralds, who had danced among the trees, her laughter intertwining with the wind. He saw an old man with a face weathered by time, who had sat under the very same tree, listening, just as Finn was now. Each vision was a thread in the tapestry of the forest, a reminder of the enduring bond between humanity and nature. With a heart full of understanding, Finn opened his eyes and found Lumi watching him with a knowing smile. "The forest has shared its gift with you," she said, her voice filled with a quiet pride. "The whispering box holds the bond between you and the earth. It is a reminder that you are never alone, for the world is alive and filled with friends." As Finn cradled the box in his hands, he realized that the journey had changed him. He had gained not only the secrets of the box, but also the friendship and wisdom of the forest and its inhabitants. His heart was full, brimming with gratitude and a newfound understanding of the world around him. The journey, however, was not entirely without its challenges. There was a day when they came upon a part of the forest that was eerily quiet, the usual symphony of nature stilled to a disconcerting silence. Lumi explained that this part of the woods was known as the Silent Hollow, a place where the forest's balance had been disturbed long ago. Finn felt a heaviness in the air, each step requiring more effort as if the ground itself resisted his presence. It was here that Finn's resolve was tested, where he had to confront his fears and doubts, the silence amplifying his inner struggles. In the Silent Hollow, Finn learned the importance of harmony, not just with nature but within himself. It was a place where he had to listen to his heart, even in the absence of the forest's guiding whispers. Through quiet introspection and Lumi's steadfast presence, Finn discovered that the strength to overcome silence lay within him. A lesson as vital as the whispers themselves. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn and Lumi began the journey home, the forest's whispers forever a part of him. The village welcomed him back with open arms, the familiar sights and sounds wrapping around him like a warm embrace. Finn shared his tales, inspiring others to listen to the world around them, his words a gentle reminder that the forest's wisdom was accessible to all who dared to listen. The tale of Finn and the Whispering Box became a cherished story in the village, a gentle reminder that true understanding comes from listening with the heart, and that the bonds we form with the world and each other are the most magical gifts of all. It was passed down through generations, each telling a testament to the enduring connection between humanity and nature. In the years that followed, Finn continued to nurture the village's gardens, his hands now guided by the whispers he had come to understand so well. His friendship with Aurora blossomed, and together they embarked on small journeys into the woods, sharing the wonders they discovered with the villagers. And so, as the night embraced the village and the stars twinkled above, the villagers would drift into peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that the world was filled with wonder and friendship, just waiting to be discovered. As time passed, Finn's role in the village grew, not just as a gardener, but as a storyteller. He would gather the children under the old oak tree, weaving tales of his adventures with Lumi and the lessons he learned from the forest. His stories were not just entertainment, they were teachings wrapped in the rich tapestry of imagination, instilling a love for nature and the art of listening to the world around them. One day, as the village prepared for the annual harvest festival, Aurora approached Finn with an idea. "Why don't we create a garden dedicated to the Whispering Woods?" she suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A place where people can come to connect with nature and hear its whispers. Inspired, Finn agreed, and together they rallied the villagers to help create a sanctuary of tranquility and reflection. They planted flowers and trees from the Whispering Woods, each chosen for its unique connection to the forest spirit. The garden became a living tribute to the bond between humanity and nature, a place where the villagers could find peace and inspiration. As the first blossoms bloomed, Finn opened a small wooden gate to welcome the villagers. The garden was alive with color and fragrance, a symphony of nature that resonated with the whispers of the earth. It was a place of solace and wonder, where each visitor could listen to the stories carried by the breeze and feel the gentle heartbeat of the world. The Harvest Festival that year was a celebration like no other, filled with music, laughter, and the sharing of stories. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Finn stood with Aurora at the garden's entrance, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. The villagers gathered around, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, as Finn began to tell the tale of the Whispering Box once more. The story had come full circle, a testament to the enduring bond between Finn, his village, and the world that cradled them all. The garden stood as a living symbol of that connection, a place where the whispers of the earth could be heard by all who were willing to listen. In the gentle embrace of nature, the villagers found a newfound appreciation for the simple, profound magic that surrounded them every day. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the village in its serene embrace, the tale of Finn and the Whispering Box continued to be told, a timeless reminder of the magic found in listening with the heart and the beauty of the world that awaited those who dared to dream. The end. Story 3. Nestled in the heart of the serene elder grove, where cobblestone paths meandered like lazy streams and cottages wore ivy like cozy blankets, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity. Her days were filled with tending to her garden, where the roses blushed with the first light of dawn, and the lavender whispered secrets to the bees. The village itself was a tapestry of colorful characters and stories, each as intricate and unique as the hand-woven rugs that adorned every home. Every morning, the aroma of freshly baked bread drifted from the bakery, mingling with the earthy scent of dew-kissed grass, creating an atmosphere that wrapped around Clara like a comforting shawl. Clara's garden was a sanctuary, a riot of colors and fragrances that played a symphony for the senses. The soil was rich and loamy, and each plant seemed to thrive under her gentle care. As she worked, her fingers danced over the earth, coaxing life from the seeds she planted. Her connection to the land was almost mystical, as though she could hear the whispers of the roots and feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Her neighbors often marveled at the vibrancy of her garden, though they didn't realize that it was Clara's love and attention that made it flourish. One crisp autumn morning, the air crisp and invigorating, Clara was gathering fallen leaves to make mulch for her garden when she noticed something peculiar glinting beneath the golden foliage. The leaves crunched pleasantly underfoot as she knelt, her fingers brushing aside the remnants of summer. There, half buried in the earth, lay an old, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling vines and tiny stars, as if it had captured the essence of a night sky. The box was surprisingly heavy for its size, the wood cool and smooth against her skin, and she felt a tingle of anticipation as she traced its carvings. Intrigued, Clara carried the box back to her cottage, where the fire crackled invitingly in the hearth, casting warm shadows on the walls. Her home was a sanctuary filled with the scent of dried herbs and the soft glow of candlelight. She set the box on the table, its presence almost humming with an ancient energy. As she carefully opened it, she discovered a delicate, shimmering feather, unlike any she had seen before. It sparkled with hues of emerald and sapphire, and when she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. It was as if the feather held within it the very essence of the forest's life force, a secret it was eager to share. Unbeknownst to Clara, this was no ordinary feather. It was imbued with the magic of discovery, a gift bestowed by the forest spirits to those who listened with their hearts. As Clara held the feather, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning to venture beyond the familiar paths of her village. The sensation was akin to the first breath of spring after a long winter, a promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. That night, as the fire's glow flickered upon her walls, Clara found herself drawn to the window. She gazed out at the moonlit landscape, where shadows danced and the stars seemed to pulse with life. For the first time, she noticed how the night breathed with its own rhythm, a melody that called to her. The feather seemed to thrum in response, as if in harmony with the universe. The following day, Clara awoke with a sense of purpose. Her heart danced with excitement as she tucked the feather securely in her pocket, its warmth a constant companion. Her path led her to the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in dapples of gold. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a symphony that guided her steps. Each step felt purposeful, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace, revealing paths that had been hidden from ordinary sight. As she ventured deeper, the forest revealed its wonders. The vibrant colors and harmonious sounds enveloped her senses, making her feel alive in a way she had never experienced. It was then she met Oliver, a wise old tortoise whose shell gleamed with age-old wisdom. Oliver had seen many seasons come and go, and he offered his friendship to Clara with a slow, deliberate nod. "The forest holds many secrets," Oliver said, his voice like the whisper of the wind through the trees. "But remember, true discovery comes from understanding, not possession." His eyes, deep and contemplative, reflected the forest's ancient mysteries. Their journey took them to secret glades and hidden nooks, places where time seemed to pause and magic lingered in the air. It was in one such nook that they encountered Pip, a lively squirrel with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops at dawn. Pip delighted in sharing tales of the forest, his chatter like the bubbling of a stream, full of life and laughter. His stories painted pictures of the forest that were both enchanting and profound, and Clara found herself captivated by his exuberance. One afternoon, as they rested by a babbling brook, Clara noticed the feather begin to glow softly. It seemed to pulse with a rhythm, as though inviting her to listen more closely to the world around her. With Pip chattering happily and Oliver offering his quiet counsel, Clara closed her eyes and let the forest speak to her heart. In the gentle sway of the trees and the distant call of a nightingale, she found a melody that resonated with her soul. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood that the feather's magic was not about discovering new places, but about deepening her connection to the world and the people who inhabited it. She realized that every leaf, every creature, and every drop of rain held its own story, if only one took the time to listen. Her heart swelled with a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things, a tapestry woven by time and nature. Before returning to the village, Clara and her companions stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, half hidden by moss and time. There, they met Aurora, a mystical deer whose antlers shimmered with the light of the moon. Aurora spoke of the cycles of nature and the wisdom that lay in embracing change. Her presence was calming, and Clara felt a deep sense of peace as she listened to Aurora's gentle wisdom. The deer shared stories of the stars and the winds, tales that had been passed down through generations, and Clara realized that the forest was not just a place, but a living, breathing entity, full of knowledge and life. With this newfound wisdom, Clara and her companions journeyed back to the village. Along the way, they shared their adventures with others, weaving tales of wonder and friendship. The villagers, inspired by Clara's journey, began to see their world with fresh eyes, finding magic in the ordinary and beauty in the everyday. The cobblestone streets buzzed with a renewed sense of community, and even the oldest villagers found themselves enchanted by the simple pleasures they had long taken for granted. As the years passed, Clara's cottage became a gathering place for those seeking stories and warmth. The feather, now a cherished symbol of her journey, hung by the hearth, shimmering gently in the firelight. It reminded all who saw it that the true magic of discovery lay not in the seeking, but in the understanding and cherishing of the world and its myriad wonders. Children would sit at Clara's feet, eyes wide with wonder, as she recounted tales of the forest and its hidden marvels. And so, in the village where cobblestones whispered secrets and gardens bloomed with love, Clara's story became a gentle reminder that the heart's journey is the greatest adventure of all. With her friends by her side and the warmth of the hearth in her home, Clara lived a life rich with the magic of discovery, forever touched by the feather's gift. Her legacy was not only in the stories she told, but in the lives she touched, reminding everyone that every heart, like every leaf in the forest, had its own story waiting to be heard. Some years later, as the village celebrated the arrival of spring with its annual festival, Clara, now a revered elder in the community, was asked to lead the procession through the forest. The festival was a vibrant celebration of life and renewal, with lanterns illuminating the path and laughter echoing through the trees. As she walked, Clara carried the feather, its light reflecting in the eyes of those who followed. The forest, in response, seemed to hum with approval, its spirit interwoven with the joy of the villagers. During the celebration, Clara took a moment to reflect on the journey that had brought her to this place of peace and belonging. She realized that the feather's true gift was not the magic it wielded, but the way it had opened her heart to the wonders around her. As she gazed upon the faces of her friends and neighbors, she understood that the greatest discoveries were those that connected her to others, weaving their stories into the fabric of her own. Under the canopy of stars, with the feather glowing softly in her hand, Clara shared one final story, a tale of love and light that spoke to the heart of every listener. And as the festival continued, the village, nestled in the heart of Eldergrove, knew that Clara's legacy would forever be one of unity, wisdom, and the eternal magic of discovery. In the twilight of her days, Clara began to teach the younger generations the art of listening to the world around them. She would gather them in the garden, where the fragrance of blooming flowers mingled with their laughter, and guide them in understanding the language of the earth. Her teachings were not just about the forest's wonders, but encompassed lessons on compassion, empathy, and the interconnectedness of all life. One such pupil was a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity mirrored Clara's own in her youth. Lila was inquisitive and adventurous, with a spark in her eyes that spoke of untold stories and dreams yet to be realized. Clara saw in her a kindred spirit and took her under her wing, sharing with her the secrets of the garden and the magic of the feather. Lila's presence revitalized Clara, and together they explored the forest anew. Through Lila's eyes, Clara rediscovered the joy of wonder and the thrill of exploration. The forest, ever generous, continued to reveal its mysteries, and Lila learned to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. One day, while wandering through a sun-dappled grove, Lila found a small, smooth stone etched with unknown symbols. Its surface glowed faintly, reminiscent of the feather's warmth. Clara smiled knowingly, recognizing the forest's way of passing its magic on to the next generation. She encouraged Lila to listen to the stone's whispers, teaching her that every object held stories waiting to be told. As Lila grew, she carried forward Clara's legacy, her heart open to the world's wonders. She became a bridge between the village and the forest, embodying the wisdom and magic that Clara had cherished. Under her care, the village continued to thrive, its spirit enriched by the lessons of the past and the promise of the future. And so Clara's story lived on, woven into the very fabric of Eldergrove, a testament to the enduring power of discovery and the profound connections that bind us all. As the seasons changed and the village evolved, the memory of a gentle soul with an insatiable curiosity lingered, a beacon of light guiding those who dared to listen to the whispers of the earth and follow the call of their hearts. Story 4. In a realm where the whispering winds carried secrets of time and the sunlit canopy danced with shadows, lay the Enchanted Grove. This place was a sanctuary, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where time seemed to flow like a gentle brook, unhurried and serene. The grove was veiled in a perpetual mist that shimmered with hues of emerald and gold, giving the air a luminescent quality that spoke of hidden magic and forgotten tales. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives intertwined like the roots of the towering oaks and elms. The air was alive with the soft flutter of wings, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant babbling of a brook that wound its way through the grove, its waters as clear as the sky on a crisp autumn morning. Occasionally, the brook would catch a glint of sunlight, creating a cascade of tiny rainbows that danced upon its surface, delighting the eyes of those who paused to watch. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Bramble, his feathers a mix of soft grays and browns that mirrored the bark of the trees he called home. Bramble was the keeper of stories, a guardian of wisdom passed down through generations. His eyes, large and amber, held the glow of countless sunsets, and his hoot was a melody that filled the nights with comfort and counsel. Beneath his calm exterior lay a mind as sharp as the keenest hawk, a mind honed by years of observing the intricate dance of life within the grove. He had witnessed the cycles of growth and decay, the ebb and flow of life that spoke to the heart of the forest's enduring spirit. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Bramble perched upon his favorite branch, high above the forest floor. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, a reminder of the approaching winter. The creatures of the grove gathered below, their eyes wide with anticipation, for they knew Bramble had a tale to tell. Fireflies began to emerge, their luminescent bodies twinkling like stars within the dimming light, casting a gentle glow over the assembled creatures. "Tonight," Bramble began, his voice deep and mellow, "I shall share with you the story of the season stones and how they keep our forest in balance." The creatures nestled closer, their small bodies warmed by the closeness of their friends. There was Pip, the curious squirrel with fur as russet as autumn leaves, and Luna, the gentle deer whose eyes sparkled like dew-kissed petals. Even the shy hedgehog, Thistle, peeked out from his leafy nook, eager to listen. Pip's unyielding curiosity often led him into delightful mischief, while Luna's serene presence calmed even the most restless of hearts. Thistle, though timid, possessed a quiet courage that belied his small stature. "In the heart of our forest," Bramble continued, "there are 4 stones, each one tied to a season. They are hidden from all but those who truly seek to understand the balance of nature. The spring stone, with its vibrant green hue, awakens life and renews the earth. The summer stone, golden and warm, brings forth abundance and growth. The autumn stone, a deep, rich orange, ushers in change and prepares the world for rest. And finally, the winter stone, pure and white, blankets the land in stillness and reflection." The creatures listened intently, their imaginations painting pictures of these mystical stones and the magic they contained. The very mention of the stones seemed to infuse the air with a sense of wonder and mystery, as though the forest itself leaned in to listen. "Long ago," Bramble went on, "a terrible storm threatened our forest. The winds howled with fury, and the skies wept with endless rain. The balance was disturbed, and the forest cried out for help. It was then that the guardians of the forest, wise and gentle spirits, revealed the existence of the season stones to a small group of creatures, much like yourselves." Pip's eyes widened in wonder. "What did they do, Bramble?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper carried on the breeze. "Ah, young Pip," Bramble replied with a twinkle in his eye, "they embarked on a journey to find each stone. They knew that only by harmonizing the powers of the 4 stones could they restore peace to our forest. Led by a small yet courageous fox named Fennel, the creatures traveled through the forest, guided by the wisdom of the guardians." As Bramble spoke, the grove seemed to hold its breath, the air around them thick with the anticipation of the tale unfolding. The fireflies danced around them, their tiny lights flickering like stars fallen from the sky, as Bramble's voice wove the tale into the night. Through the gentle rains of spring, the sweltering heat of summer, the crisp winds of autumn, and the silent snows of winter, they persevered. They found the stones, each one nestled in the heart of its season. With each stone they gathered, the balance began to return. The storm's fury subsided, and the forest sighed with relief. Luna nuzzled her nose against the soft earth, her heart full of the tale's gentle courage. "It must have been a sight to behold," she said softly, her voice like a breeze through the willows. "It was indeed," Bramble nodded. "And so, from that day forth, the creatures of our forest learned to cherish the balance of nature, understanding that every season, every change, is part of the great tapestry of life." As Bramble's tale came to an end, the forest was hushed, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves and the quiet hum of the night. The creatures lingered for a moment, basking in the warmth of the story, the lesson of harmony and respect for the natural world settling into their hearts. The stars began to twinkle above, tiny beacons of light in the velvet sky, as the creatures slowly made their way back to their homes. Pip scampered up his tree, Luna bounded gracefully through the underbrush, and Thistle curled into his nest of leaves, comforted by the story and the enduring friendship of his companions. Bramble watched them go, his heart full of the peace that came from sharing wisdom and keeping the stories alive. With a final contented hoot, he spread his wings and soared into the night, the moonlight casting a silver glow upon the forest below. And so, the enchanted grove remained a place of harmony and magic, where the lessons of the past continued to guide and inspire, ensuring that the balance of nature was cherished and respected by all who called this wondrous forest home. Yet deep within the heart of each creature, a seed had been planted, a desire to embark on their own journeys, to seek out the hidden mysteries of the grove, and to become guardians of its timeless legacy. And so, the stories of the season stones lived on, igniting the imaginations of all who listened, whispering that adventure was always a heartbeat away in the enchanted grove. As the nights grew longer, and the air chilled with the approach of winter, Pip found himself returning to Bramble with more questions. His curiosity had been piqued, and he could not shake the feeling that there was more to the forest than met the eye. One crisp morning, as the first frost clung to the leaves, he approached the wise owl once more. "Bramble," Pip began hesitantly, "do the stones still hold their power? Could they be found again?" Bramble regarded the young squirrel with a thoughtful gaze. "Their power remains, Pip, woven into the very fabric of our forest, but finding them again would require a heart truly open to the mysteries of the grove." Pip's eyes sparkled with determination. "Then perhaps one day I shall try to find them." Bramble chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "Remember, Pip, it is not just the stones that hold power, but the journey itself and the wisdom gained along the way." With a newfound resolve, Pip scampered away, the crisp air filling his lungs with the promise of adventure. In the days that followed, he began to explore deeper into the forest, guided by the tales and teachings of Bramble. As he ventured further, he discovered hidden glades and secret paths, each one whispering secrets of the past and hinting at the wonders yet to be unveiled. Not far from the brook's gentle song, Pip stumbled upon an ancient willow tree, its gnarled branches bending gracefully to touch the earth. Beneath its protective canopy, the ground was soft with moss, and an ethereal light seemed to linger, as if the very air was imbued with secrets waiting to be uncovered. It was here that Pip met Heatha, a diminutive mouse with a coat as silvery as moonlight. She was a keeper of lesser-known tales, stories that wove through the underbrush and whispered of forgotten paths. Her eyes, bright and inquisitive, mirrored Pip's own unending curiosity. "Ah, Pip," she greeted him with a gentle twinkle. "I see the stories have found you too." "They have," Pip replied, eager to learn more. "Bramble spoke of the season stones. Do you know of them?" Heatha nodded, her tiny paws brushing aside a curtain of moss to reveal a hidden burrow filled with parchments and scrolls. "The stones are but one chapter in the grove's vast history," she explained. "There are other tales, other mysteries that hold the threads of our forest's past and future." Intrigued, Pip leaned closer, the scent of aged paper and earth filling his senses. Heatha unrolled a delicate scroll, revealing an intricate map of the grove, marked with symbols and runes. "This," she said, "is the Path of Whispers. It is said to lead to the heart of the forest where the oldest secrets are kept." Pip's heart raced with excitement. "Could we follow it?" he asked, the thought of adventure igniting a spark within him. Heatha smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. "It is not a path to be taken lightly. It requires courage and an open heart. But together, perhaps we can uncover its secrets." And so, with Heatha as his guide, Pip set out to explore the Path of Whispers. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the world around them seemed to shift, the light taking on a dreamlike quality, casting shadows that danced and flickered with a life of their own. The path wound through ancient groves and across babbling streams, each step revealing new wonders and hidden truths. Along the way, they encountered other creatures, an old tortoise with tales of forgotten days, a family of foxes who guarded the entrance to a crystal cave, and a wise lynx who spoke in riddles. Each meeting added layers to the tapestry of the grove's history, enriching Pip's understanding of the world he called home. Through these encounters, Pip began to see the forest not just as a place of magic and mystery, but as a living entity, a guardian of stories and memories that spanned generations. He learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the signs in the shifting leaves, and to understand the delicate balance that sustained the grove's harmony. When they finally reached the heart of the forest, a clearing bathed in golden light, Pip felt a profound sense of belonging. Here the air was thick with the essence of the ages, a sacred space where the past met the present and the future awaited its turn to be written. In this moment, Pip understood the true power of the season stones, not just as symbols of nature's balance, but as reminders of the journey itself, of the wisdom gained and the friendships forged along the way. As Pip and Heatha returned to the grove, the stories they carried with them became a part of its living history. They shared their adventures with Bramble and the other creatures, weaving new tales into the fabric of the forest's legacy. And so, the Enchanted Grove continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring bond between its inhabitants and the timeless magic that flowed through its ancient woods. The stories of old wove themselves into the lives of the creatures, inspiring them to dream and to seek, knowing that within the heart of the forest lay endless possibilities. In the quiet moments of reflection, Pip would think of the journey he had embarked upon, the paths he had walked, and the secrets he had learned. His heart, once filled with questions, now brimmed with understanding and a deeper appreciation for the world around him. Yet as he glanced towards the distant horizon, he knew there were still more stories to uncover, more mysteries to unravel. With each dawn, the Enchanted Grove whispered promises of new adventures, calling to those brave enough to listen and explore. The forest had become more than a home. It was a living, breathing tapestry of life and lore, each creature a thread in its intricate design. And as the seasons turned, the stories would continue to grow, weaving a legacy of wonder and wisdom for generations to come. Story 5, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Dreams. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a gentle breeze rustled through the whispering woods. These woods, with their ancient trees and winding paths, held secrets that were as old as time itself. The leaves murmured stories of bygone eras, their voices a soft symphony that filled the air with a sense of mystery and wonder. The scent of damp earth and pine mingled with the crispness of approaching night, creating an intoxicating aroma that hinted at hidden adventures. The forest floor, carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves, crunched softly underfoot, each step echoing the timeless tales of the woods. Nestled on the edge of this enchanting forest was a small village, where the homes were warm and inviting, their windows glowing like beacons in the encroaching twilight. The streets were lined with cobblestones that glistened like polished gems under the moonlight, their surfaces cool and smooth to the touch. Lanterns hung from wrought iron posts, casting a warm, flickering light that danced across the cobblestones like fireflies in the night. In this village lived a young girl named Mira. Mira had eyes that sparkled like stars and a heart filled with curiosity and kindness. She often wandered into the forest, drawn by the whispers of the trees and the promise of adventure that seemed to linger in the air. Mira was known for her insatiable curiosity, a trait that often led her to discover hidden nooks and forgotten paths within the village itself. Her inquisitiveness was matched only by her kindness. She was always ready to lend a hand or offer a comforting word to those in need. Her neighbors often remarked that Mira had an old soul, wise beyond her years, and a smile that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. One evening, as the first stars appeared in the velvet sky, Mira set out on one of her usual explorations. The crisp air carried the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was soft beneath her feet, cushioned by a blanket of fallen leaves that whispered secrets of the forest. She wore a cloak of deep blue, which fluttered like the wings of a bird as she moved, and carried with her a small lantern that glowed with a warm, welcoming light. This lantern was no ordinary one. It was the Lantern of Dreams, a gift passed down through generations in Mira's family. Legend had it that the lantern could illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths that lay buried in the shadows. Mira had never needed its magic before, but she cherished it nonetheless, for it was a symbol of her family's love and the adventures they had shared. Her grandmother, a wise woman who knew the forest stories like the lines on her own hands, had told Mira that the lantern would one day guide her to her true purpose. As Mira ventured deeper into the forest, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a grove she had never seen before. Intrigued, she followed the light, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and anticipation. The grove was unlike any other part of the forest. The trees here seemed to hum with life, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the moonlight. The air was charged with a gentle energy, as if the grove itself was aware of Mira's presence and welcomed her. At the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens as if in eternal prayer. Its bark was rough and gnarled, each twist and turn telling a story of resilience and time. Beneath the oak, bathed in a pool of silvery light, lay a small, intricately carved chest. Mira approached it with reverence, her lantern casting a soft glow over the delicate patterns etched into the wood. The chest seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, and as Mira knelt beside it, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were being embraced by an old friend. With a sense of awe, Mira opened the chest. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a crystal vial filled with a shimmering liquid. It glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows that danced across the grove. Mira reached out to touch it, and as her fingers brushed the vial, she heard a voice, soft and melodious, echoing in her mind. "You have found the elixir of echoes, young Mira," the voice said. "It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to hear the whispers of the world. Use it wisely, for it can guide you on a journey of discovery and understanding." Mira felt a thrill of wonder and responsibility. With the elixir's discovery came a newfound understanding of her place in this world of whispers and shadows. The weight of this responsibility settled gently upon her shoulders, like the comforting hand of a loved one. She carefully placed the vial back into the chest and closed the lid, knowing that this discovery was just the beginning of her adventure. As she made her way back to the village, the forest seemed to sing around her, the leaves murmuring tales of courage and friendship. The next morning, Mira awoke with a sense of purpose. The village was bustling with activity, as the townsfolk prepared for the annual harvest festival. Stalls were being set up in the square, laden with colorful fruits and vegetables, and the air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and spices. The vibrant colors of the produce were a feast for the eyes, and the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air with an infectious joy. Mira's best friend, a boy named Finn, was already waiting for her by the fountain, his face alight with excitement. Finn was a gentle soul with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes and a laugh that was as infectious as it was sincere. Together, they had explored every nook and cranny of the village and had shared countless adventures in the Whispering Woods. "Mira, did you find anything interesting in the woods last night?" Finn asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Mira hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to explain the magic she had discovered. But she trusted Finn completely, and so she recounted her encounter with the elixir of echoes and the mysterious grove. Finn listened with rapt attention, his eyes widening with each word. "We have to go back," he said eagerly. "What if there are more secrets to uncover? And what does the elixir do, exactly?" Mira nodded, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of exploring the grove with Finn. Together, they set off towards the forest, the lantern of dreams lighting their path. As they walked, the trees seemed to lean in, their whispers blending with the rustling of leaves to create a melody that guided them deeper into the woods. When they reached the grove, the ancient oak stood as majestic as before, its presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. Mira retrieved the chest and showed Finn the elixir of echoes. The vial shimmered in the daylight, its colors shifting like a prism. "Should we try it?" Mira asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Finn nodded, his expression serious yet filled with wonder. "Let's see what it can do." With careful hands, Mira uncorked the vial and poured a drop of the liquid onto a nearby leaf. Instantly, the grove was filled with a soft, harmonious hum, as if the very air had come alive with music. The trees began to glow with a gentle light, and Mira and Finn could hear their whispers as clearly as if they were speaking aloud. "Welcome, young ones," the trees seemed to say. "You have the gift of understanding. Through this elixir, you can hear the stories of the world and see the hidden paths that connect all things." Mira and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with awe and excitement. They spent the rest of the day exploring the grove, listening to the tales of the trees, and discovering paths that led to places they had never imagined. They learned of the forest's history, of the creatures that inhabited it, and of the bonds that tied all living things together. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays through the branches, Mira and Finn sat beneath the ancient oak, their minds filled with newfound knowledge and a deeper understanding of the world around them. The elixir had opened their eyes to the beauty and magic that lay hidden in the ordinary, and their hearts swelled with gratitude for the gift they had been given. The elixir, they realized, was not merely a tool for discovery, but a bridge to understanding the interconnectedness of all life. It allowed them to hear the song of the universe, a melody that spoke of harmony and unity. As they listened, they felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, as if they had found their place within the grand tapestry of existence. In the days that followed, Mira and Finn became the guardians of the grove, visiting it often to learn from its wisdom and to ensure its secrets remained safe. They shared their knowledge with those who were open to it, teaching the villagers to listen to the whispers of the world and to cherish the connections that bound them to the land and to each other. On one occasion, the village elder, a wise and revered figure named Elder Thorn, approached Mira and Finn at the grove. His eyes, though aged, held a spark of youthful curiosity. "I've heard of your discovery," he said, his voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "May I see what the elixir reveals?" Mira and Finn nodded, knowing that Elder Thorn's wisdom and guidance would be invaluable. As they shared the elixir's magic with him, the elder's face softened with wonder, his expression one of deep contemplation. "This is a gift," he murmured, "a reminder of the ancient bond between our people and the forest. You both have done well to protect this knowledge." Through their journey, they learned that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of kindness, understanding, and friendship. And as they sat together beneath the stars, the lantern of dreams casting a warm glow around them, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, and that the world was a more wondrous place because of it. From time to time, travelers and villagers alike would come to the grove, seeking guidance or solace. Mira and Finn welcomed them, sharing the elixir's gift with those who sought to listen and learn. The grove became a beacon of hope, a place where differences melted away under the canopy of whispering leaves. One evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Mira and Finn found themselves sitting by the fountain in the village square. The lantern of dreams flickered gently beside them, casting a soft light that played upon their faces. Finn turned to Mira, his expression thoughtful. "Do you ever wonder if there's more to the elixir's magic? Like, could it help us understand each other better, too?" Mira pondered his words, considering the implications. "You mean, like bridging the gaps between people, not just the forest and us?" she asked, her voice a whisper as if sharing a secret with the night. "Exactly," Finn replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Imagine if we could use it to help the villagers understand each other better, to resolve conflicts and build stronger bonds." The idea kindled a flame of hope within Mira. "Maybe that's part of our purpose," she mused. "To not only protect the grove, but to share its lessons of unity and understanding with our village." With this newfound insight, Mira and Finn set about devising ways to share the grove's wisdom with the villagers. They organized gatherings where stories of the forest were told, not just as tales of wonder, but as parables of empathy and connection. They encouraged dialogue and understanding, using the elixir's revelations as a guide. As the seasons changed and the village thrived, so did the bonds between its people. The grove became a symbol of unity, a place where differences were celebrated and the whispers of the woods were honored. Mira and Finn, now considered wise beyond their years, continued to nurture the legacy of the Lantern of Dreams and the Elixir of Echoes. And so, the story of Mira and Finn, the Whispering Woods, and the Lantern of Dreams was passed down through the generations, a reminder of the power of friendship and the beauty of the world that surrounds us all. It became a tale of courage and connection, one that inspired countless others to seek the hidden paths in their own lives and to listen to the whispers of the world with open hearts. One day, long after Mira and Finn had grown, and the grove had become a cherished part of the village's heritage, a young scholar named Alia arrived in the village. She had heard whispers of the magical grove and was eager to learn its secrets for her studies on ancient lore. Her arrival sparked a new chapter in the village's story, as she sought Mira and Finn's guidance. Alia, with eyes wide with wonder and a journal always in hand, was a woman of keen intellect and fierce determination. She was drawn to the village by tales of the grove's magic, hoping to uncover knowledge that had long been forgotten. Her presence breathed new life into the village, rekindling the spirit of discovery and adventure. Mira and Finn, now elders in their own right, welcomed Alia with open arms. They saw in her the same spark of curiosity that had once driven them to explore the Whispering Woods. Together, they revisited the grove, where Alia marveled at the beauty and magic that seemed to pulse from every leaf and stone. As Alia spent time in the village, she became an integral part of the community, sharing her own stories and learning from the villagers. Her quest for knowledge became a bridge between the past and the present, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences and dreams. Through Alia's efforts, the village's connection to the grove and its timeless wisdom deepened. She chronicled the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that the stories of Mira, Finn, and the Lantern of Dreams would be remembered for generations to come. Thus the legacy of the Whispering Woods grew, a beacon of unity and understanding that transcended time. And as the village thrived, it stood as a testament to the enduring power of friendship, curiosity, and the whispers of the world. As Alia's studies progressed, she discovered an ancient manuscript hidden within the library of the village. The pages were worn and fragile, but the ink still held its secrets. The manuscript spoke of an ancient rite, a gathering that had once been held under the full moon to celebrate the unity between the villagers and the forest. Inspired by the manuscript, Alia proposed to Mira and Finn that they revive this ancient tradition. Enthusiastic about the idea, they gathered the villagers and shared the history of the rite. Together, they set about preparing for the first moonlit gathering in generations. On the night of the full moon, the village was alive with anticipation. Lanterns festooned the trees, casting a warm glow that mirrored the stars above. The villagers, dressed in their finest, made their way to the grove, where a large clearing had been prepared for the celebration. As the moon rose high in the sky, Mira, Finn, and Alia led the villagers in a ceremony of unity and renewal. They shared stories of the Whispering Woods, tales of friendship and discovery, and the lessons learned from the elixir of echoes. Together they sang songs that echoed through the trees, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. In that moment, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the villagers felt a profound connection not only to the forest, but to each other. The moonlit gathering became a cherished tradition, an annual celebration of the bonds that tied the village to the Whispering Woods and to one another. And so, the legacy of the Whispering Woods continued to grow, a living testament to the power of unity and understanding. As the years passed and the village thrived, the whispers of the woods carried the stories of Mira, Finn, Alia, and the villagers to distant lands, inspiring others to seek the hidden paths within their own hearts and to listen to the whispers of the world with open minds and open hearts. Story 6. On the edge of a quiet village, where the cobblestone streets whispered the echoes of the past and the gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming lavender, there stood an unassuming little shop. Its sign creaked softly in the wind, painted in faded letters that read, "Curiosities and Whimsy." To most passers-by it seemed like nothing more than a quaint store filled with trinkets and forgotten treasures. But to those with a keen eye and an open heart, it was a place where the ordinary could become extraordinary. One late afternoon, as the golden sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, a young girl named Anwin wandered into the shop. Her auburn hair caught the light in a fiery halo, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Anwin had always felt a pull towards the unusual, the mysterious, and the magical. Today she felt it more than ever. The bell above the door tinkled softly as she stepped inside, and the warm, comforting scent of old books and polished wood enveloped her like a familiar embrace. Shelves lined every wall, filled with objects from distant lands and forgotten times. There were shimmering glass bottles, intricately carved wooden boxes, and old maps that whispered secrets of their journeys. Anwin's gaze drifted over the shelves until it settled on a small, dusty mirror tucked away in a corner. Its frame was simple, made of dark, weathered wood, yet something about it seemed to call out to her. As she moved closer, the shopkeeper, a kindly old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, appeared beside her. "Ah, you've found the looking-glass of whispers," the shopkeeper said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. It's said to hold the secrets of those who gaze into it, revealing their hidden strengths and untapped potential. Anwin's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She reached out and traced the cool surface of the mirror with her fingers. "May I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The shopkeeper nodded, her smile warm and encouraging. "Remember, dear one, this mirror shows not just what is seen by the eyes, but what is felt by the heart." Taking a deep breath, Anwin gazed into the mirror. At first, she saw only her reflection, but soon the image began to shift and ripple like water in a breeze. She saw herself standing in a lush forest, bathed in moonlight, surrounded by ancient trees that seemed to hum with life. Around her, tiny lights danced like fireflies, and she felt a sense of peace and belonging that she had never known before. As the vision faded, Anwin looked up at the shopkeeper, her heart filled with wonder. "What does it mean?" she asked. "It means that you have a gift, my dear." What the shopkeeper replied, "A gift for seeing the beauty and magic in the world around you. You have the ability to bring light to dark places and to help others find their own inner magic." Anwin felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow of confidence and purpose. "But how do I use this gift?" she asked, her voice tinged with both excitement and uncertainty. "That, my dear, is for you to discover," the shopkeeper said with a knowing smile. "Your journey begins with a single step, and along the way, you'll meet those who will help you unlock your potential." With the mirror carefully wrapped and tucked under her arm, Anwin left the shop, her mind swirling with possibilities. As she stepped out into the cool evening air, she felt a sense of adventure blooming within her, like the first flower of spring. Over the next few days, Anwin wandered through the village and the fields beyond, her heart open to the whispers of the world. She met a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who lived by the babbling brook. Thistle was slow of speech and movement, but his words carried the weight of many years. He taught Anwin the value of patience and the importance of listening to the quiet voices of nature. In the meadow, she encountered a playful fox named Bramble, whose fiery coat was as vivid as her own hair. Bramble was full of mischief and laughter, and he showed Anwin the joy of finding wonder in the everyday moments, like the way sunlight danced upon the dew-kissed grass, or how the clouds painted pictures in the sky. With each new encounter, Anwin felt her heart grow lighter, her spirit more attuned to the magic around her. Yet she knew there was still more to learn, more to discover about herself and her gift. One evening, as the silver moon cast its gentle glow over the land, Anwin found herself drawn to the edge of the enchanted forest from her vision. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets under the starlit sky. As she stepped beneath their boughs, the path ahead was lit by the soft, ethereal glow of the tiny lights she had seen in the mirror. Suddenly, the path was blocked by a great, ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. Its branches stretched wide, as if to guard the way forward. Anwin paused, sensing that this was the challenge she had been meant to face. "What do you seek, young one?" the tree rumbled, its voice deep and resonant. "I seek to understand my gift," Anwin replied, her voice steady and filled with quiet determination. "I wish to bring light and magic to those who need it most." The tree seemed to consider her words, its leaves rustling softly. "And how do you intend to do that?" it asked. Anwin thought of Thistle and the lessons of patience and listening, of Bramble and the joy of seeing the world through the eyes of wonder. She thought of the warmth the mirror had shown her, the peace of the forest, and the light that danced around her. "I believe that by sharing my journey and the beauty I find with others, I can help them see the magic within themselves," Anwin said, her heart full of certainty. The tree's branches swayed, and a soft, approving hum filled the air. "You have chosen wisely," it said, "for wisdom is not always found in grand gestures, but in the gentle touch of kindness and the quiet strength of understanding." With those words, the tree's branches parted, revealing a path that led deeper into the heart of the forest. Anwin stepped forward with a sense of purpose and newfound confidence, knowing that her journey was just beginning. As she walked beneath the starlit canopy, Anwin felt a profound connection to the world around her. She knew that challenges would come, but with each step, she grew more certain that she would face them with wisdom, friendship, and the gentle magic of her heart. And so, in the quiet embrace of the enchanted forest, Anwin's journey continued, a journey of discovery and wonder, where the ordinary became extraordinary, and the world unfolded its secrets to those who dared to dream. Story 7. Once upon a time, nestled within the emerald embrace of an ancient forest, a realm of enchantment unfolded, where the boundary between reality and magic blurred like the fading light of dusk. Here the hidden lives of nature's creatures danced to the symphony of the wind's whispers, their secrets guarded by the towering sentinels of ancient oaks and willows. In the heart of this verdant sanctuary, a family of gentle deer roamed, their footsteps as soft as the falling petals of spring blossoms. Their leader, a majestic stag named Alder, bore antlers that seemed to capture the very essence of the forest's wisdom. His deep, amber eyes held the memory of countless seasons, and his coat shimmered with the iridescent hues of autumn leaves. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest underwent a cyclical transformation, each change heralding a new chapter in the tapestry of life. In the depths of winter, when the world slumbered beneath a blanket of pristine snow, the deer would gather beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient pine. There Alder would regale them with tales of bygone eras, his voice as melodic as the trill of a winter wren. One such tale spoke of the aurora sprites, ephemeral beings born from the celestial dance of the northern lights. Their gossamer wings trailed ribbons of vibrant color, painting the night sky with a kaleidoscope of hues that rivaled the most dazzling sunsets. It was said that when the sprites danced, they wove the very fabric of harmony that bound the forest together, ensuring a delicate balance between all living things. As the first buds of spring unfurled, the deer would venture forth, their hooves leaving delicate impressions upon the mossy earth. They would pause to watch as the forest awoke from its slumber, the air filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the joyous melodies of returning songbirds. It was during this season of renewal that the most wondrous of magical phenomena occurred, the rain of petals. As the cherry blossoms reached the peak of their bloom, a gentle breeze would stir, and a shower of delicate pink petals would cascade from the trees, carpeting the forest floor in a sea of floral confetti. The deer would frolic amidst the falling petals, their spirits lifted by the promise of new beginnings. In the heat of summer, when the forest was cloaked in verdant splendor, the deer sought refuge in the cool embrace of a crystalline stream. There, they would sip from the refreshing waters, their ears attuned to the melodic gurgling that seemed to whisper secrets of ages past. It was here that Alder taught the younger deer the ways of the forest, imparting wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. "Remember, my children," he would say, his voice resonating with the weight of ancient knowledge. "We are but stewards of this sacred realm. It is our duty to tread lightly upon the earth, leaving only the gentlest of footprints in our wake." As autumn's vibrant hues painted the forest in a tapestry of crimson and gold, the deer would gather beneath the boughs of a mighty oak, its branches heavy with acorns. Here they would feast upon the bounty of the land, their coats blending seamlessly with the russet tones of the fallen leaves. It was during this season of change that the deer bore witness to the breathtaking spectacle of the leaf dance. As the first crisp breezes of autumn swept through the forest, the fallen leaves would swirl and twirl in an intricate ballet, their movements guided by unseen forces. The deer would watch, transfixed, as the leaves wove intricate patterns in the air, their vibrant hues blending into a kaleidoscope of autumnal splendor. Through each season, the deer embraced the cyclical rhythms of the forest, their lives intertwined with the ebb and flow of nature's harmonies. They understood that every living thing, from the mightiest oak to the humblest blade of grass, played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance that sustained their enchanted realm. And as the years passed, Alder's wisdom echoed through the generations, a testament to the enduring bonds that connect all life within the ancient forest's embrace. For in this realm, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of nature's creatures whispered secrets as old as time itself, reminding all who listened that true harmony could be found in the gentle rhythms of the earth. Story 8. In a forest where the ancient trees stood like wise sentinels, their gnarled trunks wrapped in robes of emerald moss, there lived a community of creatures known only to those who listened with the heart. The forest, nestled in a hidden valley, had a language of its own, one of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the gentle hum of life that ebbed and flowed with the seasons. At the heart of this forest there was a grand oak that towered above the canopy, its branches stretching out like a guardian's arms. Beneath its sprawling boughs, a family of tawny owls made their home. The eldest, a gentle owl named Brindle, was known for her deep, soulful eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries. Beside her, nestled in the soft down of their nest, were her two curious fledglings, eager to learn of the world beyond their cozy perch. As autumn painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, the owls watched as the leaves danced gracefully to the ground, creating a patchwork quilt upon the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. It was during this time that the forest prepared for the Great Gathering, an event held only once every few decades when the creatures of the forest came together to share stories and wisdom passed down through generations. Brindle, with her calm demeanor, had been chosen as the storyteller for the gathering. Her voice, soft as the whispering wind, would guide all who listened through tales of the past and visions of the future. She knew that the stories she shared would weave the fabric of their community, binding them in understanding and respect for their home. As the day of the gathering approached, the forest buzzed with anticipation. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking in excitement, gathered acorns and chestnuts to share. The deer, graceful and silent, moved through the underbrush, their eyes wide with curiosity. Even the shy hares emerged from their burrows, their ears perked attentively, eager to hear what Brindle would share. The evening of the gathering arrived with a sky brushed with lavender and silver. The creatures assembled beneath the grand oak, their eyes reflecting the shimmering light of the moon as it rose to cast a gentle glow over the clearing. Brindle, perched on a low-hanging branch, began her tale. Long ago, before even the tallest trees were mere saplings, she began, her voice resonating through the stillness like a soothing melody. The forest was a place of chaos. Seasons clashed, and the balance of nature was a delicate thread easily unraveled. But there was a time when the forest found its harmony, and it is this story I wish to share. The creatures leaned in closer, their breaths misting in the cool night air as they listened. In those days, Brindle continued, there lived a wise fox named Thistle. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Thistle understood that the forest needed balance to thrive, and he set out to find a way to bring peace to the land. As Brindle spoke, the creatures could almost see Thistle moving through the forest, his nimble paws silent on the soft earth, his nose leading him to the heart of ancient knowledge. The wind seemed to carry his scent, mingling with the fragrance of pine and cedar, wrapping around them like a comforting cloak. Thistle traveled to the oldest part of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets of the earth. There he met an ancient turtle named Moss, whose shell was etched with the stories of time. Moss told Thistle of the season's dance, a sacred ritual that would bring harmony to the forest if performed with care and respect. Brindle paused, her eyes sweeping over her audience. And so, with the guidance of Moss, Thistle learned the dance of the seasons, each step a prayer of gratitude, each movement a promise of balance. When he returned to the forest, he taught the dance to all creatures, and together they celebrated the turning of the seasons. The creatures, enraptured by the tale, felt the ancient rhythm within them, a gentle pulse that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth. With each season, Brindle continued, the forest flourished. Spring brought the tender bloom of flowers, summer the warmth of golden sunbeams, autumn the bounty of harvest, and winter the quiet peace of snow. The creatures learned to live in harmony, respecting the cycles of nature and the gifts each season bestowed. As Brindle's tale drew to a close, the forest seemed to sigh with contentment. The owls, the squirrels, the deer, and all the creatures of the forest understood that the balance of their world was a delicate symphony, each note played with care and reverence. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the creatures of the forest began their own season's dance. The squirrels twirled with acorns in hand, the deer leapt gracefully, and even the owls joined in, their wings casting shadows that danced like spirits among the trees. As they moved together, a gentle rain began to fall, each droplet shimmering like a jewel in the moonlight, blessing the forest with its life-giving touch. It was as if the heavens themselves were celebrating the unity and balance they had achieved. When the dance finally ended, the creatures settled once more beneath the grand oak, their hearts full and their spirits lifted. Brindle, her eyes shining with the joy of shared wisdom, spoke one final time. Remember, dear friends, that the forest thrives when we cherish each other and our home. May we always walk in harmony with the seasons, and may our stories guide those who come after us. With that, the creatures slowly dispersed into the night, the soft rustle of their departure mingling with the gentle patter of rain. The forest, cradled in the embrace of night, seemed to glow with a serene light, a promise of the balance and peace that would endure for generations to come. And so, beneath the ancient trees, in the heart of the hidden valley, the forest continued its timeless dance, each creature a note in its eternal song, each season a chapter in its enduring story. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a serene village nestled between verdant hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was a young woman known for her kindness and quiet presence. She dwelled in a quaint cottage with a thatched roof, where ivy clung to the walls like a lover's embrace. Her days were spent tending to a small, vibrant garden filled with fragrant herbs and colorful blooms, a sanctuary of calm and beauty in which she found solace. But despite the picturesque setting, Marin carried a heavy heart. Change had come to her life like an unexpected storm. Her dear grandmother, who had been her guiding star, passed away, leaving Marin with a sense of emptiness and uncertainty. The world felt different, its colors muted and its melodies silent. Marin feared that she was like a butterfly trapped in a cocoon, unable to emerge and embrace the world anew. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun spilled through the canopy of trees, Marin decided to seek solace in the enchanted forest that bordered her village. The forest was a place of ancient secrets, where time seemed to slow, and the air was sweetened by the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the gentle crunch of twigs underfoot was accompanied by the soft rustling of leaves, as if the forest itself whispered encouragement. In the heart of the forest, Marin stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient gnarled oak tree, its branches stretching skyward like wise old arms. At its base lay a glistening pool, its waters so clear that they mirrored the azure sky above. Drawn to its tranquility, Marin knelt beside the pool, peering into its depths. As she gazed into the water, she saw not only her reflection, but also images of her grandmother, smiling warmly, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. The pool shimmered, and the images shifted, revealing scenes from Marin's life, moments of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. It was as if the pool had the power to reflect her innermost thoughts and dreams. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice broke the stillness. "Dear Marin, do not fear change, for it is the essence of life." Marin turned to see a graceful figure emerging from the shadows of the oak. It was a forest sprite, her hair woven with wildflowers, her eyes as green as the leaves in spring. Her presence exuded warmth and kindness, like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. "Who are you?" Marin asked, her voice a whisper, yet filled with curiosity. "I am Leora," the sprite replied, "a guardian of this forest and a friend to those who seek the light within. I have watched over you, Marin, and I see the struggle in your heart. Change is not to be feared but embraced, for it is through change that we grow." Marin listened intently, her heart touched by Leora's words. "But how do I find the courage to change, to step into the unknown?" Leora smiled softly. "You are never truly alone. The forest speaks to those who listen, and it is filled with friends who will guide you." With a graceful motion, she gestured to the surrounding trees, where suddenly the woodland creatures emerged, a wise old owl with eyes like burnished gold, a family of shy deer, and playful squirrels that chattered cheerfully. Each creature, in its own way, shared a piece of wisdom. The owl, perched on a low branch, spoke of patience and the importance of seeing beyond the surface. The deer, with their gentle eyes, taught Marin about trust and the strength found in vulnerability. The squirrels, with their lively antics, reminded her of the joy in small things and the beauty of laughter. As the days turned to weeks, Marin visited the clearing often, guided by Leora and her newfound friends. With each visit, she felt herself changing, like the forest itself shifting with the seasons. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to find comfort in the rustling leaves, and to see the world anew with a heart open to possibilities. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin felt a stirring within her, a warmth that spread from her heart to her fingertips. It was as though the magic of the forest had seeped into her very being. She understood that change was not something to be conquered but embraced, a path to discovering her true self. With renewed clarity, Marin returned to her village, her spirit as vibrant as the flowers in her garden. She began to share her journey with others, weaving tales of wisdom gleaned from the forest and its gentle inhabitants. Her home became a haven for those seeking comfort, her garden a place of healing and growth. In time, Marin discovered that the lessons she had learned were not just for herself, but for all who wished to listen. She realized that true magic lay in the connections we forge, the friendships we nurture, and the courage we find within to embrace the unknown. And so, in the heart of the village, surrounded by the love of her friends and the magic of the forest, Marin found her place in the world, forever changed, yet forever herself. Her grandmother's spirit lingered in the gentle breeze, a reminder that those we love are never truly gone, but live on in our hearts. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Marin sat by her garden, a peaceful smile on her lips. The night was filled with the soothing symphony of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves, a lullaby that promised sweet dreams and the promise of a new dawn. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Marin's journey of transformation and discovery came full circle, a testament to the beauty and strength found within each of us. For in the gentle embrace of change, Marin had found her wings, ready to soar into the endless sky of possibility. Story 10, The Whispering Lantern. In the quaint village of Bramblewick, where cobblestone paths wound beneath the sheltering arms of ancient oaks, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were often spent exploring the lush emerald woods that bordered her home, where sunlight filtered through the leaves to dapple the forest floor with golden patterns. Lila was a curious soul, her heart attuned to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the forest creatures. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to fiery hues and the air carried a hint of wood smoke, Lila discovered something peculiar. While following a path less trodden, she stumbled upon a hidden glade, bathed in a gentle, otherworldly glow. At the heart of this secretive nook stood an odd tree, its bark resembling a patchwork of silver and gold. Nestled among its knotted roots was a lantern, unlike any Lila had seen before. It was crafted of glass that shimmered like 1,000 tiny rainbows, and it seemed to hum softly, as if alive. Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the lantern. Gently, she lifted it from its resting place, and as her fingers curled around its handle, the hum transformed into a soft, melodic whisper. Words, barely audible yet clear, danced into her mind. To light the way for those who seek, a lantern's glow is what you keep. Startled but intrigued, Lila took the lantern home. Her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, noticed the glow in Lila's hands. "Ah, the whispering lantern," she murmured, her voice thick with nostalgia. "It is said to reveal hidden paths and grant the bearer the wisdom of the forest." That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Lila lay in her bed, the lantern beside her, casting a gentle, comforting light. Her thoughts were filled with the day's discovery, and she wondered what secrets the lantern might reveal. As sleep claimed her, she dreamed of winding paths, secret doors, and a world beyond the known. The following morning dawned bright and clear, the sky an endless expanse of blue. Lila, her curiosity aflame, decided to explore the forest once more, the lantern swinging gently at her side. As she walked, the whispering grew louder, guiding her steps. It was as if the lantern knew the way, and Lila, trusting in its wisdom, followed. The path led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured, to a place where time seemed to stand still. Here the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of unseen birds echoed in the canopy above. The lantern's light grew brighter, illuminating a narrow trail that wound through the trees, leading to a hidden world. Lila's heart raced as she stepped into a clearing unlike any she had seen. It was a realm of wonder, where flowers glowed with an inner light and streams ran with water that sparkled like liquid silver. In the center stood a grand oak, its branches stretching wide, bearing leaves of every color imaginable. Beneath it sat a figure cloaked in shadows, yet radiating warmth and kindness. As Lila approached, the figure raised its head, revealing eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. "Welcome, seeker of light," the figure greeted, its voice a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Wood." Lila felt a sense of awe mingled with comfort. The guardian's presence was soothing, like a lullaby sung in the quiet of night. "I found this lantern," Lila explained, holding it up. "It led me here." The guardian nodded, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth. "The lantern chose wisely. It seeks those with the heart to listen and the courage to follow." Curiosity piqued. Lila asked, "What is this place, and why was I brought here?" "This is the realm of the Whispering Wood," the guardian replied, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "It is a place where the boundaries between worlds blur, where magic lingers in every breath. The lantern has brought you to learn, to discover the hidden truths that lie within and without." With a wave of the guardian's hand, a vision unfolded before Lila's eyes. She saw the village of Bramblewick, nestled in the embrace of the forest. Yet now she perceived it with new clarity, noticing the gentle symbiosis between the villagers and the natural world. She saw how every action, no matter how small, rippled through the tapestry of life, weaving connections that bound everything together. As the vision faded, Lila understood. The lantern was not merely a guide through the forest. It was a vessel of wisdom, illuminating the interconnectedness of all things. It whispered of harmony and balance, teaching that the world was a living, breathing entity deserving of respect and care. The guardian spoke again, its tone thoughtful. "The lantern's light is a gift, one that can illuminate the paths of others as it has illuminated yours. Use it wisely with kindness and compassion, for its true power lies not in its glow, but in the light it kindles within the hearts of those it touches." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. She realized that her journey was not merely about discovering a hidden world, but about understanding the deeper truths of her own. The guardian's gentle wisdom had kindled a new light within her, one she was eager to share. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Lila bid farewell to the guardian and the enchanting realm of the Whispering Wood. With the lantern at her side, she retraced her steps through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. Back in Bramblewick, Lila found herself filled with a renewed sense of purpose. She began to share the lantern's light with others, guiding them to see the beauty and magic in the world around them. Her friendships deepened as she connected with those who, like her, were touched by the lantern's glow. In time, the village thrived, its people embracing the lessons of harmony and balance. The forest, once a mysterious boundary, became a cherished friend, its secrets shared through stories and songs. Lila's journey had transformed not only her life but the lives of those around her, weaving a tapestry of love and light that would endure for generations. And so, in the gentle embrace of twilight, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila stood at the edge of the forest, the lantern's light casting a warm glow. She listened to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves, and knew that she had found her place in the world, a place where light and love would forever guide her way. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a small, unassuming cobbler's shop at the heart of the community. The shop's wooden sign, worn by time and weather, creaked gently in the breeze, inviting villagers to step inside. In this shop, a gentle soul named Finn worked diligently, crafting shoes that seemed to hug the feet of those who wore them, as if infused with a touch of magic. Finn, with his curly hair and kind eyes that twinkled like stars, was known for his attentive ear and warm smile. He was a quiet man who preferred the company of his leather and tools to the hustle and bustle of village life. Yet, those who entered his shop always left with more than just a pair of shoes. They left with a sense of comfort, as if they had stepped into a storybook world. One chilly autumn morning, as leaves danced with the wind, a peculiar customer walked through the cobbler's door. She was an elderly woman, draped in a cloak that seemed woven from the twilight itself. Her eyes were like deep pools of night, and her presence was as calming as the hush of evening. She approached Finn, holding out a pair of shoes unlike any he had ever seen. These shoes were made of a shimmering material, a tapestry of colors that shifted like water under the moonlight. The soles were inscribed with tiny, intricate symbols that whispered secrets he could almost hear. The woman asked Finn to mend them, explaining that they had been worn by many travelers, each embarking on journeys of discovery and change. Intrigued, Finn agreed to help. As he worked, he felt a peculiar warmth spread through his fingers, as if the shoes were speaking to him, sharing their stories. Each stitch seemed to bind him closer to something wondrous and unseen. When the shoes were finally mended, the woman gave Finn a smile that felt like a soft embrace and whispered, "These shoes now belong to you. They will guide you on a journey of your own." With her words lingering in the air, the woman vanished, leaving behind only the faintest scent of wildflowers. Finn, cradling the shoes in his hands, felt a flutter of excitement mixed with curiosity. He decided to try them on, and as he did, the world around him shimmered like the first light of dawn. The shoes, it seemed, had the power to carry him to places beyond the ordinary, to realms where imagination took flight and the heart found its true path. With each step, Finn discovered new wonders: a forest where trees spoke in gentle murmurs, a meadow where the wind sang lullabies, and a river that flowed with the stories of those who had walked before. As Finn journeyed, he met many enchanting companions. There was Lila, a spirited sprite with wings like gossamer, who danced through the air with laughter like tinkling bells. She guided him with her boundless energy and infectious joy, teaching him to find delight in the smallest of wonders. Then there was Thistle, a wise old tortoise whose shell was as ancient as the hills. Thistle walked slowly but with purpose, reminding Finn that sometimes the most profound discoveries are made not in haste, but in patience and reflection. Together they pondered the mysteries of the world, sharing stories and learning from one another. Finn's journey was not without challenges. He encountered a vast, shadowy chasm that seemed impossible to cross. The chasm whispered doubts and fears, its depths echoing with the voices of uncertainty. Finn felt a tremor of hesitation, but with Lila's encouragement and Thistle's steady wisdom, he realized that the key to overcoming the chasm lay not in strength, but in trust and belief in himself. Taking a deep breath, Finn closed his eyes and stepped forward, letting go of his doubts. To his amazement, the chasm transformed into a path of shimmering light, guiding him safely across. It was then he understood that true journeys begin within, and the greatest magic lies in the courage to embrace the unknown. With newfound wisdom, Finn returned to his village, carrying with him the lessons of his extraordinary adventure. The shoes now resting by his bedside were a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to dream. And though Finn continued his work as a cobbler, he shared his tales with those who visited his shop, inspiring them to embark on journeys of their own. In the warmth of his shop, beside the crackling fireplace, Finn's stories wove a tapestry of enchantment and wonder. The villagers listened, their hearts kindled by the gentle glow of possibility, knowing that within the ordinary lay the seeds of the extraordinary. And so, under the light of 1,000 stars, Finn's village slumbered peacefully, cradled in the embrace of dreams, where every step held the promise of discovery, and every heart carried the spark of magic. Story 12. In a forest where the whisper of leaves carries secrets older than time, and the dappled sunlight dances like fairies upon the forest floor, there nestled a hidden realm, known only to those who listened with their hearts. This was a place where the natural world thrived in harmonious balance, where every creature, from the tiniest ant to the mightiest bear, played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. As dawn broke over the canopy, the forest awoke in a symphony of bird calls and the gentle rustle of awakening leaves. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and a light mist clung to the ground, softening the edges of the world. In this enchanting place lived a wise old owl named Orin, who had seen many seasons come and go and had learned the secret language of the forest. Orin resided in a grand oak tree, its trunk gnarled and strong, as if carved by the hands of time itself. From his perch he watched over the forest with keen eyes, observing the subtle dance of nature. His feathers were a soft blend of browns and grays, like the forest floor in autumn, and his eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled like stars in the night sky. One fine spring morning, as the forest was awash with the vibrant hues of blooming flowers and the sweet melody of chirruping crickets, Orin noticed something amiss. The river that wound like a silver thread through the forest had begun to slow, its usually lively babble reduced to a mere whisper. The creatures of the forest were concerned, for the river was the lifeblood of their home, weaving through the trees and nourishing the land. Gathering the creatures of the forest, Orin spoke with a voice as smooth as the river stones. "Friends, our river weaves the melody of our lives, and its song grows faint. We must discover why it fades, to restore its harmony in ours." Among the creatures was a fox named Fern, with a coat as fiery as the setting sun and eyes that danced with curiosity. Fern was known for her cleverness and swift paws, and she stepped forward with a determined nod. "I will follow the river's path to its source," she declared, her voice carrying the confidence of youth, tempered with respect for the wisdom of Orin. "Perhaps there we will find what ails our river." With Orin's blessing, Fern set off on her journey, her paws barely making a sound on the soft forest floor. As she traveled, the forest unfolded around her like a story, the scent of wildflowers mingling with the earthy aroma of moss and bark. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows that danced alongside her. Fern's journey took her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was thick with the scent of mystery. Here, she encountered a gentle deer named Lyra, whose eyes were as soft as the morning mist. Lyra had heard the river's song fading, but had been too timid to venture far. "Will you join me, Lyra?" Fern asked, her voice kind and inviting. "Together we may find the courage to face what lies ahead." Lyra nodded, her shyness melting in the warmth of Fern's friendship. Side by side, they continued their quest, their steps in harmony with the rhythm of the forest. As they approached the source of the river, they found themselves in a grove unlike any other. The air shimmered with a magical energy, and the leaves glowed with an otherworldly light. In the center of the grove, nestled among the roots of an ancient willow, lay a small spring. But something was wrong. The flow was obstructed by a tangle of brambles and fallen branches, stifling its song. Fern and Lyra examined the blockage, their hearts heavy with the weight of the task. But they were not alone in their endeavor. A wise turtle named Tarek, whose shell was etched with the lines of countless journeys, emerged from the undergrowth. His slow, deliberate movements spoke of a deep, abiding patience. "We must work together," Tarek advised, his voice as steady as the earth beneath them. "Each of us has a part to play in restoring balance." With Tarek's guidance, they set to work. Fern used her nimble paws to clear away the smaller debris, while Lyra used her gentle strength to shift the heavier branches. Tarek, with his steady perseverance, nudged the brambles aside, revealing the spring beneath. As the last of the obstruction was removed, the water began to flow freely once more, gurgling in joyous relief. The river's song, once a whisper, now rose to a jubilant chorus, echoing through the forest and bringing life to all it touched. With the river restored, the creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate, their hearts light with gratitude. Orin, perched high in his oak tree, looked on with pride. "You have shown that through friendship and wisdom, we can overcome any challenge," he said, his voice resonating with warmth and sincerity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, the creatures settled into a peaceful contentment. The river, its melody vibrant and strong, flowed on, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all worked together. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality entwined, the creatures continued to live in balance with the world around them, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations and the bonds of friendship that wove their lives together like an unbreakable tapestry. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the forest fell into a gentle slumber, cradled by the soothing lullaby of the river. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak, Orin watched over his home, knowing that the secrets of the forest would always be safe in the hands of those who listened with their hearts. And so, dear reader, may you too find the wisdom of the forest within you, and let it guide you through the challenges of life with kindness, courage, and a spirit of unity. Sleep well under the stars with the comforting knowledge that harmony is always within reach. Story 13. In the far reaches of a galaxy where stardust twinkled like a scattering of diamonds across a velvet sky, there existed a little-known solar system called Athera. Within this system orbited two planets of contrasting natures: Verdantia, a lush, emerald world teeming with life and vibrant jungles, and Siron, a cold, crystalline planet blanketed in shimmering snow and glaciers. From these two worlds came our unlikely companions. From Verdantia there was Kalin, a gentle being of the Verdantian species, whose skin shimmered with the hues of the forest, and whose hair flowed like streams of light through the canopy. Verdantians were known for their deep connection to nature, their every step leaving trails of blooming flowers, and their voices resonating with the rustle of leaves. From Siron came Nor, a being as cool as the ice from which they hailed. Nors were crystalline entities, their bodies refracting light into a spectrum of colors, with eyes as clear as the most immaculate ice. They communicated through harmonious chimes that echoed like the gentle tinkling of icicles in the wind. Their meeting was not of their own choosing, but rather a twist of fate. Both had been selected as representatives by their respective planets for the Intergalactic Symposium of Harmony, a gathering of diverse beings aimed at fostering peace and understanding across the universe. It was a grand event held on the neutral moon of Serenus, a serene place with landscapes that gently blended every imaginable biome. The symposium began with the usual fanfare, delegates mingling and exchanging pleasantries. Kalin, with their vibrant presence, found themselves at the center of a group, sharing tales of Verdantia's living forests and harmonious ecosystems. Nor, on the other hand, remained at a distance, their crystalline form casting prismatic reflections against the moon's soft light, observing the proceedings with a reserved curiosity. Their paths crossed unexpectedly during a demonstration of biomes on Serenus. Keelan, eager to explore a simulated winter landscape they'd never experienced, wandered into the icy domain. The cold bit sharply into their verdant skin, and their usual exuberance was quickly tempered by the unfamiliar chill. It was here they first encountered Nor, who moved effortlessly through the frost, their presence a natural part of the wintry tableau. Kalin, attempting to be courteous, greeted Nor with a warm smile, extending a hand in the Verdantian fashion. However, the cold atmosphere caused a misunderstanding. Nor, unfamiliar with Verdantian customs, perceived the gesture as an intrusion into their personal space. They responded with a melodic yet defensive chime that resonated through the air. Taken aback, Keelan retracted their hand, feeling a sting of embarrassment. "I'm sorry," they murmured, their voice barely rising above the whisper of the wind. "I didn't mean to offend." Nor's crystalline eyes softened, and they chimed a softer note of understanding. "No offense taken. It's just different," they replied, their voice ringing like a distant bell. "We are not accustomed to such warmth." Despite the initial misunderstanding, the encounter sparked a curiosity in both beings. Over the following days, they found themselves drawn together, each intrigued by the other's world and customs. Nor was fascinated by Kalen's tales of vibrant jungles and symbiotic relationships within nature, while Kalen was mesmerized by Nor's descriptions of the serene beauty and tranquility of Siron's icy landscapes. As the symposium progressed, a challenge arose that required all delegates to cooperate as a unified group. A sudden meteor shower threatened to disrupt the moon's delicate ecosystems, and the delegates had to devise a plan to shield Serenus from harm. It was a daunting task that required both ingenuity and collaboration. Kalin and Nor were assigned to a team tasked with devising a protective barrier using both Verdantian and Sironian technologies. Initially, their approaches seemed at odds. Kalen suggested weaving a shield of living vines that could grow and adapt, while Nor proposed an energy field of refracted light, stable and enduring. Frustration bubbled as they struggled to reconcile their methods, but as they worked side by side, they began to appreciate the strengths in each other's ideas. Kalen saw the beauty in Nor's crystalline clarity and precision, while Nor admired the resilience and adaptability of Kalen's organic designs. In a moment of inspiration, they realized the solution lay in combining their approaches. With mutual respect guiding their hands, they crafted a barrier that harnessed the living energy of Verdantian flora, reinforced by the crystalline structure of Cyronian light. The result was a shimmering, vibrant shield that resonated with both life and light, standing strong against the celestial storm. Their success forged a bond between them deeper than any they had known. In the quiet aftermath, as the stars once again twinkled peacefully above Serenus, Kalen and Nor found themselves sitting together, sharing a moment of reflection. "Thank you," Nor chimed softly, their voice gentle like a lullaby. "Your warmth has taught me much." "And your clarity has shown me new perspectives," Kalen replied, their voice a soft rustle like leaves in a gentle breeze. As they returned to their respective planets, they carried with them not just the accolades of their success, but the warmth of a friendship born from understanding and respect. Their story became a beacon across the universe, a reminder that even the most different of beings could find harmony through the simple acts of listening and learning from one another. And so, under the vast canopy of the universe, Kalen and Nor's friendship blossomed, a testament to the power of connection across worlds. As stars whispered their age-old stories to the night, the galaxy held them close, cradling their newfound bond in its endless embrace. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was forever sweet with the scent of pine and damp earth, life thrived in a harmonious symphony. This was a place where the whispers of the trees mingled with the soft patter of rain upon their leaves, a realm where the creatures of the forest lived in an intricate balance that had been nurtured over countless generations. In this enchanted forest, nestled beneath the sprawling boughs of a colossal oak, lived a wise old owl named Sylvan. His feathers were a patchwork of silvery gray and soft brown, and his eyes held the deep, soothing glow of amber. Sylvan had seen many seasons come and go, each bringing with it its own magical phenomena, and he had learned the delicate ways in which the forest maintained its balance. One crisp autumn evening, as a gentle breeze rustled the golden leaves, Sylvan noticed a peculiar gathering beneath the moonlit canopy. Creatures from all corners of the forest had come together, from the nimble-footed deer to the curious foxes, and even the smallest shrews. They were drawn by an unspoken understanding, an ancient call that resonated with every living thing in the forest. Sylvan, with the wisdom of ages etched into his very being, knew that the gathering was in response to a rare event, the dance of the aurora, a celestial display that graced the sky only once every few decades. It was said that during this time, the forest's magic was at its peak, and the balance of nature could be seen in its most vibrant form. As the creatures settled into a quiet hush, the sky began to shimmer with ribbons of emerald and violet light, casting a gentle glow over the forest floor. The leaves seemed to whisper secrets to one another, and the air hummed with a soft, melodious energy. It was a spectacle of serene beauty, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Amidst the gathering, a young squirrel named Bramble watched in awe. Her fur was a russet red, flecked with the colors of the autumn leaves, and her eyes shone with curiosity. Though she was small, her heart was filled with a deep love for her home and an unyielding desire to understand the world around her. Bramble turned to Sylvan, who perched quietly on a low-hanging branch. "Sylvan," she whispered, "what makes the dance of the aurora so special? Why does it only come every so often?" Sylvan ruffled his feathers thoughtfully, his voice as calming as the rustling leaves. "The aurora is a gift from the universe, Bramble. It is a reminder of the cycles of life and the magic that flows through everything. It shows us the importance of balance, not only in the forest but in our hearts as well." Bramble pondered these words, her mind alight with wonder. She watched as the rays of light wove their way through the branches, painting the forest in ethereal hues. "How do we keep this balance, Sylvan? What if something goes wrong?" The wise owl smiled softly, a gentle warmth in his gaze. We keep balance through understanding and respect, dear Bramble. Every creature, every tree, every drop of rain has a role to play. We listen to each other, learn from one another, and lend a helping hand when needed. That is how we maintain harmony. As the aurora continued its celestial dance, the creatures of the forest began to share their stories, tales of challenges faced and friendships forged. The deer spoke of their journey through the changing seasons, while the foxes recounted their playful adventures. Even the smallest shrew, who was often overlooked, shared a tale of bravery and kindness. Bramble listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She realized that the forest was not just a collection of trees and creatures, but a living, breathing entity, held together by the bonds of friendship and the wisdom passed down through generations. As the night wore on, the aurora slowly faded from the sky, leaving behind a sense of peace and renewal. The creatures began to disperse, returning to their homes with hearts full of gratitude and hope. Before Bramble scampered back to her cozy nest high in the trees, she turned to Sylvan one last time. "Thank you, Sylvan, for your wisdom. I promise to do my part in keeping our forest in balance." Sylvan nodded, a twinkle in his eye. "Remember, Bramble, the magic of our forest lies within each of us. Cherish it, nurture it, and it will always guide you home." And with that, Bramble bounded away, her heart light with the knowledge that she was part of something magical, something greater than herself. The forest in all its splendor would continue to thrive, its balance maintained through the gentle wisdom of its inhabitants and the enchanting dance of the seasons. In the heart of that ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, life went on in its gentle rhythm, a testament to the enduring harmony of nature. And so, under the watchful gaze of the wise old owl and the shimmering light of the stars, the forest remained a sanctuary of peace and wonder for generations to come. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the leaves and laughter of brooks harmonized with the rustling of the trees, there lay the village of Tiddlewink. Tiddlewink was no ordinary village. It was a place where flowers giggled when tickled by the breeze, and the clouds often paused mid-drift to listen to the melodies of the land below. In this enchanting village lived a peculiar array of characters, each more delightful than the last. Among them was Marigold Bumble, a sprightly little woman with hair as golden as the rays of dawn and a laugh that could coax the grumpiest of owls into a hoot of joy. Marigold had a penchant for collecting forgotten dreams, which she stored in colorful jars that lined the shelves of her cozy crooked cottage. Marigold's closest friend was Thistle, a wise old rabbit who wore spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose. Thistle was renowned for his ability to solve the most perplexing of puzzles, often retreating into his burrow to ponder over a particularly tricky conundrum before emerging with a triumphant twitch of his whiskers. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the petals and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, Tiddlewink awoke to an unusual predicament. The problem announced itself with a series of peculiar pops and a shower of shimmering, iridescent bubbles that floated up from the center of the village. The bubbles were not ordinary bubbles. Each one contained a snippet of a forgotten melody, a musical note that, when released, would fill the air with a snatch of song. At first, the villagers found this delightful, as the bubbles bobbed gently above their heads, releasing snatches of old lullabies and jaunty reels. But soon, the bubbles began to multiply, their numbers growing until the entire village was engulfed in a soft, humming haze of music. Marigold, with her eyes twinkling with curiosity, called upon Thistle. Together they set off to discover the source of this unexpected symphony. As they meandered through the village, they were joined by Pippin, a tiny, winged hedgehog who loved nothing more than a good adventure. Pippin flitted about, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in his wake, his enthusiasm infectious. Their journey led them to the village square, where they discovered the cause of the bubble-born melodies. At the center of a curious crowd stood a peculiar contraption, all gears and levers and brightly painted wood. It was the work of Tinker Tom, the village's inventive but absent-minded tinkerer, who had intended to create a device to capture the essence of music and store it for rainy days. However, in his eagerness, Tinker Tom had miscalibrated a crucial component, causing the contraption to spew an endless stream of musical bubbles. The villagers, while charmed at first, now found themselves struggling to communicate over the constant overlapping songs. Marigold clapped her hands in delight, seeing the potential for fun even in the midst of chaos. "Why, this is wonderful, Tom, but perhaps we can find a way to control the flow so the music can be enjoyed one note at a time," she suggested. Thistle adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. "Indeed, there must be a way to harness this harmony," he mused, tapping a paw against his chin. Together, the trio of friends set to work, with Pippin darting in and out, fetching tools and offering cheerful encouragement. As they tinkered and tweaked, the villagers gathered around, their initial frustration giving way to curiosity and excitement. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, bathing the village in hues of rose and amber, Marigold had a flash of inspiration. "What if we use these?" she exclaimed, reaching into her satchel and pulling out a handful of her dream jars, each one glimmering with captured starlight. With Thistle's guidance, they inserted the jars into the contraption, allowing them to filter and organize the music. As they worked, Pippin sprinkled a pinch of his sparkling dust over the machine, adding an extra touch of magic. Slowly, the cacophony of overlapping tunes began to transform into a gentle, harmonious symphony. The bubbles still floated, but now they burst one by one, releasing a single, sweet note into the evening air. The villagers, all gathered in the square, listened in awe as the music wove an enchanting tapestry of sound that filled the night with warmth and wonder. Tinker Tom, who had been watching with wide eyes, broke into a broad grin. "You've done it! You've turned my muddle into a masterpiece!" he exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Marigold, Thistle, and Pippin beamed with pride, their hearts swelling with the joy of friendship and creativity. The villagers joined hands and began to dance, their laughter ringing out like the chime of silver bells. As the stars twinkled above and the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the music played on, each note a reminder of the beauty that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And as the last bubble drifted up into the night, the villagers of Tiddlewink knew they would always remember the day when their village became a symphony of magic and dreams. With hearts full and spirits light, they returned to their homes, comforted by the knowledge that in Tiddlewink anything was possible when friends came together with love and imagination. And so, with the gentle strains of music still humming in the air, they drifted into happy dreams, their minds full of wonder and their souls at peace. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the canopy of trees rustled like a soft lullaby, there nestled a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village was unlike any other, for it was touched by a gentle magic that made flowers bloom in winter and fireflies dance in the daylight. The villagers often enjoyed telling stories about the enchanted happenings around them. But one tale was whispered with particular curiosity, the tale of the vanishing moonbeams. It all began one crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the central bonfire to share stories and warmth. The night sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, and the full moon shone down like a watchful guardian. However, as the hours passed, the moon's glow began to wane, not as part of its usual cycle, but more as if it were being gently plucked from the sky. Lila, a thoughtful young girl with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the night sky, was the first to notice. "Look!" she exclaimed, pointing upwards, her voice filled with a mixture of wonder and concern. "The moonbeams are fading." The villagers murmured among themselves, puzzled and intrigued. It was then that Elder Thistle, the wise and kind-hearted leader of Willowbrook, stepped forward. His silver beard gleamed in the firelight, and his eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many years. "Fear not, my friends," he said in his soothing melodic voice. "There is surely an explanation, and together we shall uncover it." Elder Thistle suggested that they form a small group to investigate the strange occurrence. Lila eagerly volunteered, her heart filled with the spirit of adventure. She was joined by her best friend Finn, a clever boy with a talent for noticing the unnoticed, and Misty, a gentle forest sprite who had a special connection with the natural world. As the trio set off into the forest, The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, casting gentle shadows that danced around them like playful spirits. Their first stop was Moonlit Lake, a serene body of water that mirrored the sky above. The lake was known for its magical properties, often reflecting the moon's glow even on the darkest nights. But tonight, its surface was unusually dull, almost as if it were in mourning. Misty flitted to the edge of the water, her wings shimmering like gossamer in the starlight. "There's something amiss here," she whispered, her voice as delicate as a breeze. "The lake is usually so full of life." Finn knelt beside the lake, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. He noticed a trail of silvery sparkles leading away from the water's edge, disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Look at this," he said, pointing to the trail. "It's almost as if the moonbeams themselves have left a path for us to follow." With renewed determination, the trio followed the trail through the forest, their footsteps soft and sure. The deeper they ventured, the more they noticed small, curious signs: an owl hooting in an unusual rhythm, a cluster of glowing mushrooms that pulsed like a heartbeat, and the gentle hum of an unseen melody that seemed to guide them onward. Finally, they arrived at a hidden glade, bathed in ethereal light. In the center of the glade stood a tall, ancient tree, its bark covered in swirling patterns that seemed to shift and move as if alive. At its base sat a curious creature, a moonbeam weaver. The moonbeam weaver was a gentle being, with long, flowing hair that shimmered like strands of moonlight, and eyes that held the secrets of the universe. It was busily weaving threads of light into the fabric of the night, its delicate fingers dancing with grace and precision. "Welcome, young ones," the weaver spoke, its voice a harmonious blend of music and whisper. "I see you have followed the moonbeams to my sanctuary." Lila stepped forward, her heart brimming with curiosity and respect. "We noticed the moonbeams were disappearing from our village," she explained. "We came to find out why." The weaver smiled, a gentle glow emanating from its being. "Ah, the moonbeams. They have not disappeared, but rather they have been called here to mend the fabric of the night. A small tear had formed, and I needed their light to repair it." Finn, ever observant, nodded in understanding. "So it was a necessary thing, and not something to fear," he said thoughtfully. "Precisely," the weaver replied, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Sometimes, what seems like a loss is merely a part of a greater cycle of renewal." With the mystery resolved, the trio thanked the moonbeam weaver for its wisdom and guidance. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, they felt a deep sense of peace and understanding, knowing that the world was full of wonders and mysteries, each with its own purpose and meaning. When they returned to the village, Elder Thistle greeted them warmly by the crackling fire. "What did you discover, dear ones?" he asked, his voice a gentle caress. Lila, Finn, and Misty shared their adventure with the villagers, telling of the moonbeam weaver and its task of mending the night. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the tale of wisdom and friendship. And so the story of the vanishing moonbeams became a cherished legend in Willowbrook, a reminder of the gentle magic that surrounded them and the importance of seeking understanding in the face of mystery. As the villagers drifted off to sleep, the moon shone brightly once more, its beams bathing the village in a soft, comforting glow. The whispering woods fell silent, wrapped in the embrace of night, as dreams carried the villagers to lands of wonder and peace. Story 17. In a secluded nook of the ancient sylvanwood forest, where towering trees whispered secrets of old and the air shimmered with the faint glow of hidden enchantments, there lived a community of creatures who understood the delicate balance of nature. This forest was no ordinary woodland, for here, the boundaries between the mundane and the magical blurred, creating a haven where nature thrived in its most wondrous forms. Beneath the emerald canopy, where sunlight filtered through leaves in dapples of gold, there was a gentle creature named Brindle. Brindle was a wise and thoughtful hare, whose fur bore the colors of autumn foliage, blending seamlessly with the forest floor. He was known throughout Sylvanwood for his deep knowledge of the forest's secrets, passed down through generations of his kin. One crisp morning, as the mist rose like silvery breath from the earth, Brindle hopped along a familiar path, his keen eyes alert to the subtle changes in the forest. The air was tinged with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves sang a quiet melody. It was a season of transition, where summer's warmth lingered in the afternoons, but the evenings carried the first whispers of autumn's chill. As Brindle paused to nibble on some tender clover, he noticed something unusual. The vibrant song of the brook that danced through the forest seemed muted, its usual sparkle dulled. Frowning, Brindle continued his journey to the heart of the forest, where he hoped to consult with the wise elder, Wisp, a grand owl with plumage like moonlit snow. Wisp resided in a hollow oak whose branches reached high into the azure sky. When Brindle arrived, he found Wisp perched on a low branch, eyes closed in contemplation. Brindle cleared his throat softly, and Wisp's eyes opened, twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Ah, young Brindle!" Wisp hooted softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to my boughs this fine morning?" Brindle explained his concern about the brook, his anxiety woven into each word like threads of a tapestry. Wisp listened patiently, nodding his head in understanding. When Brindle finished, Wisp spread his great wings and fluttered down to the forest floor, his presence both comforting and wise. "The forest speaks, dear Brindle," Wisp began, "and it is in these subtle shifts that we find the lessons it offers. The brook's song changes with the seasons, just as the leaves turn and the winds shift." Brindle nodded, but his heart still felt heavy with concern. "But what if the balance is disturbed, Wisp? What if the brook dries up and the forest's harmony is lost?" Wisp blinked slowly, his eyes a deep well of wisdom. "Then we must seek the source of the imbalance and restore it. The forest is resilient, but it needs our guardianship." With Wisp's words echoing in his mind, Brindle set off once more, determined to uncover the reason for the brook's silence. As he traveled deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the shadows longer, creating a tapestry of light and dark that danced across the forest floor. It wasn't long before Brindle encountered a squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was as russet as the autumn leaves. Pippin was known for his curiosity and keen sense of adventure, always eager to explore the hidden nooks of Sylvanwood. "Brindle!" Pippin chattered excitedly, scampering down a trunk to meet him. "What brings you so far from your warren?" Brindle explained his quest to Pippin, who listened with wide, attentive eyes. "I heard there's a peculiar mist rising near the brook," Pippin offered. "Perhaps that's where we should start." With Pippin's guidance, the two friends made their way to the brook, following the sound of its gentle gurgle, now a mere whisper. As they approached, they noticed the mist Pippin had mentioned, a silvery blanket that hovered above the water, shimmering with an ethereal light. Brindle and Pippin stepped cautiously into the mist, feeling its cool touch against their fur. The world around them seemed to shift, the colors deepening and the air tingling with magic. It was here, in this enchanted space, that they discovered a small, translucent figure, a water sprite, dancing sorrowfully along the brook's edge. The sprite, whose form seemed woven from moonbeams and raindrops, paused in her dance, sensing their presence. Her eyes, a clear blue like the summer sky, met Brindle's, and she spoke in a voice as soft as a breeze over still waters. "Why do you weep, dear sprite?" Brindle asked gently, his heart aching at her sorrow. "The brook's spirit is fading," the sprite replied, her voice a delicate whisper. "The ancient stone that anchors its magic has shifted, and the flow of life is disrupted." Understanding dawned on Brindle, and he turned to Pippin. "We must find this stone and restore it," he said with determination. Pippin nodded enthusiastically, his tail twitching with excitement. "Let's not waste another moment." Together, the trio ventured upstream, the sprite guiding them with her graceful movements. As they journeyed, the forest seemed to hold its breath, watching the unfolding quest with silent anticipation. The brook's path led them to a hidden glen, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. At the center of the glen lay the ancient stone, half buried and askew, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a faint, fading light. The stone, once a vibrant source of magical energy, now languished, its power waning. Brindle and Pippin approached the stone with reverence, understanding the gravity of their task. The sprite hovered nearby, her presence a beacon of hope and encouragement. With careful paws, Brindle and Pippin began to nudge the stone back into place, feeling the ancient magic respond to their touch. As they worked, the forest seemed to awaken around them. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a joyful symphony, and the sunlight broke through the canopy in brilliant shafts of gold. The brook's song grew stronger, its melody rising in a crescendo of life and renewal. Finally, with one last concerted effort, the stone settled into its rightful position, and the runes blazed with renewed vigor. The sprite let out a cry of joy, her form glowing with newfound energy as the brook's flow returned to its full, sparkling glory. Brindle and Pippin stepped back, their hearts swelling with pride and relief. The balance of the forest had been restored, and with it, the harmony of Sylvanwood. "Thank you, dear friends," the sprite said, her voice now a song of gratitude. "The forest will remember your kindness, and its magic will flourish once more." With their mission complete, Brindle and Pippin bid farewell to the sprite, who vanished into the mist with a graceful spin. The two friends made their way back through the forest, their steps light and their spirits high. As they reached the edge of the forest where the trees gave way to the open meadow, Brindle paused, taking a moment to reflect on the day's events. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the land. "What a day!" Pippin sighed contentedly, flopping onto the soft grass. "I never knew the forest held so many wonders." Brindle smiled, his heart full of gratitude for the friends in the forest that surrounded him. "The forest is a tapestry of life, woven with threads of magic and nature. We are its guardians, Pippin, and together we will ensure its stories continue to be told." With that, Brindle and Pippin lay back on the grass watching as the first stars appeared in the twilight sky. The forest, once again in harmony, sang its gentle lullaby, and the two friends drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that they had helped preserve the balance of their beloved Sylvanwood forest. And so, the night embraced them, wrapping them in a cocoon of serenity and dreams, where the ancient tales of the forest whispered softly, promising new adventures and wonder with each new dawn. Story 18, The Whispering Glade. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and their leaves formed a dense canopy above, there lay a hidden glade known only to those who listened carefully to the whispering winds. This glade was not marked on any map, nor was it spoken of in any tales told to children before bed. It was a place of serenity and magic, where the air hummed with a quiet, mysterious energy. The sun was setting, casting long, golden rays through the trees, and painting the forest floor with dappled light and shadow. Somewhere in this vast expanse of green, a young girl named Marin walked quietly along a narrow path, her bare feet brushing against the soft moss. Marin was known for her curiosity and kindness, traits that often led her on adventures far beyond the safety of her village. Marin's eyes were drawn to every fluttering leaf and every chirping cricket. She loved the forest, with its symphony of sounds and its ever-changing palette of colors. Today her heart was set on finding something magical. She had heard the elders speak in hushed tones of a place deep within the woods where one could hear the whispers of the world, and today she felt a pull she could not ignore. As she ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The air grew cooler, and the scent of pine and earth became more pronounced. The path narrowed until it was merely a suggestion between the towering trunks of ancient trees. Marin paused, listening intently. It was then she heard it, a soft, melodic whisper carried by the breeze, like a secret being passed from leaf to leaf. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her heart beating in time with the gentle cadence of the whispers. The trees seemed to lean in, guiding her forward until she stepped into a clearing bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. This was the Whispering Glade. In the center of the glade stood a tree unlike any other. It was enormous, with a trunk so wide that 10 people holding hands could not encircle it. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and its branches stretched towards the sky, adorned with leaves that shimmered with an ethereal light. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small, delicate flower that seemed to glow with a luminescent hue. Marin approached the flower, drawn by its gentle light. As she knelt beside it, she could hear the whispers more clearly now. They were not mere sounds, but words, spoken in a language that resonated with her soul. The flower was the source of the whispers, and they spoke of wisdom, of the interconnectedness of all things, and of the magic that lay hidden in the world. As she listened, Marin felt a sense of peace wash over her. The worries and fears she carried with her seemed to dissolve, replaced by a deep understanding of her place in the world. She realized that this glade, this magical place, was not just a destination, but a journey in itself, a journey of the heart and mind. Marin spent what felt like hours in the glade, though time seemed to stand still in the presence of such magic. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the clearing, she knew it was time to return to her village. But she was not the same girl who had ventured into the forest. She had been changed by her encounter with the glade and with the wisdom it had imparted. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin gently touched the flower, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips. She whispered a silent promise to return, to listen and learn from the whispers that had taught her so much. As she turned to leave, the glade seemed to shimmer with approval, the whispers growing softer, as if to say goodbye. The journey back to the village was filled with reflection. The forest, which had seemed so vast and mysterious before, now felt like an old friend, each rustle of leaves and chirp of insects a reminder of the magical world she had discovered. When Marin finally emerged from the trees, she found her village bathed in the soft light of dawn. Her heart was light, her mind clear, and she knew that she carried with her the wisdom of the whispering glade. She had learned that the world was full of magic, if only one took the time to listen and understand. In the days that followed, Marin shared her experience with the villagers, not through words but through actions. She was kinder, more patient, and her eyes shone with a newfound understanding. The villagers noticed the change and, though they did not know the source, they were inspired by her gentle wisdom. As the seasons passed, Marin often returned to the forest, drawn again and again to the glade and its whispers. She learned to listen to the world around her, to seek the hidden magic in everyday life. And in doing so, she discovered that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, profound connections between all living things. The Whispering Glade remained a secret known only to Marin, a place of solace and learning. It was her sanctuary, a reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. And though she never spoke of it to others, she carried its whispers in her heart, sharing its wisdom with the world in every act of kindness and every word of understanding. In time, Marin grew older, and her stories of the forest and its wonders inspired many in her village. Children with curious hearts would venture into the woods, hoping to find their own magical places and hear their own whispers of wisdom. And so, the magic of the Whispering Glade lived on, not just in Marin, but in the hearts of all who dared to listen and believe in the gentle whispers of the world. As the years passed, the glade remained a beacon of hope and understanding, a testament to the power of listening, of learning, and of the deep, unbreakable bonds of friendship and wisdom that connect us all. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering oaks and whispering pines stretched their limbs toward an azure sky, there existed a hidden realm known as the Sylvan Glade. It was a place where the natural world and magic intertwined, creating an enchanted haven for creatures both known and hidden. Here, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves spoke in soft, comforting tones. The Sylvan Glade was governed by the rhythms of nature, each season bringing its own magic. Spring arrived on the wings of gentle breezes, sprinkling the earth with dewdrops that glistened like diamonds. Summer followed with its golden warmth, painting the forest in shades of emerald and sapphire. Autumn brushed the trees with strokes of amber and crimson, while winter draped the land in a shimmering quilt of snow, each flake a tiny miracle of artistry. Among the denizens of this mystical woodland was a wise and gentle tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of earthen hues, each curve and crevice telling stories of time and wisdom. He was known throughout the forest for his deep understanding of the world and for the kindness that radiated from his every action. Thistle was the keeper of the glade's ancient knowledge, passed down through generations in a lineage as old as the forest itself. One serene morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Thistle was approached by a delicate fawn named Fern. Fern's eyes were wide with curiosity and concern, for she had witnessed something unusual. "Thistle," she began, her voice as soft as the petals of a lily, "I have noticed that the river's song has changed. Its waters seem restless, and I fear something is amiss." Thistle nodded, his gaze thoughtful and serene. "The river is the lifeblood of our glade," he replied in his deep, soothing voice. "It is wise to heed its messages. Come, let us journey to its banks and listen to what it has to say." Together, Thistle and Fern made their way through the forest, the path beneath their feet carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the distant melody of birdsong, creating a symphony of nature's harmony. As they approached the river, they could hear its troubled murmur, the usual gentle babble now a dissonant refrain. Kneeling by the water's edge, Thistle reached out with a weathered forepaw, feeling the cool flow of the river against his skin. "The river speaks of imbalance," he murmured, closing his eyes to better hear the whispers within the current. "There is a disturbance upstream, and it is up to us to restore harmony." With Fern by his side, Thistle set off on a journey along the river's course. They passed through sun-dappled glades and shadowy groves, each step revealing the forest's hidden wonders. The ground beneath them was alive with the scuttle of beetles and the dance of butterflies, while overhead, the canopy swayed in a gentle, rhythmic dance. As they reached the source of the river, a small spring nestled among moss-covered rocks, they discovered the cause of the river's distress. A great tree, weakened by age and storms, had fallen across the spring, obstructing the flow of water. The river, unable to sing its full joyful song, was trapped in a dissonant struggle. Fern looked to Thistle, her eyes filled with concern. "What can we do, wise Thistle?" she asked, her voice a melody of hope and worry. Thistle pondered for a moment, the lines of wisdom etched into his shell catching the light. "We must call upon the help of our friends," he decided. "It is through unity and collaboration that we can restore balance." Fern nodded, understanding the importance of community. Together, they called upon the creatures of the forest. The birds carried messages through the treetops, while the squirrels and rabbits spread the word along the forest floor. Soon, a gathering of animals had assembled, their eyes bright with determination and camaraderie. The beavers, with their skilled paws and sharp teeth, began to carefully dismantle the fallen tree, while the deer and bears used their strength to clear the debris. The birds sang encouragement from above, their voices a chorus of unity and hope. Thistle and Fern supervised the effort, their hearts filled with gratitude for the forest's resilience and the bonds of friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the last remnants of the fallen tree were removed. The river, freed from its burden, resumed its melodic flow, the water gleaming like liquid silver under the moonlight. A gentle breeze stirred through the glade, carrying the scent of victory and renewal. With the river's harmony restored, the sylvan glade returned to its peaceful state. The creatures gathered around Thistle, their eyes reflecting the gratitude and warmth of the forest itself. "Thank you, dear friends." Thistle spoke, his voice a gentle caress. "It is through our shared wisdom and friendship that we have achieved this harmony. Let us remember that we are all stewards of this precious balance." As the night deepened and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures of the forest settled into their nests and burrows. The lullaby of the river wove through the trees, soothing all who listened with its gentle promise of tranquility. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality embraced, the sylvan glade thrived once more. Its creatures, guided by wisdom and friendship, lived in harmony with the land, each day a testament to the beauty of unity and the enduring power of nature's gentle touch. Story 20. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the streams chuckled as they flowed over smooth stones, there was a quaint little village known as Starship. This village was unique, for it was nestled within a ring of shimmering mushroom lights that glowed gently each night, creating a comforting blanket of luminescence that kept the darkness at bay. In Starship lived a young girl named Mabel, whose curiosity was as boundless as the night sky. Mabel had hair that tumbled like a cascade of autumn leaves, and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Every evening, as the village settled into the embrace of twilight, Mabel would sit by the hearth in her snug little cottage, dreaming of the wonders of the world beyond. One chilly, mist-laden morning, Mabel awoke to find something quite peculiar. The usually steadfast glow of the mushroom ring flickered uncertainly, casting fleeting shadows that danced eerily across the village square. The villagers whispered among themselves, their voices tinged with unease. Without the constant glow, the village felt exposed and vulnerable, as if the night itself were breathing down their necks. Determined to solve this mystery, Mabel donned her warmest cloak, slipped her feet into sturdy boots, and set out to investigate. She wandered through the woods, her senses attuned to the whispers of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth, and the crisp crunch of fallen leaves underfoot accompanied her every step. As she explored deeper into the woods, Mabel stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A circle of mushrooms, much like the one surrounding Starship, lay scattered and upturned, as if a giant had carelessly trod through them. Kneeling to examine the scene, she noticed tiny footprints leading away into a dense thicket. Intrigued, Mabel followed the trail until it led her to a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. There, perched on a smooth stone, was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a small, iridescent being with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. "Greetings, young seeker," the creature chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Leora, the guardian of the forest's secrets." Mabel, though surprised, felt an immediate warmth and trust in Leora's presence. "Hello, Leora," she replied, her voice gentle and curious. "Our village lights are flickering, and I followed the trail here. Do you know what might be causing this?" Leora's eyes twinkled knowingly. "Ah, the lights of your village are woven with the magic of these woods. But lately, the balance has been disturbed. A family of mischievous sprites has taken to rearranging the mushrooms, thinking it a delightful game." Mabel pondered this for a moment. "Is there a way to restore the balance and keep the sprites from their mischief?" Leora nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Sprites are playful but can be reasoned with. They adore the sound of music and the glow of stories told under the moonlight. Perhaps if you were to share a tale with them, they might understand the importance of the mushrooms and let them be." With a plan forming in her mind, Mabel thanked Leora and hurried back to Starship. That evening, as the village gathered around the flickering ring, Mabel spoke up. "Let us invite the sprites to join us in song and story," she suggested, her voice bright with hope. The villagers nodded, their hearts warmed by Mabel's courage and kindness. They gathered instruments and lanterns, creating a circle of melody and light. As the music rose into the night air, the sprites emerged, their laughter like the tinkling of crystal chimes. Mabel spun a tale of friendship and harmony, of creatures who lived in balance with the world around them. Her voice wove a tapestry of words that danced with the notes of the villagers' song. The sprites, enchanted by the narrative, listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. As Mabel's story drew to a close, the sprites, moved by her words, fluttered down to the mushroom ring. With delicate hands, they carefully rearranged the mushrooms, restoring the steady glow that had once surrounded Starship. The village sighed as one, relief and joy mingling in the cool night air. The lights shone brightly once more, a beacon of peace and unity. The sprites, now understanding the importance of their playful antics, promised to respect the balance and visit only to join in song and story. With the mystery resolved and the village safe once more, Mabel felt a sense of fulfillment and warmth. She returned to her cozy cottage, the crackling fire welcoming her home. As she nestled into her bed, the soft glow of the mushrooms outside her window cast gentle patterns on the walls, lulling her into a peaceful sleep. And so, under the watchful gaze of the shimmering lights, Starship continued to thrive, its heart beating in time with the magic of the whispering woods. Mabel's tale became a cherished memory, a reminder that even the smallest voice can light the way through the darkest of nights. The end. Story 21. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young boy named Finn. He had a mop of curly hair that seemed to dance with the breeze, and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on grass. Finn was a curious soul, always wandering the meadows and woods, seeking the stories that nature had to tell. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves painted the ground in hues of gold and crimson, Finn stumbled upon something peculiar. At the heart of an ancient oak grove lay a small, unassuming wooden box. It was deeply embedded into the earth, as though it had been there for centuries, waiting patiently for someone like Finn to discover it. The box was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, and a delicate warmth seemed to emanate from its surface. With a gentle tug, Finn lifted the box into his hands. As he opened it, a soft glow emerged, wrapping him in a comforting light. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a simple wooden spoon. It appeared ordinary at first glance, but Finn felt a tingle of magic as he touched it. He knew at once that this was no ordinary spoon. It was a spoon of whispers, a relic from times long past, with the ability to reveal the hidden thoughts and desires of the heart. Finn's heart raced with excitement, for he had always believed that every object had a story to tell. And now, he held within his grasp a tool that could uncover those stories. His mind buzzed with possibilities, and he decided to embark on a journey to discover the secrets of his village and its people. His first stop was the cottage of Granny Willow, the village's wise elder. Her garden was a tapestry of vibrant blooms, and her home was filled with the sweet scent of herbs and baked goods. As Finn approached, he found Granny Willow seated by the window, her knitting needles clicking rhythmically. "Ah, young Finn," she greeted with a warm smile. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" Finn hesitated for a moment, then showed her the spoon. "I found this in the woods, Granny Willow. I think it can tell us things, reveal what lies beneath." Granny Willow chuckled, her eyes twinkling with delight. "Ah, the spoon of whispers. I remember tales of such a thing from my youth. It is said to bring understanding and peace to those who listen." With Granny Willow's encouragement, Finn decided to use the spoon to help the villagers with their unspoken wishes. He spent the next few days visiting his neighbors, offering to unveil the stories they held within their hearts. One day he met Lila, the shy baker with flour-dusted hands and a gentle voice like the rustling of leaves. Though her pastries were the talk of the village, Lila secretly longed to learn the art of music. The spoon revealed her heart's hidden song, and with Finn's encouragement, she began to play the flute she had long kept hidden. Her music soon became as beloved as her bread, bringing joy to all who heard it. Finn also met Tomas, the blacksmith's apprentice, with a heart as warm as the forge's fire. Though he worked tirelessly shaping iron, Tomas dreamed of painting the world with colors instead. Through the spoon, Finn helped Tomas embrace his passion, and soon the village was adorned with vibrant murals that celebrated the beauty of everyday life. As Finn continued his journey, he realized that the true magic of the spoon was not in revealing secrets, but in fostering understanding and connection. With each story uncovered, the bonds between the villagers grew stronger, and a sense of peace settled over the community. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Finn sat by the little stream that meandered through the fields. The spoon of whispers lay beside him, its wood warmed by the day's adventures. He listened to the gentle babble of the water and reflected on his own journey. The boy had set out to uncover secrets, but he had found something more profound, the power of listening with an open heart. He realized that everyone, no matter how ordinary they might seem, held a bit of magic within them, a magic that could transform the world when shared. With a contented sigh, Finn closed his eyes, feeling the soft caress of the evening breeze. Stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, their light reflecting the newfound harmony in the village below. And so, the spoon of whispers, once an ancient relic hidden away, became a cherished tool of friendship and understanding. Finn, the curious boy with a heart full of wonder, had discovered the greatest secret of all, that love and kindness could weave a tapestry of joy and unity, lighting even the darkest corners of the world. As the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn knew that tomorrow would bring new stories and adventures. With a heart full of gratitude, he tucked the spoon safely into his pocket, ready for whatever whispers the new day might bring. Story 22. In the sleepy village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a quaint little shop known to all as the Curiosity Corner. Its owner, Mr. Whittle, was an elderly gentleman with twinkling eyes and a penchant for collecting objects that seemed to hum with stories untold. Among the shelves lined with peculiar trinkets and forgotten treasures, there was one item that always caught the eye of young Lily, a curious girl from the village. This item was a tarnished silver locket, its surface adorned with delicate engravings of stars and swirling vines. Every time Lily visited the shop, she felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the locket had a secret yearning to be discovered. One crisp autumn afternoon, with leaves dancing in the gentle breeze, Lily mustered the courage to ask Mr. Whittle about it. "Ah, the locket of whispers," Mr. Whittle said with a wistful smile, his voice like soft velvet. "It's said to have the power to reveal hidden truths to those with a pure heart." Entranced by his words, Lily asked if she could hold it. Mr. Whittle nodded, placing the locket gently into her open palm. The moment her fingers closed around it, she felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm, filling her with a sense of calm curiosity. With Mr. Whittle's blessing, Lily decided to take the locket on a journey to discover what truths it might reveal. As she stepped out of the shop and into the golden afternoon light, she felt a flutter of excitement, like the wings of 100 butterflies in her chest. Her journey led her to the edge of Willow Grove, where the forest began. The trees there were tall and ancient, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets. As she walked beneath their canopy, she marveled at the play of sunlight filtering through the leaves, painting the forest floor in a tapestry of light and shadow. It wasn't long before she encountered her first helper on this journey, a wise old owl named Oliver. Perched on a low branch with feathers so soft they seemed woven from moonlight, Oliver blinked at Lily with eyes as round and golden as summer suns. "Who?" he said softly. "What brings a bright soul like you to this part of the woods?" Lily, her voice gentle yet filled with determination, explained her quest to discover the locket's secrets. Oliver nodded, ruffling his feathers in approval. "Remember," he hooted, "the locket speaks not to ears but to hearts. Listen closely and it will guide you." With Oliver's advice nestled in her mind, Lily continued deeper into the forest. As evening approached, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, she came upon a small clearing. In its center was a crystal-clear pond, its surface so still it mirrored the world above. Here she met her second companion, a playful squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pippin scampered up to Lily, his eyes bright with mischief and warmth. "Looking for something special?" he chattered, his voice like the rustling of leaves. Lily laughed, nodding as she showed him the locket. Pippin examined it with keen interest, his tiny paws tracing the engravings. "Solve the puzzle of the pond," Pippin suggested, "and perhaps you'll find what you seek." Taking his advice to heart, Lily knelt by the pond's edge. As she gazed into its depths, the locket began to glow softly in her hand, casting shimmering patterns across the water. In that moment, she realized the pond was not merely a reflection of the sky, but a mirror to her own thoughts and feelings. Closing her eyes, Lily turned her focus inward, listening to the quiet whispers of her heart. She thought of her family, her friends, and the simple joys of life in Willow Grove. She realized that the secrets she sought were not hidden in distant lands, but within herself. Her kindness, her curiosity, and her ability to see beauty in the world around her. When she opened her eyes again, the locket felt warm and vibrant, as if alive with newfound energy. The forest around her seemed to breathe with quiet contentment, and she knew she had discovered the locket's truth. As night fell, a gentle silvery moon rose to guide her path back home. Oliver and Pippin accompanied her to the edge of the forest, their presence a comforting reminder of the friends she had made and the wisdom she had gained. Back in Willow Grove, Lily returned to the Curiosity Corner, where Mr. Whittle was waiting with a knowing smile. She placed the locket back on its shelf, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the journey it had taken her on. "Thank you," she whispered, not just to Mr. Whittle, but to the locket, the forest, and the friends she had found along the way. As she turned to leave, the locket glimmered softly in the candlelight, as if acknowledging her discovery. With a heart full of contentment, Lily stepped into the cool night, the stars above twinkling like old companions. guiding her home to a restful sleep filled with dreams of wonder and gentle truths. Story 23. In a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Though her life seemed ordinary on the surface, she possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to breathe life into inanimate objects with her dreams. One night, as Lily drifted off to sleep, she found herself lost in a vivid dream about a forgotten attic filled with dusty treasures. Among the clutter, a tarnished old lamp caught her eye, its once gleaming surface now dull and neglected. As Lily admired the lamp, her fingertips tingled with a warm, magical energy. Suddenly, the lamp began to glow, and a wisp of smoke swirled from its spout, forming the shape of a kindly old man with a bushy mustache and a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "Greetings, young dreamer," the smoke figure said in a wheezy voice. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of this enchanted lamp. For centuries, I have waited for someone pure of heart to awaken my slumbering magic." Lily's eyes grew wide with wonder as Zephyr explained that the lamp possessed the power to grant any wish, but only to those who embarked on a journey of self-discovery. Without hesitation, Lily accepted the challenge, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. With Zephyr as her guide, Lily's dreams transported her to a whimsical realm where ordinary objects came to life. There, she met a quirky crew of helpers, a chatterbox teacup named Chippy, a wise old armchair named Sage, and a mischievous jack-in-the-box named Jingles. Together they embarked on a quest through a maze of enchanted landscapes, each more wondrous than the last. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their wit, courage, and friendship. In a towering garden of living topiaries, they had to solve a series of riddles to unlock the path forward. Chippy's quick thinking and Sage's wealth of knowledge proved invaluable in unraveling the puzzles. In a mystical forest of singing trees, they had to find harmony within themselves to calm the cacophony of melodies and prevent the forest from being consumed by discord. Jingle's playful spirit and Lily's open heart helped them tune into the rhythm of nature. With each obstacle they overcame, Lily grew more confident and resilient, discovering inner strengths she never knew existed. She learned that true magic lies not in possessing extraordinary powers, but in the courage to face one's fears and the compassion to help others. Finally, they reached the heart of the enchanted realm, where the lamp's true power resided, a shimmering pool of starlight. Zephyr explained that to claim her wish, Lily had to gaze into the pool and confront her deepest desire. As Lily peered into the shimmering depths, she saw a reflection of herself, content and surrounded by loved ones. In that moment, she realized that her greatest wish was not for material riches or fantastical powers, but for the simple joys of a life well lived, a loving family, cherished friendships, and the freedom to explore the wonders of the world. With a grateful heart, Lily thanked Zephyr and her newfound friends for the incredible journey, knowing that the true magic lay within her all along. As the dream faded, Lily awoke in her cozy bed, the lamp resting on her nightstand. Though its surface remained tarnished, it now held a warm, comforting glow, a reminder that even the most ordinary objects can harbor extraordinary secrets, if only we have the courage to dream. Story 24. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the light danced like 1,000 fairies upon the emerald canopy, there lay a hidden world of unparalleled wonder. This was a place where the earth hummed with life, and the air was forever sweetened by the mingling scents of pine and wildflowers. It was a sanctuary where nature's creatures thrived, cradled in the delicate balance of the seasons. The forest was home to a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who was known far and wide for her gentle spirit and profound knowledge. Her shell was a mosaic of browns and greens like the forest floor in autumn, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Thistle had seen the forest through countless cycles of life and knew the stories of every tree, every stream, and every creature that dwelled within. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to dun their fiery hues, Thistle made her slow and steady way to the great clearing, a sacred space where the forest's inhabitants gathered for council. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. As she arrived, she was greeted by a chorus of rustling wings and gentle chatter, for the whole forest was abuzz with anticipation. Gathered around her were creatures of every kind. The playful squirrels with their bushy tails, the melodious songbirds perched high above, and the nimble deer, their coats dappled with sunlight. Even the industrious ants paused in their endless work to listen. They had come from every corner of the forest, drawn by the urgent whispers carried on the breeze. "The time has come," Thistle began, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook. "Our forest faces a challenge that threatens the delicate balance we hold dear." There was a murmur among the crowd, a ripple of concern that flowed through the clearing like a gentle wave. The wise old owl, perched solemnly on an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "What troubles us, Thistle?" he inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Thistle sighed, a sound like the wind through the pines. "The seasons have begun to shift more radically. The winter's chill lingers too long, and the summer's warmth arrives too soon. If this continues, our home may not support us as it once did." The creatures exchanged worried glances. The forest was their life, their shelter, their sustenance. It had always provided in abundance, but now the balance that sustained them all was at risk. Seeing their unease, Thistle continued, her voice filled with serene determination. "But we are not without hope. The forest has always found a way to heal itself, and we are a part of its great tapestry. We must look to each other and to the wisdom that has been passed down from our ancestors." As she spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, stirring the leaves into a vibrant dance. It was as if the forest itself was listening, whispering its secrets through the rustling branches. "We must call upon the magic of the seasons," Thistle declared, her eyes shining with certainty. "Each season holds a gift, a power that can restore harmony. We shall gather these gifts and use them to mend what is broken." The creatures nodded, hearts swelling with a newfound resolve. They understood that the solution lay not in fear or haste, but in unity and understanding. Each species would contribute what it could, drawing upon the lessons learned from generations before. The squirrels, agile and clever, offered to collect the seeds of wisdom, tiny parcels of knowledge passed down through their nimble hands. The birds, with their keen sight and swift wings, promised to seek the signs of change from the skies above. The deer, graceful and intuitive, would listen to the whispers of the earth, attuned to its subtle shifts. As for Thistle, she would guide them all, her presence a comforting reminder of the strength found in patience and perseverance. Her journey had taught her that the forest's magic was not just in its beauty, but in the connections that bound them all. The creatures dispersed, each to their task, a flurry of activity that filled the forest with purpose. Days turned to weeks as they worked tirelessly, gathering, observing, and listening. With each passing moment, they learned more about their home and its intricate rhythms. One cool evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the forest creatures reconvened in the great clearing. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from a distant fire, and the stars began to twinkle above like scattered diamonds. The birds were the first to speak, their voices a symphony of song. "We have seen the patterns in the clouds, the movements of the stars. The seasons are indeed shifting, but they are not beyond repair." The squirrels chattered excitedly, presenting the seeds they had gathered, each one a tiny vessel of ancient wisdom. "We have found stories of the past, tales of resilience and renewal. These seeds hold the knowledge we need." The deer stepped forward, their eyes gentle and wise. "The earth speaks to us in whispers, in the rustling of leaves and the murmur of streams. It tells us that balance can be restored, but we must act together, as one." Thistle listened, her heart swelling with pride at the unity she witnessed. "We have all played our part," she said, her voice warm and filled with gratitude. "Now, let us weave these gifts together and call upon the magic of the seasons." Under her guidance, the creatures formed a circle, each one contributing their unique gift to the center. The seeds of wisdom, the signs from the sky, the whispers of the earth, all combined into a harmonious whole. As they did so, a gentle glow began to emanate from the circle, a warm and soothing light that bathed the clearing in a golden hue. The forest held its breath, as if pausing to witness the miracle unfolding. The light grew brighter, enveloping the creatures in its embrace, and with it came a melody, a song of renewal, of life, of balance restored. It was the song of the forest itself, resonating through every leaf and branch, every stream and stone. As the melody reached its crescendo, the glow subsided, leaving behind a profound sense of peace. The creatures felt it in their hearts, a deep connection to the world around them and to each other. They had tapped into the ancient magic of the seasons, a magic that transcended time and space. Thistle looked around at her friends, her eyes soft with affection. "We have done it," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "We have listened, learned, and acted as one. The forest will heal, and with it, so shall we." The creatures lingered in the clearing, basking in the tranquility that had settled over their home. They knew that challenges would come again, as they always did, but they also knew that they possessed the strength and wisdom to face them together. And so, as the night deepened and the stars continued their watchful vigil, the forest held its promise of harmony and balance, a promise renewed with each passing season. The creatures returned to their nests and burrows, comforted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a timeless tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and love. Under the watchful eyes of the moon, Thistle settled into her favorite spot beneath a sprawling oak, her heart at peace. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the night breeze, and drifted into a restful slumber, knowing that the forest would always be there, a sanctuary of magic and wonder for generations to come. Story 25. In a gentle valley cradled by the arms of whispering hills and lush emerald forests lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The villagers there lived in harmony with the undulating landscapes, their days filled with the soft chatter of streams and the rustling of leaves that danced to the music of the wind. Willowbrook was a tapestry of warmth and simplicity, where time seemed to flow as languidly as the river that wound through it. It was a place where days began with the golden kisses of dawn and ended with the silver embrace of moonlight. At the heart of this village, surrounded by ancient oaks and a carpet of wildflowers, stood a small cottage. It was a humble abode, but it held a secret that only a select few knew. This was the home of Alder, an elderly man whose kindness was as boundless as the sky and whose wisdom was as deep as the earth. He was known to the villagers as the keeper of tales and the guardian of a magical object, a mirror unlike any other. This mirror was not just a piece of glass framed by ornate woodwork. It was a portal to a hidden world that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. The mirror had been entrusted to Alder by his ancestors, its magic passed down through generations. It was said to reveal not just the reflection of the outside world, but the true nature of one's soul. Many had looked into it, but only those pure of heart could see beyond their own reflection into the world that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of pine and the ground was a mosaic of amber and scarlet leaves, a young girl named Leora came to visit Alder. Leora was a curious child, her eyes bright with wonder, and her spirit as adventurous as the summer winds. She had heard whispers of the magical mirror, and, driven by a yearning for discovery, she sought out Alder's cottage. As she approached, the door creaked open, revealing Alder sitting by the fireside, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, Leora," he greeted warmly. "I sensed you would come today." Leora, with her heart beating a rhythm of excitement, approached him. "I've heard stories of your mirror, Alder. Is it true that it can show more than what meets the eye?" Alder nodded, gesturing for her to sit beside him. "The mirror, dear Leora, is a gateway. It shows not just the world as it is, but as it could be. It reveals hidden truths and guides those who seek with pure intentions." Leora's gaze drifted to the mirror, which stood against the wall, its surface shimmering like a pool of liquid moonlight. "May I look into it?" she asked, her voice a whisper of anticipation. "Of course," Alder replied, "but remember, what you see in the mirror is only the beginning of your journey. It will show you what you need, not necessarily what you want." With a nod of understanding, Leora approached the mirror. As she peered into its depths, the room around her seemed to fade away. The glass rippled like water, and her reflection dissolved into a vision of a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were taller, their leaves glimmering with a light that seemed to pulse with life. It was a world untouched by time, a sanctuary of beauty and mystery. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees, a fox with eyes as bright as embers and a coat that shimmered like copper under the sun. It looked at Leora with an intelligence that was almost human. Then, as if understanding her presence, it turned and darted into the forest, pausing only to glance back, beckoning her to follow. The vision faded, and Leora found herself back in the cottage, her heart racing with a mix of awe and curiosity. "What was that place?" she asked Alder, breathless. "It is the Hidden Grove," Alder explained, his voice a gentle melody. "A realm of magic and wonder where the spirits of the forest dwell. The fox is a guide, a guardian of the grove. It seems you have been called to embark on a journey, Leora." Determined to uncover the mysteries of the Hidden Grove, Leora set out the very next day, her heart filled with courage and her mind alight with questions. Alder gifted her a small satchel of herbs and a silver pendant shaped like a leaf, telling her it would guide her when she felt lost. The path led her through the familiar woods of Willowbrook, the sun casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. As she walked, the world around her began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider and more ancient. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers and the song of unseen birds. Hours passed, though it felt like mere moments, before she reached a clearing. There, at the heart of this untouched wilderness, she saw the fox from her vision, sitting regally among a ring of wildflowers. Its eyes met hers, and in that instant, Leora felt an unspoken bond form between them, a connection that transcended words. The fox rose and approached her, its movements graceful and fluid. It nuzzled her hand gently, and Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were being welcomed by an old friend. "Are you my guide?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper. The fox nodded, a gesture so human that it took Leora by surprise. Then, with a flick of its tail, it turned and led her deeper into the grove. As they walked, Leora marveled at the wonders around her. The trees seemed to hum with life, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and springy, like walking on clouds. Flowers of every hue carpeted the forest floor, their petals glistening with dew. The air was alive with the gentle buzz of bees and the distant murmur of a brook. The fox led her to a small, crystalline pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. Leora knelt beside it, her reflection mingling with the clouds above. As she gazed into the water, she saw not just her own face, but the faces of those she loved, her family, her friends, the villagers of Willowbrook. She saw their hopes, their dreams, and their fears, all intertwined with her own. It was a moment of clarity, a revelation that filled her with a sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the hidden grove, but also about understanding her place within the tapestry of life. The mirror had shown her the interconnectedness of all beings, the threads of love and friendship that bound them together. With this newfound understanding, Leora turned to the fox. "Thank you," she said, her voice brimming with gratitude. "I see now that the true magic lies not just in the grove, but in the connections we forge with others." The fox nodded, its eyes soft with approval. It then gestured towards a path leading back through the forest, its meaning clear. Her journey in the hidden grove was complete, but her journey of growth and transformation was only beginning. As Leora walked back through the forest, the world around her seemed to shimmer with a newfound vibrancy. She felt lighter, as if she had shed a layer of uncertainty and fear. The pendant Alder had given her glowed softly, a reminder of the wisdom she had gained. When she finally emerged from the grove, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The village of Willowbrook lay before her, nestled in the embrace of the hills. It felt like coming home, not just to a place, but to herself. In the days that followed, Leora shared her experiences with the villagers, her stories touching their hearts and inspiring them to look beyond the ordinary. She spent her days helping others, nurturing the bonds of friendship and community that she had come to cherish. And so, life in Willowbrook continued, the village thriving under the gentle guidance of Alder and the newfound wisdom of Leora. The magical mirror remained in Alder's cottage, a portal to the hidden grove, always waiting for those with the courage and kindness to seek its truths. As for Leora, her heart was forever intertwined with the magic of the grove and the lessons it had taught her. She knew that, no matter where her journey might lead, the the spirit of the fox would always be with her, guiding her with its gentle wisdom. And thus, the story of Leora and the Hidden Grove became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, passed down through generations, a reminder that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the love and connections that bind us all. Story 26. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Lumendale. This village was unlike any other, for it was tucked away in a world where magic flowed as freely as the breeze that rustled through the emerald leaves. The villagers were kind-hearted folk who lived in harmony with the magical creatures that made their homes in the forest surrounding them. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the cobblestone streets and quaint, thatched-roof cottages. Birds sang sweetly as the village awoke to the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery. But one morning, something peculiar occurred that set the usually placid village astir. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, the village was greeted by a strange sight. Tiny, shimmering footprints, no larger than a squirrel's, crisscrossed the village square, leading to and from the ancient oak that stood at its center. These footprints glowed with a soft blue luminescence that pulsed gently like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The villagers gathered around the oak, murmuring softly in wonder and curiosity. Among them was young Finn, a bright and observant boy with a penchant for solving puzzles. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he crouched down to inspect the footprints more closely. The air around him was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Finn's grandmother, known affectionately as Granny Willow, stood beside him. Her eyes were wise with the knowledge of many years, and her presence was as comforting as a warm woolen blanket on a chilly evening. She placed a gentle hand on Finn's shoulder and said, "These footprints are the work of the Moonlight Mischief, a rare and playful creature. They mean no harm but delight in a bit of fun." Finn looked up at her, his brow furrowed in thought. "What do they want, Granny? And why now?" Granny Willow chuckled softly, the sound as soothing as a lullaby. "The Moonlight Mischief are drawn to kindness and joy. Perhaps they feel there is a mystery here that needs unraveling, something that only the kind-hearted can see." With a nod of determination, Finn decided to follow the trail of footprints. He set off through the village, past the sleepy-eyed baker who waved a flour-dusted hand, and the blacksmith who paused his work to smile and wish him luck. The footprints led Finn to the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to those who would listen. Here, the air was filled with the gentle hum of magic, a melody that lingered just beyond the edge of hearing. As Finn ventured deeper into the woods, he was joined by a curious companion. A small, iridescent creature, no bigger than a robin, flitted down from the branches above. It was a wispwing, known for their gentle nature and glowing wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spider silk in the morning sun. The wispwing chirped a cheerful greeting, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. Finn smiled and nodded, grateful for the company. "Hello, little friend. Are you here to help us solve this mystery?" Together, they followed the trail of luminous footprints deeper into the heart of the forest, where the canopy above filtered the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. The air was fragrant with the smell of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss-covered stones. As they walked, Finn's mind whirled with possibilities. What could the Moonlight Mischief be trying to tell them? Why had they chosen now to visit Lumendale? Soon, they reached a clearing where the footprints came to an end. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone well, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer with a light of their own. The well was a place of legend, said to hold the secrets of the forest and its magical inhabitants. Finn approached the well cautiously, his heart filled with a mixture of excitement and wonder. As he peered into its depths, he could see not water, but a swirling mist of silver and blue, reflecting the light of the sky above. The wispwing fluttered beside him, its eyes wide with anticipation. Finn took a deep breath, and remembering Granny Willow's words about kindness and joy, spoke softly into the well. "We seek to understand your message, gentle spirits. What is it you wish to share with us?" For a moment, the forest was silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then, from the depths of the well, a voice as soft as a whisper and as warm as sunlight emerged. "Seek the truth within your hearts, dear ones, for it is there that the answers lie." Finn pondered these words, turning them over in his mind like a puzzle. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The Moonlight Mischief were not just playing a game. They were guiding the villagers to rediscover something precious, something that had been forgotten. With newfound understanding, Finn and the Wispwing made their way back to Lumendale. As they emerged from the forest, the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, and the villagers gathered once more in the square. Finn shared his discovery with them, his voice filled with excitement and hope. The Moonlight Mischief wanted us to remember the joy and kindness that are the heart of our village. In our daily lives, we must not forget the magic of friendship and the simple pleasures that bring us together. Granny Willow nodded in approval, her eyes twinkling with pride. The villagers, touched by Finn's words, resolved to cherish their bonds and celebrate their community with renewed vigor. That night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and honeysuckle, the villagers gathered around the ancient oak. They told stories, sang songs, and shared laughter, the air alive with the warmth of their camaraderie. And somewhere in the forest, the Moonlight Mischief watched, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that their playful footprints had led to a deeper understanding and a brighter future for the village of Lumendale. With peace in their hearts and smiles upon their faces, the villagers returned to their homes, where dreams awaited them like soft, inviting pillows. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, they drifted into a restful slumber, secure in the knowledge that they were surrounded by love, magic, and the gentle mysteries of the world. Story 27. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, there stood a tiny, vine-covered cottage that seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the landscape. Its stone walls were adorned with moss and lichen, while its thatched roof was crowned with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. This was the home of young Clara, a girl with a curious heart and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stories. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known throughout the village for her tales of wonder and her knack for crafting beautiful quilts that depicted scenes of magic and mystery. On evenings when the sky turned a soft lavender and the first stars began to twinkle, Clara would sit at her grandmother's knee, mesmerized by her tales of far-off lands and enchanted creatures. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the air filled with the comforting scent of wood smoke, Clara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dear," she began, her voice a soft murmur like the rustle of leaves, "there is something I wish to share with you, a secret that has been passed down through our family for generations." From beneath her shawl, her grandmother drew forth an object wrapped in a cloth of deep indigo. With a gentle, reverent touch, she unveiled a small, unassuming key. It was made of a metal that glinted like moonlight, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering light of the fire. "This is no ordinary key," whispered her grandmother, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous gleam. "It holds the power to unlock the door to the realm of the Whispering Woods, a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary intertwine." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement. She had heard tales of the Whispering Woods, a magical forest where the trees sang songs of old and the streams carried secrets on their currents. Her grandmother continued, "But remember, Clara, the journey to the Whispering Woods is not one to be taken lightly. It requires a heart open to wonder and a spirit willing to listen." The next morning, Clara set out with the key clasped tightly in her hand, her heart brimming with anticipation. The village was still asleep, wrapped in a blanket of mist that shimmered with the promise of adventure. She followed the path through the fields, past the old stone bridge and the meadow where wildflowers danced in the morning breeze. As she approached the edge of the forest, Clara paused. The air here was different, imbued with a sense of ancient magic. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets only they could understand. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool, earthy scent fill her lungs, and stepped forward. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the path beneath her feet soft and inviting. As she ventured deeper, she began to notice things she had never seen before. A squirrel with fur like spun gold, a stream that sang a melody as sweet as a lullaby. Every step was a discovery, every moment a new story waiting to unfold. It wasn't long before Clara encountered her first helper on this journey. A soft hoot drew her attention to a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Its feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and its eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young traveler," the owl intoned, his voice a gentle rumble. "I know the way you seek. Listen closely, and you shall find the path." Clara listened intently as the owl shared tales of the forest, his words weaving a map in her mind. He spoke of the glade where the sun always shone, the grove where the trees whispered in harmony, and the hidden door that would lead her to the heart of the whispering woods. With a grateful heart, Clara thanked the owl and continued on her way, her footsteps guided by his sage advice. The forest seemed to shift around her, each turn revealing new wonders. She met a family of deer, their eyes gentle and knowing, and a mischievous fox who shared riddles that made her laugh. As the sun began to dip low in the sky, painting the forest in hues of gold and amber, Clara arrived at the grove the owl had described. There, nestled between two ancient oaks, stood a wooden door, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. Clara's heart beat with a mixture of awe and trepidation as she approached the door. She could feel the magic thrumming beneath her fingers as she inserted the key into the lock. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a world bathed in soft, silvery light. The whispering woods stretched out before her, a realm of endless possibilities. The trees here were taller, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the gentle light. The air was filled with a melody, a symphony of nature that resonated deep within Clara's soul. As she stepped into this enchanted world, Clara felt a profound sense of peace. The journey had changed her, teaching her the value of listening and the power of wonder. She knew that the lessons she learned here would stay with her, guiding her in the days to come. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara turned back to the door. She knew it was time to return home, to share her stories and the magic she had found. As she stepped back into the familiar forest, the door to the whispering woods closed softly behind her, its secrets safe for another day. Clara made her way back to the village, the path now familiar and welcoming. Her heart was light, her spirit renewed by the journey and the friends she had made along the way. As she reached the cottage, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow across the fields. Her grandmother awaited her by the fire, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Clara settled beside her, the key resting safely in her pocket, and began to share her tale. The fire crackled softly, and the cottage was filled with the warmth of stories, the bond between the two stronger than ever. And so, in the heart of the village, beneath the starry sky, Clara's journey came to an end, not with a sense of finality, but with the promise of new adventures yet to come. The world was full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those with the heart to seek it, and Clara knew she was just beginning to uncover its wonders. Story 28. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a realm of enchantment thrived. Towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, their leaves whispering secrets carried on the gentle breeze. The forest floor was a tapestry of vibrant mosses and ferns, each one a masterpiece woven by nature's deft hand. In this verdant wonderland, the hidden lives of countless natural creatures unfolded in perfect harmony. Families of rabbits scampered across the carpet of fallen leaves, their noses twitching with curiosity. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails swishing in sync with the rhythm of the forest. Graceful deer moved through the undergrowth, their gentle footsteps barely disturbing the peace that reigned supreme. Yet this was no ordinary forest, for it was imbued with the magic of the seasons and the ever-changing dance of the elements. As autumn's golden hues painted the canopy, the forest came alive with the whispers of ancient spirits. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. It was during this time that the wise old oak tree, her gnarled bark etched with the memories of countless autumns, would share her wisdom with the creatures that gathered at her roots. My dear friends, the oak tree would creak, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Winter's embrace draws near, and with it comes the slumber of the earth. But fear not, for this is a time of renewal and restoration. Embrace the stillness, and let your spirits be replenished. As the first snowflakes began to drift down, blanketing the forest in a pristine white cloak, the creatures heeded the oak tree's words. They burrowed deep into their cozy dens, conserving their energy for the long winter ahead. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the world suspended in a crystalline silence. Yet even in the depths of winter, magic stirred. On the clearest nights, when the moon was full and the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, the forest would come alive with an ethereal glow. The fallen snow would shimmer with an otherworldly radiance, casting a soft bluish light that danced among the trees. It was during these enchanted moments that the creatures would emerge from their slumbering state, drawn by the allure of the winter's magic. As spring's gentle warmth caressed the forest, the cycle of renewal began anew. Buds burst forth, unfurling their delicate petals to greet the sun's golden rays. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the melodic trills of songbirds rejoicing in the return of life. It was during this season of rebirth that the creatures of the forest would gather once more, eagerly awaiting the wisdom of the ancient oak tree. "My friends," she would whisper, her leaves rustling with the promise of summers to come, "embrace the gift of renewal that spring has bestowed upon us. Let your spirits soar with the warm breezes and rejoice in the beauty that surrounds us." And so the cycle continued, the forest embracing each season with grace and wonder. The hidden lives of its inhabitants woven into the tapestry of nature's eternal dance, guided by the wisdom of generations past and the magic that flowed through every branch, every stream, every breath of wind. In this enchanted realm, the harmony between all living things was preserved, a delicate balance that resonated through the very fabric of existence. The creatures understood that they were but a part of a larger whole, each playing their role in maintaining the intricate web of life. As the summers waned and the first hints of autumn's splendor began to paint the forest once more, the creatures would gather one last time before the cycle renewed itself. They would listen, enraptured, as the oak tree imparted her timeless wisdom. "Remember, my beloved friends, that the seasons are but a dance, and we are all partners in this eternal rhythm. Embrace the changes, for they are the heartbeat of the forest. Hold fast to the lessons of harmony and balance, and pass them down to the generations yet to come. For in this sacred grove, magic and nature intertwine, and the whispers of the ancient ones shall forever echo through these hallowed boughs." And so the forest lived on, a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, where the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a symphony of wonder and enchantment, guided by the eternal wisdom that flowed through the very veins of the earth itself. Story 29. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced like glittering fireflies across the velvet expanse, there existed a remarkable planet known as Luminara. Its skies glowed with a perpetual aurora, painting everything under its ethereal canopy in shades of emerald and amethyst. This was a place where diverse beings from all over the cosmos gathered, drawn by its serene beauty and the promise of tranquility. Among the many visitors was a gentle creature named Thalus, hailing from the aquatic world of Oceania. Thalus was a marinarian, an amphibious being with skin that shimmered like the scales of a fish, reflecting the colors of the sea. His kind were known for their wisdom and deep connection to the water, often speaking in soft, melodic tones that ebbed and flowed like ocean tides. Thalus sought solace on Luminara, yearning to find peace after the turbulence that had stirred his home planet's waters. Thalus found himself wandering the luminous forests of Luminara, where the trees whispered secrets in the softest winds. It was here, among the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hum of celestial winds, that he met a peculiar being named Nira. Nira was a Zephyrian, a species known for their lightness and agility, with wings that glistened like spun silver. Her laugh was like the tinkling of bells, and she moved with a grace that seemed to defy gravity. Their first encounter was marked by a misunderstanding. Nira, in her playful nature, had mistaken Thalus's reflective skin for a source of light to chase. She swooped and twirled around him, her laughter filling the air. Thalos, unused to such exuberance, felt a wave of irritation. "Please, can you not see I am trying to find peace?" he murmured, his voice gentle but firm. Nira halted mid-flight, her eyes widening with surprise and a hint of embarrassment. "Oh, I apologize," she replied, folding her wings delicately. "I thought you were a part of Luminara's magic, not a visitor like myself." Despite this rocky start, something about Nira's effervescent spirit intrigued Thalos. He found himself curious about her, and over the days that followed, they continued to cross paths amidst Luminara's enchanting landscapes. As they conversed, they discovered that both had come to this planet seeking refuge from their own worlds, yet in vastly different ways. Thalos shared stories of Oceania, describing the serenity of its underwater cities and the songs of the whales that echoed through the deep. Nira listened, her eyes wide with wonder, her own heart yearning for the kind of tranquility Thalos described. In return, she spoke of Zephyr, her home planet, a place of endless skies and winds that carried the dreams of her people. Thalos found himself captivated by the idea of soaring through such open, boundless spaces. Their friendship blossomed through shared stories and mutual curiosity, though it was not without its challenges. One afternoon, as they wandered along the shimmering shores of a crystal lake, a storm rolled in unexpectedly. The sky darkened, and the winds whipped fiercely, unsettling the calm of the waters. Thalos, drawing upon his intrinsic connection to the aquatic elements, attempted to calm the chaotic waves. But in doing so, he inadvertently created a whirlwind that startled Nira. Her wings caught in the sudden gust, she struggled to maintain her balance in the air. In panic, she cried out, and Thalos realized his mistake too late. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Thalos called, his voice earnest with concern. His heart ached at the thought of causing distress to his newfound friend. Nira, though shaken, managed to regain her composure. Landing gently beside Thalos, she took a deep breath. "I know you didn't," she replied, her voice steady. "We just need to learn how to work together." This incident became a turning point in their friendship. They realized that despite their differences, they could complement each other's strengths. Thalos began to understand the nuances of the air currents, guided by Nira's expertise, while Nira learned to appreciate the calm steadiness of the waters under Thalos's influence. Their shared challenges taught them the importance of patience and understanding. Through trial and error, they developed a harmonious way to navigate the ever-changing landscapes of Luminara. Together, they discovered hidden groves where the light refracted through the leaves in mesmerizing patterns, and they learned to read the subtle signs of nature to predict the weather. As the days turned into weeks, Thalos and Nira's bond deepened. They laughed together under the starlit skies, and in quiet moments, they found comfort in simply being in each other's presence. It was in these moments that Thalos realized he had found a kindred spirit in Nira, a companion whose lightness balanced his own depth. One evening, as they sat beside the glowing embers of a campfire, Nira turned to Thalos with a thoughtful expression. "Do you ever think about what brought us here?" she asked, the flames casting warm shadows across her face. Thalos nodded, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "I believe it was meant to be," he said softly. "Sometimes, the universe brings together those who need each other the most, even if we don't realize it at first." Nira smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I'm glad it did," she whispered, leaning her head against Thalos's shoulder. In that moment, they both understood that true friendship was not about finding someone exactly like oneself, but about embracing the differences that made each other unique. As their time on Luminara drew to a close, both Thalos and Nira knew they had found something precious. They had come to this planet seeking peace and healing, and they would leave with something even more valuable, a friendship forged through understanding and respect. When the day finally came for them to part ways, they stood together at the edge of the forest, the aurora casting a gentle glow over their farewell. "I'll never forget you," Thalos promised, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "And I'll carry our memories with the winds," Nira replied, her wings unfurling gracefully. With a final embrace, they set off on their separate journeys, their hearts forever touched by the bond they had created. As Thalos watched Nira soar into the sky, he felt a profound sense of warmth and contentment, knowing that no matter where the stars might lead them, they would always be connected by the invisible threads of friendship. And so, under the eternal auroras of Luminara, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a treasure that transcended the vast distances of space, reminding them that they were never truly alone in the universe. Story 30. In a land where time seemed to pause in the presence of beauty, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there existed a world hidden from the eyes of most. This forest, with its towering trees draped in emerald moss and its floor carpeted with ferns and wildflowers, was a sanctuary for creatures both seen and unseen. The air was perfumed with the earthy aroma of pine and the sweet scent of honeysuckle, mingling with the soft, whispering sounds of the breeze that danced through the leaves. Here, every creature had its role in the delicate balance of life, a balance that had been maintained for generations, whispering tales through the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. Among these creatures was a gentle doe named Leora, her coat the color of rich cinnamon, speckled with soft white spots like the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Leora was known among her forest companions for her wisdom and kind heart, traits that made her a respected elder despite her youthful spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its brilliant cloak of red and gold, Leora felt a stirring in the air, a subtle change that whispered of things to come. The forest creatures had gathered in a clearing where the sun pooled like liquid gold, warming the earth and their hearts. Squirrels chattered as they leaped from branch to branch, busy with their harvest of acorns. Birds flitted through the air, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of the season's bounty. Yet beneath this symphony of life, Leora sensed an imbalance. The gentle river that wound through the forest, its waters usually sparkling and clear, had begun to slow, its surface marred with fallen leaves. The change in its song troubled Leora, for she knew the river was the lifeblood of the forest, its waters nourishing the roots and quenching the thirst of countless creatures. That evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Leora sought out her friend and confidant, an old owl named Thalos. Thalos was wise beyond measure, his feathers the color of moonlight, and his eyes mirrors of ancient knowledge. Perched upon the gnarled branch of an ancient oak, Thalos listened as Leora shared her concerns. "The river holds secrets," Thalos hooted softly, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "It whispers of a blockage upstream, a tangle of branches and stones that stifles its flow." Leora nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of the forest's plight. "We must find a way to restore the balance," she said, determination lighting her eyes. Together, Leora and Thalos set out, their path lit by the silver glow of the moon. The forest at night was a world transformed. Shadows draped the trees like cloaks, and the cool air hummed with the songs of crickets and the occasional call of a nightjar. Leora moved with grace and purpose, her hooves silent on the soft earth, while Thalos glided above, his wings spread wide against the starlit sky. As they journeyed upstream, they encountered other forest dwellers who had sensed the shift and were eager to help. A family of beavers, known for their building prowess, offered their aid with cheerful determination. Their thick, flat tails slapped the water as they swam beside Leora, their eyes bright with purpose. Finally, they reached the source of the river's distress. A mass of fallen branches and stones had gathered, forming a dam that choked the river's flow. The sight filled Leora with a deep understanding of nature's fragility and the power of cooperation needed to restore harmony. Under the guidance of Thalos, the beavers began to dismantle the blockage, their sharp teeth and strong paws working tirelessly. Leora and the other animals joined in, using their unique strengths to aid in the effort. Deer pushed at the larger stones with their sturdy antlers, while birds and squirrels carried away twigs and leaves, their teamwork a testament to the unity of their community. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, the river's song returned, its waters flowing freely once more. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, its balance restored through the combined efforts of its inhabitants. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its beauty renewed and vibrant. The creatures celebrated their success with a feast of forest fruits and nuts, their laughter echoing through the trees. And though the seasons would continue to change, bringing their own challenges and blessings, the bond between the creatures remained strong, a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations. In the heart of the forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Leora stood by the river, her heart filled with peace. She understood now more than ever that harmony was not merely a state, but a journey, one that required kindness, courage, and the unwavering support of friends. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the forest continued to thrive, its story woven into the very fabric of nature, a tale of balance, wisdom, and the enduring power of friendship. As night fell, the creatures settled into their nests and burrows, lulled to sleep by the gentle lullaby of the river, the promise of a new day whispering through the leaves. Story 31. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering silver lake, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lyra. Lyra had a fondness for all things curious and loved to wander the old cobblestone streets, where time seemed to slow, and every corner held a whisper of magic. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Lyra found herself in the village's forgotten corner, where the shadows stretched long and the air carried the soft scent of pine and earth. Here stood Mr. Thistle's Emporium, a quaint little shop with a crooked sign that read, "Wonders await within." The windows were clouded with age, but through them soft glimmers of light hinted at treasures untold. Lyra pushed open the heavy oak door, and a tinkling bell announced her arrival. Inside, the shop was a labyrinth of shelves stacked high with peculiar trinkets, glittering stones, faded maps, and bottles filled with shimmering powders. The air was thick with the aroma of sandalwood and mystery. "Ah, Lyra, welcome," called Mr. Thistle from behind a counter cluttered with oddities. He was a kindly old man with a beard like silver frost and eyes that twinkled like stars. "What brings you to my humble abode today?" "I'm just exploring, Mr. Thistle," Lyra replied, her eyes wide with wonder. "Everything here feels like it's waiting to tell a story." Thistle chuckled softly. "Indeed, every object here has a tale to tell, if only one knows how to listen." He paused, then reached under the counter and brought out a small, unassuming wooden box. Its surface was smooth, with a grain like rippling water. "Perhaps you'd like to see this." Lyra took the box, feeling an unexpected warmth seep into her fingers. "What is it?" she asked, curiosity dancing in her voice. "Why, it's an enchanted compass," Mr. Thistle said with a smile. "It doesn't point north, but rather it guides you to what you most need, though you may not yet know what that is." Lyra's heart fluttered with excitement. "May I try it?" "Of course, my dear. But remember, the path it takes you on may not be the one you expect." With a nod, Lyra gently opened the box. Inside lay a delicate compass, its needle spinning lazily before settling to point towards the shop's door. With a sense of budding adventure, Lyra stepped outside, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle led her through the village, past the bakery where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp autumn air, and the bookshop where pages rustled like leaves in a gentle breeze. It guided her to the edge of the silver lake, where the water glimmered under the soft light of the setting sun. There, by the water's edge, Lyra met an unexpected friend, a small, sprightly creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes bright as moonbeams. It was a will-o'-the-wisp, a guardian spirit of the woods. "Greetings, Lyra," it chimed, its voice like a distant melody. "I see the compass has brought you to me." Lyra blinked in surprise but felt no fear. The creature's presence was like a gentle lullaby, calming and kind. "Hello. Do you know why I'm here?" The will-o'-the-wisp nodded. "The compass guides those who seek wisdom. Your journey is one of understanding, and I am here to help you see what your heart truly wishes to know." Intrigued, Lyra sat beside the creature, listening as the water lapped softly at the shore. "And what is it that I need to understand?" The creature's eyes twinkled. "Sometimes what we seek lies not in the distance, but within. You must learn to see with not just your eyes, but with your heart." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of deep purple and gold, Lyra pondered the creature's words. She thought of her family, her friends, and the simple joys that filled her life. In that moment, she realized that she often overlooked the beauty that was right in front of her, always searching for something more. "Thank you," Lyra said softly, her voice carrying a newfound warmth. "I understand now." The will-o'-the-wisp nodded, its form shimmering in the twilight. "The compass has served its purpose, then. Remember, true magic lies in seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart." As Lyra made her way back to the village, the compass needle spun once more before coming to rest, pointing home. She tucked it safely into her pocket, feeling a sense of peace settle over her like a soft, comforting blanket. That night, as she drifted into a gentle slumber, Lyra dreamed of the lake and the guardian spirit, feeling thankful for the journey that had opened her eyes to the wonders of her own world. And so, in the cozy village of Larkspur Hollow, where the air always seemed to hum with a quiet magic, Lyra learned that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound discoveries are those that bring us closer to ourselves and the world around us. And with that knowledge, her heart was forever warmed, like the gentle glow of a fire on a chilly autumn night. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets from times long ago, and the canopy of trees formed a cathedral of green and gold, lay a hidden glen known only to the creatures who called it home. This glen was a place of enchantment, where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as a spider's web glistening with dew. As the first blush of dawn kissed the forest floor, its light filtered through the leaves, painting dappled patterns on the soft mosses that carpeted the ground. The air was alive with the gentle hum of life waking to the day. Here, beneath the towering oaks and slender birches, lived creatures whose lives were interwoven with the very fabric of the forest. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Mistral, whose shell bore the markings of countless seasons past. Mistral was known throughout the forest for her deep understanding of the natural world and her gentle, kind heart. Her eyes, as deep and wise as the forest itself, had seen the cycles of life and change, and she served as the keeper of stories and knowledge passed down through generations. As the forest stirred with the sounds of morning, Mistral made her slow and steady way to the edge of the glen, where the babbling brook wove its way through the stones, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal beneath the early sun. Here she met with a small gathering of forest friends, a curious squirrel named Thistle, whose tufted ears twitched with excitement, a cheerful rabbit named Clover, with fur as soft as the petals of the wildflowers, and a family of birds, their feathers a kaleidoscope of colors, who perched nearby to listen. "Good morning, dear friends," Mistral greeted them warmly, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "Today, I wish to share with you a story of balance and harmony, a tale of the seasons and the magic they bring to our forest." The creatures settled into comfortable positions, their eyes bright with anticipation. As Mistral began her tale, the forest seemed to lean in closer, the trees swaying gently as if to catch every word. "Long ago," Mistral started, "in the days when the stars were closer and the earth sang a melody all its own, there was a time when the seasons danced in perfect harmony. Each season brought its own magic, a gift to the forest and all who dwelled within." Mistral described spring, the season of renewal, when the forest awoke from its slumber, and the air was filled with the fragrance of blossoming flowers. Tiny buds unfurled their delicate petals, painting the landscape in hues of pink, yellow, and violet. The streams, swollen with melted snow, sang a song of life that echoed through the trees. Then came summer, when the sun hung high and golden in the sky, and the forest basked in its warmth. The leaves were lush and green, whispering secrets to the gentle breeze that wove through the branches. It was a time of abundance, when berries hung ripe and heavy, and the days stretched long and lazy. Next was autumn, the season of transformation, when the forest donned a cloak of fiery reds and burnished golds. The air turned crisp and cool, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the distant promise of winter. It was a time of gathering, when creatures prepared for the months ahead, storing away the bounty the forest had provided. Finally, there was winter, when a quiet peace settled over the land. Snow blanketed the earth like a soft, white quilt, and the forest became a place of stillness and reflection. Beneath the surface, life waited patiently, dreaming of the warmth to come. "But," Mistral continued, her voice tinged with a gentle sadness, There was a time when the balance faltered. The seasons grew restless, each vying for dominion over the forest. The harmony that had once been was replaced by discord, and the forest began to suffer. The creatures listened intently, their hearts heavy with the thought of their beloved forest in distress. Mistral paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over them like a gentle snowfall. "It was then," she said, "that a humble creature, much like ourselves, stepped forward to restore the balance. It was a fox named Leora, whose heart was as bright as the flame of her fur. Leora had watched the forest struggle and knew that wisdom, not strength, was needed to heal the rift. Leora, with her keen eyes and clever mind, sought counsel from the oldest of the trees, the mighty elder oak, whose roots delved deep into the earth, drawing upon the memories of ages past. The oak spoke with a voice as deep as the forest itself, sharing its knowledge of the seasons and the delicate web that held them together. With this wisdom, Leora called upon the spirits of the seasons, inviting them to a gathering beneath the canopy of stars. There, under the watchful gaze of the moon, she spoke of the forest's need for their unity, for their gifts to be shared in harmony once more. The spirits listened, their forms shimmering with the essence of their seasons, spring with her gown of blossoms, summer glowing with the light of the sun, autumn cloaked in leaves of gold, and winter draped in a mantle of snow. Moved by Leora's plea, they agreed to restore the balance, each promising to honor their place in the cycle of life. As the seasons returned to their harmonious dance, the forest began to heal. The streams sang once more, the trees whispered their secrets, and the creatures of the glen thrived under the renewed magic of their home. Mistral concluded her tale with a gentle smile, her eyes shining with the light of the morning sun. "And so, dear friends," she said, "we learn that true harmony is not found in dominance, but in balance and respect for the gifts each of us brings." The gathering of creatures sat in thoughtful silence, the lesson of Leora's wisdom settling warmly in their hearts. The forest, too, seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment, the leaves rustling softly in agreement. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its golden light over the glen, the friends bid Mistral farewell, their spirits uplifted by the story and the promise of another beautiful day in their enchanted forest. And so, the ancient forest continued its timeless rhythm, a place where reality and magic danced hand in hand, and where the stories of wisdom and harmony were cherished and passed down through generations, a testament to the enduring beauty of balance in all things. Story 33, The Whispering Woods and the Silver Bell. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and lush valleys, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was surrounded by dense, mysterious woods that the villagers called the Whispering Woods. These woods were known for their enchanting beauty, with tall, ancient trees whose leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow under the moonlight and a gentle breeze that seemed to carry the whispers of forgotten tales. In this village, a young girl named Leora lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Leora had golden hair that cascaded down her back like sunlight, and eyes as bright and curious as stars. She was known for her kind heart and adventurous spirit, often wandering the village, listening to the tales spun by the elders, and dreaming of the world beyond. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Leora sat by the fireplace, listening to her grandmother's stories. Her grandmother, a wise woman with silvery hair and gentle eyes, spoke of the magical Whispering Woods and the secrets they held. Among these tales was the legend of the Silver Bell, a mystical object said to reside deep within the woods. It was believed that the bell, when rung, could reveal hidden truths and grant the ringer a single, heartfelt wish. Leora's heart fluttered with excitement at the thought of the silver bell. The idea of a wish was enchanting, but it was the mystery and adventure that truly captured her imagination. That night, as she lay in bed, the wind whispered through the trees, and the moonlight danced on her window, Leora decided she would venture into the Whispering Woods to find the silver bell. The next morning, after ensuring her grandmother was still peacefully asleep, Leora packed a small satchel with essentials: some bread, an apple, a flask of water, and a warm cloak. She tiptoed out of the cottage and set off towards the woods, the morning mist curling around her like a welcoming embrace. As Leora stepped into the woods, she was greeted by a symphony of nature, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of birds, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. The woods were alive with color. The leaves blazed in shades of gold and crimson, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of fallen leaves. Leora followed an overgrown path, her senses attuned to the rhythm of the forest. She marveled at the towering trees, their trunks thick with age and wisdom, and the playful squirrels that darted across branches. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Hours passed as Leora journeyed deeper into the woods, guided by an inexplicable feeling pulling her forward. She paused by a crystal-clear stream to rest and eat. As she nibbled on her bread, she noticed a peculiar stone glistening in the water. It was smooth and round, with a faint silvery sheen. Curious, Leora picked it up, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. As she held the stone, a soft voice echoed in her mind, gentle and melodic. "Fear not, young seeker. The path you tread is one of discovery and truth. Listen to the whispers of the woods, and you shall find your way." Startled yet intrigued, Leora knew she was on the right path. She tucked the stone into her satchel and continued her journey, her heart beating with anticipation. As dusk began to settle, painting the woods in twilight hues, Leora came upon a grove unlike any she had seen before. The trees here were ancient, their branches intertwined to form a natural archway. Beyond it, the forest glowed with a silvery light, as if touched by moonlight even before nightfall. Leora stepped through the archway, and the world seemed to shift around her. The air was cooler, and the whispers of the woods grew louder, more distinct. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, guiding her deeper into this hidden realm. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, and its branches reaching high into the sky. Nestled among its roots was a small, delicate bell, shimmering with a silvery glow. Leora approached it with awe, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and reverence. As she reached for the bell, a soft rustle caught her attention. From behind the oak tree emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, but its fur was a brilliant shade of silver, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and warmth. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox spoke, its voice calm and soothing. "I am Anwin, guardian of the silver bell. What brings you to this sacred place?" Leora, though surprised, felt no fear. She sensed kindness in Anwin's eyes and replied, "I seek the silver bell, not for a wish, but for the adventure it promised. I wish to understand the whispers of the woods and the stories they tell." Anwin nodded, a soft smile playing on its lips. "You have come with a pure heart, young one. The bell is yours to ring, but remember, its magic reveals what is already within you." With a gentle nod, Leora reached for the bell and gave it a soft ring. The sound was pure and melodious, resonating through the grove like a gentle lullaby. As the echoes faded, the grove transformed before her eyes. The trees shimmered, their leaves glowing with a silvery light, and the whispers of the woods grew clearer, weaving a tapestry of ancient tales and forgotten dreams. Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging and understanding. Anwin watched her with knowing eyes. "The woods have chosen you, Leora. Their stories are now part of your heart. Share them with the world, for they hold the wisdom of ages." Leora thanked Anwin, feeling a connection to the woods that she had never imagined. The journey had changed her, not with a single wish, but with the gift of understanding and the promise of endless stories. As she made her way back home, the path seemed brighter, the woods more welcoming. The whispers accompanied her, guiding her steps and filling her heart with peace. When Leora returned to her cottage, her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile. "The woods have shared their secrets with you, haven't they?" she asked gently. Leora nodded, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom. "Yes, and I have so much to share." That night, as the fire crackled in the hearth and the moon cast its gentle light through the window, Leora began to tell her grandmother the tales she had heard. Her voice was soft and melodic, weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment that filled the room with warmth. And so the stories of the Whispering Woods began to spread through Willowbrook, carried by Leora's voice and the gentle whispers of the wind. The villagers listened with rapt attention, finding comfort and inspiration in the timeless tales. Leora's journey into the woods had changed her, teaching her the value of listening to the world around her and understanding the stories that lay hidden in every rustle of leaves and every gentle breeze. Years passed, and Leora grew into a wise and gentle storyteller, her tales bringing joy and wisdom to all who heard them. The silver bell remained in the grove, a symbol of the magic and mystery that lay within the whispering woods, its gentle chime a reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. And as the seasons changed, the woods continued to whisper their secrets, welcoming those who dared to listen, and promising a world of wonder and friendship to all who entered with an open heart. In Willowbrook, the nights were filled with stories and laughter, and the village thrived in harmony with the whispering woods. For in the heart of the forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Leora had discovered the greatest treasure of all, the power of friendship, understanding, and the endless stories that connect us all. Story 34. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far beyond the reach of ordinary starlight, there was a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. Luminara was known for its serene landscapes, where the gentle glow of bioluminescent flora painted the night in hues of emerald and sapphire. It was here that a young Luminaran named Orin lived, whose heart was as bright as the glowing forests of his home. Orin was a gatherer of stories and a keeper of peace among his people, who thrived on harmony and understanding. His days were spent listening to the whispers of the wind through the trees and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. Yet, despite the tranquility of Luminara, Orin felt a stirring in his spirit, a longing for adventure beyond the familiar glow of his world. One day, as Orin wandered through the Forest of Echoes, he stumbled upon something entirely unexpected, a small, peculiar spacecraft nestled between two towering trees. Its hull shimmered under the starlit sky, casting iridescent reflections on the ground. Curiosity piqued, Orin approached, only to find a figure emerging from the craft. The figure was an alien, unlike any Orin had ever seen. It was a Xandarian named Cori, from the planet Xandar, known for its vast oceans and towering crystal spires. Cori's skin glimmered like the surface of a tranquil sea, and their eyes held the depth of 1,000 oceans. Despite their graceful appearance, there was an air of distress about Cori. "Greetings," Orin called softly, his voice a gentle melody carried by the night breeze. "Are you in need of assistance?" Cori, startled by the sudden presence, took a cautious step back. They had come to Luminara seeking solitude and reflection, far from the chaotic currents of their own world. Misunderstanding Orin's approach as a threat, they raised a hand in defense, summoning a barrier of shimmering water around them. "Please, I mean no harm," Orin reassured, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "I only wish to help." The tension in Cori's shoulders eased slightly, and the barrier wavered, then vanished. "I apologize," Cori murmured, their voice a soothing ripple. "I am unfamiliar with this place and its inhabitants. It seems I have misjudged you." Understanding dawned on Orin. "No harm done," he replied warmly. "Perhaps we can learn from one another." With the initial misunderstanding behind them, Orin and Cori began to talk, sharing stories of their worlds. Orin spoke of the luminous forests and the gentle creatures of Luminara, while Cori described the vast oceanic expanses and the majestic crystal cities of Xandar. As they shared their worlds, they found common ground in their appreciation for beauty and peace. However, their newfound friendship was soon put to the test. A sudden storm swept over Luminara, a rare occurrence that threatened the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The skies darkened, and the gentle glow of the flora dimmed as rain poured down in torrents. "We must protect the Forest of Echoes," Orin urged, worry creasing his brow. "The trees are fragile and may not withstand such a storm." Cori nodded, sensing the urgency. "I can help," they said, extending their hands. From their palms, a gentle stream of water flowed, forming a protective dome over the most vulnerable part of the forest. Together, Orin and Cori worked tirelessly through the night, Orin guiding the flow of water to where it was needed most, while Cori maintained the strength of the barrier. As the storm raged on, they found themselves relying on each other's strengths, their bond solidifying with every shared effort. When the first light of dawn broke through the storm clouds, the rain ceased, leaving the forest glistening with droplets that captured the morning light. Exhausted but triumphant, Orin and Corey surveyed their work. The forest had been saved, its beauty preserved for another day. In that moment of victory, they realized the true depth of their friendship. Despite their differences, they had found a way to understand and support each other. The storm had forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As the sun rose higher, casting warm rays upon the rejuvenated forest, Orin turned to Corey with a grateful smile. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "I could not have done this without you." "And I, without you," Corey replied, their eyes reflecting the shimmering light. "I have learned much from our time together, Orin." From that day forward, Orin and Corey remained friends, exploring the wonders of Luminara and beyond, their adventures filled with laughter, understanding, and the shared joy of discovery. They taught each other the value of trust and the strength found in unity, lessons that would guide them through many more challenges to come. And so, under the starlit skies and amidst the radiant glow of Luminara's forests, a Luminaran and a Xandarian discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond unbroken by distance, misunderstanding, or storm. Their story became a beacon of hope and harmony, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of diverse hearts united as one. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the sunlight filtered through the tall, ancient trees like golden rain, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The cottages there were as charming as they were snug, with thatched roofs that seemed to smile under the weight of moss and flowers. The villagers lived contentedly, tending to their gardens, sharing stories by the fire, and listening to the gentle melodies played by the brook that wound its way through the village like a silver ribbon. In one such cottage, there lived a curious and kind soul named Finn. Finn was a young lad with a heart as big as the sky, and eyes that sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stars. He was known for his love of puzzles and mysteries, and could often be found at the edge of the woods, talking to the animals or gazing at the clouds as if they held secrets only he could unravel. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist wrapped the village in a soft, silken embrace, a series of peculiar events began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find their shoes mysteriously moved from their doorsteps to the branches of trees. Some found their milk jugs filled with fresh cream instead, and others noticed that the colors of their flower beds had swapped places overnight. These strange occurrences, while harmless, left the village buzzing with curious whispers and gentle laughter. Intrigued and eager to solve the mystery, Finn decided to seek the wisdom of the village's resident wise owl, Master Orlo. Master Orlo lived in the tallest oak tree at the heart of the forest, his home a cozy nest lined with soft feathers and twinkling crystals that caught the light just so, casting rainbows around his abode. As Finn approached, the gentle hoot of the owl greeted him. "Ah, young Finn," said Master Orlo, his voice rich and warm. "I sense you have questions fluttering about like leaves in the breeze." "Indeed, Master Orlo," Finn replied, settling on a moss-covered rock. "The village has been visited by a playful mystery, and I seek your guidance in understanding it." Master Orlo chuckled softly, his feathers ruffling with amusement. The world often whispers its secrets to those who listen closely. Perhaps it is time to pay heed to the forest's own magic. Finn pondered this, his mind as bright and clear as the morning sky. He thanked Master Orlo and set off deeper into the woods, his feet treading softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. As he walked, he noticed subtle signs. A trail of glittering toadstools that seemed to pulse with an inner light, a family of squirrels chattering animatedly as if discussing something of great import, and the sound of gentle laughter carried on the wind. Following the signs, Finn soon arrived at a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, he discovered a gathering of woodland creatures, rabbits with snow-white fur, foxes with eyes like amber, and even a hedgehog who seemed to be conducting an orchestra of songbirds. At the center of this magical assembly stood a small, sprightly creature with wings like gossamer and a crown of tiny flowers atop her head. Finn approached with a smile, his heart full of wonder. "Greetings," he said warmly. Might you be the source of the delightful mischief in Willow Hollow? The winged creature giggled, her laughter like the tinkling of bells. I am called Lyra, she said, her voice as light as the breeze. The forest thought it was time for a little joy and surprise, so we decided to play. Finn nodded, understanding the gentle intent behind the whimsical acts. The villagers have been both puzzled and delighted by your handiwork. Perhaps you might join me in sharing this joy openly with them. Lyra's eyes twinkled with delight. A splendid idea. Let us spread the magic together. And so it was that Finn and his new friends returned to Willow Hollow, where they introduced the villagers to Lyra and her merry band of mischief makers. Together they organized a festival of enchantment, where shoes danced on their own and flowers sang to the stars. The villagers laughed and played, their hearts light with the simple joy of unexpected magic. As the evening drew to a close and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn sat by the fire with Master Orlo, who had come to witness the festivities. The owl's eyes gleamed with wisdom and pride. You see, young Finn, Master Orlo said softly, the greatest mysteries often hold the simplest truths. The joy of shared laughter, the magic of friendship, and the wonder of a world that never ceases to surprise. Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into his bones and the contentment of a mystery well unraveled. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep under the starlit canopy, the sounds of the forest lulled him with their gentle, timeless song, promising more adventures and gentle surprises in the days to come. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of rolling emerald hills, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes that sparkled with the same mystery as the moonlit lake near her home, and an adventurer's heart that beat with the rhythm of the whispering wind. Her days were often filled with tales spun by her grandmother, a wise old woman whose stories of far-off lands and magical creatures painted vivid pictures in Lila's mind. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila set out on a path she had never traveled before. It was a trail that wound away from the village, curling like a ribbon through the woods, rumored to lead to a place known only as the Enchanted Glade. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, a place where the ordinary world melted into dreams and wonders awaited those brave enough to seek them. Lila stepped lightly along the path, each footfall cushioned by the soft, moss-covered earth. The air was alive with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of a babbling brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, dappling the ground in patterns of light and shadow. As she walked, the woods around her began to change, subtly at first. The trees grew taller, their bark a deep, rich brown, and their leaves shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. It wasn't long before Lila encountered her first whimsical creature. A small, furry being with eyes as bright as polished marbles and ears that twitched with curiosity emerged from behind a thicket. It was a whisket, a creature her grandmother had often described, known for its playful nature and love of riddles. The whisket hopped closer, its coat glinting like spun silver in the sun. "Welcome, young traveler," it chirped in a voice as soft as a breeze through the reeds. "To proceed, you must answer my riddle. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Lila paused, her brow furrowing in thought. She remembered her grandmother's tales and the lessons they imparted. "An echo," she replied confidently, a smile tugging at her lips. The whisket clapped its paws together in delight, its laughter a tinkling melody. "Correct! You may pass, brave one. May your journey be filled with wonder." With a nod of gratitude to the whisket, Lila continued her journey. The path became more curious as it led her through a grove where the trees were adorned with blossoms of every conceivable color. The air was fragrant with the scent of honey and wildflowers. Here, she encountered a flutter of luminescent butterflies that danced around her, their wings shimmering like precious gems. One butterfly, larger than the rest and wearing a crown of dew diamonds, alighted on Lila's shoulder. "We are the guardians of the glade," it announced in a voice that was both delicate and wise. "To reach the heart of this magical place, you must show us your heart's truest wish." Lila closed her eyes, feeling the gentle pulse of the butterfly's presence. She thought of her village, of her grandmother's stories, and of the yearning in her heart to see the world beyond the hills. "My truest wish," she whispered, "is to bring back stories of wonder and magic to share with those I love." The butterflies fluttered joyfully, creating a cascade of colors around her. "Your wish is pure and kind," the crowned butterfly said. "You may continue to the heart of the glade." As Lila stepped forward, the path opened into a breathtaking clearing. The enchanted glade was even more wondrous than she had imagined. A crystal-clear pond lay at its center, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Around it, flowers bloomed in brilliant hues, and trees bore fruit that sparkled like jewels. Gentle creatures of all shapes and sizes gathered, their eyes warm and welcoming. Here, in this serene place, Lila felt a profound sense of peace. She spent the afternoon learning the stories of the glade, tales of courage, friendship, and the magic that lay within each heart. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the glade, it was time for Lila to return home. With a heart full of stories and a spirit renewed by the wonders she had witnessed, Lila made her way back along the path. The whisket waved her off with a jaunty salute, and the butterflies danced around her, guiding her steps. When she reached her village, the evening star twinkling above, Lila was greeted by her grandmother's warm embrace. "Tell me, dear one," her grandmother said, eyes twinkling with curiosity, "what tales have you brought back from your journey?" And so, by the fireside, with shadows flickering gently across the walls, Lila recounted her adventures. Her words painted pictures of the enchanted glade, of whiskets and moonlit lakes, and of courage found in the most unexpected places. As she finished, her grandmother smiled softly, her eyes filled with pride. "Remember, dear Lila," she said, "the world is full of paths yet to be discovered, and every journey begins with the courage to take the first step." With that, Lila drifted into dreams, her heart alight with the promise of the adventures yet to come, secure in the knowledge that the wonders of the world were only a step away. And in the quiet of the night, the enchanted glade shimmered softly, waiting for the next brave soul to uncover its secrets. Story 37. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The cottages of Willowbrook, with their moss-covered roofs and winding chimneys, nestled amidst the towering oaks and elms, looked as though they had been painted into the landscape itself. In this village, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. She had a knack for noticing the little things that often went unseen. Her days were filled with gentle adventures, exploring the forest paths with her loyal companion, a wise old owl named Bramble. Bramble, with his feathers like woven silver and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom, had been Lila's friend since she was very small. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Lila noticed something peculiar. The fireflies that usually danced in the twilight seemed to be missing from their nightly ballet. Instead, tiny orbs of light flickered erratically, casting unusual shadows that wavered like whispered secrets. Curiosity piqued, Lila decided to investigate. She slipped on her soft woolen cloak, its edges embroidered with tiny stars, and tiptoed into the forest with Bramble perched on her shoulder. The forest was a place of wonder and magic, and its creatures were as old as the trees themselves. As they ventured deeper, the path was illuminated by the ethereal glow of moonlight filtering through the leaves. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of damp moss and pine. Lila listened to the soft crunch of twigs beneath her feet and the gentle hoot of Bramble, who occasionally offered quiet observations in his wise, melodic voice. "Something has stirred the balance," Bramble hooted softly, his voice a gentle rumble. "But fear not, dear Lila, for mysteries often unravel themselves with patience and care." The pair came upon a clearing where the grass was dotted with tiny wildflowers that shone like stars fallen from the sky. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, with a trunk so wide it would take 10 children holding hands to encircle it. This was the heartwood tree, known to be the guardian of the forest's magic. Beneath its sprawling branches sat a small, furry creature that Lila had never seen before. Its eyes were like polished amber, wide and full of curiosity. Its fur shimmered in shades of blue and silver, and it held a tiny lantern that glowed with a soft, warm light. "Hello there," Lila called gently, crouching down to the creature's level. I'm Lila, and this is Bramble. Have you lost your way? The creature blinked up at her, its eyes reflecting the moon's soft light. I am Flicker, it replied, its voice a gentle tinkling like the chime of distant bells. I am a keeper of light, and I have come to seek help. Bramble ruffled his feathers with interest. What troubles you, little one? He asked with the warmth of an old storyteller. Flicker explained that the usual fireflies of Willowbrook had been enchanted by a mischievous sprite, drawn to their glowing brilliance. The sprite didn't mean harm, but was lonely and sought companionship, not understanding the importance of the firefly's nightly dance. Lila listened intently, her heart going out to both the sprite and the fireflies. Perhaps we can find a way to help everyone, she suggested, her voice soft and thoughtful. If we can show the sprite the beauty of friendship, maybe it will release the fireflies. With this plan in mind, Layla, Bramble, and Flicker set off deeper into the forest, seeking the sprite. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the night air was filled with a hopeful, expectant energy. They found the sprite by a babbling brook, its form like a wisp of cloud, shimmering and playful. It was surrounded by a cloud of fireflies, their light dimmed by the enchantment. Lila approached with kindness in her eyes and warmth in her voice. Hello, sprite, she called softly. I'm Lila. I heard you were feeling a bit lonely. The sprite paused, its ethereal form flickering like candlelight. Lonely? It echoed, its voice a gentle breeze through the leaves. Yes, Lila continued, but you don't need to keep the fireflies to have friends. We can be your friends. The sprite tilted its head, curious. Friends? Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars. Friends are those who share your laughter and your quiet moments. They are those who see the world with you. The sprite seemed to ponder this, its form becoming more solid, more still. I have never had friends, it admitted, its voice a whisper of longing. But you can, Lila assured, reaching out a hand. Join us, and we'll show you the wonders of Willowbrook. With a gentle, tentative motion, the sprite released the fireflies. The little creatures resumed their joyful dance, lighting up the forest with their delicate brilliance. The sprite, now free of its enchantment, twirled in the moonlight, its laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. From that night on, the sprite became a cherished friend to Lila, Bramble, and the villagers of Willowbrook. It learned the true joy of companionship, of shared stories and laughter beneath the stars. As Lila and Bramble made their way back home, the forest hummed with contentment. The fireflies glowed brighter than ever, a testament to the power of understanding and kindness. And so, in the quiet warmth of her cottage, with Bramble nestled comfortably, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the magic of friendship would always light her way. In Willowbrook, the nights were once again filled with the gentle glow of fireflies, and the heart of the forest beat with the harmonious rhythm of a world at peace. Story 38. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy, a tiny asteroid drifted aimlessly through the inky blackness. It was an unassuming rock, pockmarked and gray, indistinguishable from countless others. Yet on this night, two lives were about to intersect in the most extraordinary way. Zora was a young Venusian, recently embarked on her first solo mission as a deep space explorer. Born to roving parents who charted new territories, she inherited an insatiable wanderlust and a heart as expansive as the stars themselves. Tonight she floated among the asteroid field, collecting rare mineral samples and reveling in the profound silence. Unbeknownst to Zora, she was not alone. A tiny speck of life clung to that very asteroid. Quix, a Xylixian mineralogist, just emerged from a centurial hibernation cycle. This peculiar species resembled a cross between a reptile and a plant, with scaly skin and vines in place of limbs. Though brilliant in their understanding of geology, Xylixians possessed little knowledge of other life forms. As Zora's craft neared the asteroid, her scanners detected a faint life signature. Her curiosity piqued. She activated the tractor beam and pulled the rock into the cargo hold, intending to study whatever organism called it home. When the airlock opened, she was stunned to find Quix uncurling like a sleepy flower toward the warm ship lights. "Stars above!" Zora gasped. An indigenous life form. Quix, startled by the towering humanoid shape, instinctively lashed outward with defensive vines. Zora cried out as the thorny tendrils constricted around her torso. She struggled against the iron grip as Quix's wide, saucer-like eyes blinked in bewilderment. Please, I mean you no harm, Zora managed. I'm an explorer. The words fell on deaf ears, or whatever passed for ears on a Xylixian. Panicked by this bizarre encounter, Quix only tightened the vines. Zora felt her breath growing short. Ship, detain the life form, she wheezed. A shimmering force field materialized around Quix, and the startled creature released its grip. Zora sank to her knees, gulping air as the vines retreated. When she finally looked up, she found herself face to face with the frightened alien, saucer eyes blinking rapidly. Well, she panted, it's nice to meet you too. Studying each other in that tense silence, an unspoken realization took hold. They were both impossibly alone in that great expanse. Zora's instincts told her this was no malicious beast, but a being just as lost and bewildered as she. Quix, too, seemed to sense a kinship behind the Venusian's warm eyes. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, their shared isolation overshadowed the fear of the unknown. In the days that followed, an unlikely friendship blossomed between explorer and mineralogist. With abundant patience and her shipboard translation matrix, Zora began piecing together Xylixian language through pattern recognition. Simple at first, her phrases grew more complex as Quix grasped the fundamentals of interspecies communication. Where do you come from? Zora asked one day, having learned enough rudimentary vocabulary. Quix extended a ragged vine toward the view screen, tracing a wavy pattern through the star fields. Gazing out at those infinite celestial bodies, Zora felt a renewed sense of awe. Until now, she had only studied them from afar, but this sole representative offered a precious window into one of those strange worlds. In turn, Quix exhibited an insatiable curiosity about the vessel and its technologies. Every control panel and readout was an utter mystery. Though unable to grasp the science directly, the Xylixian hungered to understand the very nature of such power. What forces bent reality to serve these instruments? What secrets did the Venusian wield? Gradually, respect and empathy replaced those first pangs of fear. There was no malice in their misunderstandings, only the growing pains of two souls stretching toward one another across a vast cultural divide. By nurturing that shared sense of wonder, each found profound meaning in the other's very existence. Yet their journey was not without peril. During a routine system check, a cascading glitch froze the ship's environmental controls in a deadly thermal rise. Within minutes, the temperature soared to levels unsafe even for Zora's Venusian biology. She scrambled to reroute systems manually, but struggled with the intense heat. Just then, Quix sprang into action, vines whipping out to activate auxiliary systems through sheer trial and error. Though unable to read the displays, the Xylixian's ingenuity and determination helped stabilize core functions. Finally, Zora regained control and restored normal parameters. She turned to find Quix swaying heavily, tendrils drooping with exhaustion. "You saved my life," she murmured, reaching out in profound gratitude. In that gesture, she felt the depth of their bond. They were shipmates, partners in survival, friends in the most transcendent sense. No mere words could convey the true unity that melded their spirits in that moment. This was life's highest expression, distilled across ions and galaxies to its most elemental form, two disparate beings, sustaining one another through adversity and perceiving universes in each other's eyes. Whatever came next on their journey mattered little, for they had already unraveled existence's deepest mysteries by simply coexisting. From that singular encounter, a new universe of wisdom and compassion was seeded throughout the cosmos. Wherever the ship's wake would ripple outward, tales of the most unlikely friendship would echo like a celestial lullaby. By surrendering the shackles of fear and judgment, Zora and Quix transcended the limits of bloodline or taxonomy to dream an infinite dream of unity. Perhaps in some distant reality, we too may still unlock the courage to open our hearts so unreservedly. Until that Starchild awakening, their story drifts on like a brilliant comet, a promise that even in creation's darkest reaches, the warmth of kinship burns ever brighter. Story 39. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the sunlight danced through the emerald canopy and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a collection of quirky, endearing creatures. This particular part of the woods was known as Tinkerwood Hollow, a place where the unusual was usual and where magic seemed to sparkle in every leaf and stone. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree lived a curious little mouse named Wobbles. Wobbles had the most peculiar trait for a mouse. His ears were so large that they fluttered like butterfly wings when he ran. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, Wobbles was known throughout the forest for his boundless curiosity and his knack for finding things that seemed to be perpetually misplaced. Nearby, in a sun-dappled glen, resided a cheerful frog named Nimbus. Nimbus was not just any frog. His skin shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, and he possessed an extraordinary ability to hop higher than any frog in the land. Nimbus loved nothing more than leaping from lily pad to lily pad, leaving trails of laughter and occasional splashes. The duo's best friend was a wise old tortoise named Myrtle, who lived in a shell that resembled a colorful mosaic pieced together from the broken pottery of ancient times. Myrtle was slow to move but quick to think, and her gentle wisdom was a guiding star for all who sought her counsel. One morning, as the golden rays of dawn kissed the treetops, Wobbles and Nimbus met by the bubbling brook that ran through Tinkerwood Hollow. They were planning their usual day of exploration and discovery. However, as they gathered, a peculiar sound echoed through the woods, a sound like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the gentle hum of a summer breeze. Curiosity piqued, they followed the sound until they reached a clearing they had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous flower, its petals as translucent as dewdrops, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. The flower seemed to be singing, its melody weaving through the air like a soft lullaby. "I've never seen anything like it," exclaimed Nimbus, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's magical," Wobbles agreed, his ears aflutter with excitement. "But what's making it sing?" Myrtle, having heard the commotion, lumbered into the clearing. Her wise eyes twinkled as she gazed upon the flower. "This is the melody blossom," she explained, "a rare and wondrous flower. It blooms only once every 100 years, and its song is said to bring joy and peace to all who hear it." The friends gathered in awe, basking in the flower's ethereal tune. But as they listened, they noticed a subtle change. The melody began to falter, notes slipping out of harmony like beads escaping a broken necklace. "Oh no," Nimbus croaked, his rainbow hues dimming with concern. "What's happening to the song?" Myrtle pondered for a moment before saying, "The melody blossom thrives on harmony and friendship. Perhaps something is amiss in our woods that is causing it to falter." Determined to restore the blossom's song, the trio set off to discover the source of the disharmony. They visited every corner of Tinkerwood Hollow, speaking with creatures big and small. They found a family of squirrels squabbling over acorns, a pair of owls arguing about who hooted first, and even a gaggle of geese in a honking dispute over the best swimming spot. With patience and kindness, Wobbles, Nimbus, and Myrtle helped each group find solutions to their problems. They shared stories and laughter, reminding everyone of the joy of working together and the strength found in friendship. As they traveled back to the clearing, they noticed a change in the air. The melody blossom's song was becoming stronger, its notes once again dancing in perfect harmony. By the time they arrived, the flower was singing with renewed vigor, its petals glowing like stars in the twilight. The forest creatures gathered, drawn by the enchanting music. Wobbles, Nimbus, and Myrtle watched as the woodland community united, swaying gently to the melody that filled the air with warmth and peace. The magical problem had been solved not through spells or potions, but through understanding and friendship. The melody blossom's song was a reminder of the beauty that lay in camaraderie and shared joys. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Wobbles, Nimbus, and Myrtle settled beneath the oak tree, their hearts light and content. "That was quite an adventure," Wobbles said with a yawn, his ears drooping with exhaustion. "Indeed," Nimbus agreed, a smile playing on his colorful lips. "I never knew how much music could mean until today." Myrtle nodded, her eyes closing slowly. "Harmony is a treasure, my dear friends, one that we must cherish and nurture." With the melody blossom's song lulling them into a peaceful slumber, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that their bond was as magical as the woods they called home. And so, in the heart of whispering woods, where magic danced like fireflies and friendship bloomed like the sweetest flowers, the night wrapped Tinkerwood Hollow in its gentle embrace, promising more adventures and melodies with the dawn. Story 40. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a small, unassuming shop known as the Curious Curio. The shop's windows gleamed with the glow of candlelight, and its wooden door creaked melodiously whenever a visitor entered. Inside, shelves were brimming with peculiar trinkets and artifacts from distant lands, each holding a story waiting to be discovered. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, a gentle soul named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was a young, curious girl with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of wonder. She was drawn to the Curious Curio by tales of its enchanting items, each rumored to possess a secret of its own. As Clara meandered through the aisles, her fingers brushed lightly over polished stones, intricately carved boxes, and gleaming bottles filled with shimmering powders. It was then that she spotted a small, unadorned teapot, perched inconspicuously among more ostentatious items. Its surface was worn with age, yet it exuded a warmth that seemed to beckon her closer. Gently lifting the teapot, Clara noticed an inscription etched along its spout. Though the language was unfamiliar, she felt a peculiar sense of understanding, as if the words were speaking directly to her heart. Intrigued, Clara decided to purchase the teapot, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. As she left the shop, the shopkeeper, a wise old man with twinkling eyes, smiled knowingly. "Take care of it," he said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It may have more to offer than you think." Clara returned home, her mind alight with curiosity about her newfound treasure. She placed the teapot on the kitchen table, admiring its simple beauty. As she did so, a soft, melodious hum filled the room, growing louder until it formed a gentle tune that seemed to wrap around her like a warm blanket. To her astonishment, a small, shimmering figure emerged from the spout, a tiny, ethereal creature with wings like a dragonfly and a face full of mischief and kindness. "Greetings, young one," the creature chirped in a voice that tinkled like wind chimes. "I am Thistle, guardian of the Whispering Teapot. I am here to guide you on a journey of discovery." Clara, though surprised, felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. She nodded, curious to learn more. Thistle explained that the teapot held the power to reveal hidden truths and grant insights into the heart's deepest desires. However, the magic could only be unlocked through understanding and compassion. With Thistle's guidance, Clara embarked on a journey not through distant lands, but through the heart of her own village. She began to see the world through new eyes, noticing the quiet struggles and unspoken dreams of those around her. She spent time with her neighbors, listening to their stories and offering kind words of encouragement. One day, while visiting the village's ancient oak tree, Clara met an elderly woman named Matilda, whose eyes were clouded with sorrow. Matilda shared tales of her youth, of dreams unfulfilled and loved ones lost. Clara listened intently, feeling a deep empathy for the woman's plight. Inspired by Thistle's gentle wisdom, Clara decided to host a gathering beneath the oak tree, inviting villagers to share their stories and support one another. As laughter and conversation filled the air, Clara noticed the change in Matilda. A spark of joy had returned to her eyes. Through her journey, Clara learned that the greatest magic lay not in the teapot itself, but in the connections and understanding she fostered within her community. The teapot, with Thistle's guidance, had merely opened her heart to the possibilities of kindness and empathy. As the seasons changed and the first flurries of winter began to fall, Clara returned to the Curious Curio to thank the shopkeeper. He listened to her tale with a knowing smile and nodded. "The true magic, dear Clara, is the love and understanding we share with others. The teapot simply reminded you of what you already possessed." Clara left the shop, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. The Whispering Teapot remained with her, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the friendships she had forged along the way. And so in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara continued to spread kindness and understanding, her heart forever open to the magic of the world around her. The gentle hum of the teapot accompanied her, a reminder of the wisdom and wonder that lay within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the winds and streams sparkled with the laughter of unseen sprites, there thrived a hidden world, vibrant and alive. It was a place where the boundary between reality and magic blurred, a sanctuary where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, guided by the gentle rhythms of nature. In this forest, the sun rose each morning with a golden glow that bathed the treetops in warmth, and the moonlight at night wove silvery patterns across the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of moss-covered logs. Every sound was music, the gentle rustling of leaves, the soft babbling of brooks, and the distant call of an owl settling down for the night. Among the denizens of this enchanted forest was a wise old turtle named Orin. His shell, a mosaic of browns and greens, mirrored the forest floor he had traversed for countless years. Orin was revered by all creatures as the keeper of stories and wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His eyes, deep and knowing, held the glint of the moon, as if he had seen 1,000 tales unfold beneath its glow. One peaceful spring morning, as the dew clung to the leaves like tiny diamonds, Orin gathered the younger creatures around him in a sun-dappled clearing. The air was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the flutter of butterfly wings. There was Lila, the inquisitive fox with her russet fur, always eager to learn. Finn, the playful otter whose laughter rippled like the stream he called home. And Mira, the gentle deer with eyes as soft as a twilight sky. "Today," began Orin, his voice as soothing as the rustle of wind through pine needles, "I shall tell you of the great dance of the seasons, a story as old as the forest itself." The young ones settled into the cozy embrace of the grass, their eyes wide with anticipation. Overhead, the sun peeked through the canopy, casting warm patches of light that seemed to nod in agreement with Orin's words. "In our forest," Orin continued, "there exists a delicate balance, a harmony that is sustained by the dance of the seasons. Each season brings with it a unique magic, a gift that helps the forest thrive." He paused, letting the serenity of the clearing envelop them. The scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle, a reminder of the bounty that spring had bestowed upon them. "In spring," Orin explained, "the world awakens from its slumber. Buds burst forth in a symphony of colors, and the air is filled with the melodies of returning birds. It is a time of renewal, of beginnings." Lila perked up, her ears twitching with excitement. "And summer?" she asked, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "Ah, summer," Orin said with a gentle smile. "The forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and every creature finds joy in the abundance of life. The streams run full and clear, and the days are long and filled with laughter." Finn, who loved the water, wiggled with delight. "I can't wait for the summer streams," he exclaimed, imagining the cool rush against his fur. "But what of autumn?" Mira asked softly, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the woods. "Autumn," Orin spoke, his tone turning thoughtful, "is a time of reflection. The leaves dress in fiery hues, painting the forest in gold and crimson. It's a reminder of the beauty in change and the importance of preparing for the times ahead." The creatures nodded, the rustle of the leaves echoing their understanding. The scent of fallen leaves, crisp and dry, lingered in the air, a promise of the season to come. "And winter?" Lila inquired, her curiosity insatiable. "In winter," Orin murmured, "the forest rests, snow blankets the earth, and a hush falls over the land. It is a time of quiet, of stillness, where nature gathers strength for the coming year." The young ones listened intently, their imaginations painting scenes of snow-draped branches and the warmth of dens and burrows. "But how do these seasons keep the forest in balance?" Finn asked, his eyes alight with wonder. Orin's gaze softened, and he spoke with the certainty of one who has lived through many cycles. "Each season brings with it a lesson, a gift. Spring teaches us to embrace new beginnings, summer to cherish joy, autumn to accept change, and winter to find peace and stillness. Together they weave the tapestry of life, each thread essential to the whole." As Orin's words settled over them like a comforting blanket, the creatures felt a deep sense of belonging, a connection to the eternal dance that cradled their world. "Remember, my young friends," Orin said softly, "we are all part of this dance. It is our duty to honor the seasons, to live in harmony with the forest, and to pass this wisdom to those who come after us. With the sun dipping lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the clearing, the young ones rose, their hearts filled with gratitude and understanding. They thanked Orin for his story, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. As they wandered back to their homes, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet contentment. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, the leaves applauding the wisdom shared, while the creatures of the forest carried with them the knowledge that each day was a part of something greater, something magical. And so, under the vast canopy of stars that twinkled above, the ancient forest continued its timeless dance, a testament to the enduring bond between nature and the creatures who called it home. In harmony, they thrived, their lives a melody that echoed through the ages, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in balance and the power of stories to guide the way. Story 42, The Whispering Woods and the Secret of the Enchanted Lantern. In the gentle heart of a vast, whispering forest lay a village called Willowmere, cradled by the arms of towering trees and serenaded by the soft hum of the breeze. The villagers were accustomed to the forest's secrets, for Willowmere was a place where the leaves told stories and the rivers sang lullabies. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest would come alive with a symphony of crickets and hooting owls, while the silvery moon cast a soft glow over the sleepy hamlet. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen curiosity and boundless imagination. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky, always open to the mysteries of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting stories like wildflowers and wondering about the world beyond the familiar paths. Her most prized possession was a small, worn book of folk tales, given to her by her grandmother, who had whispered the wonders and wisdom of the woods into her ears since she was a child. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like paper beneath her feet, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of pine and moss. The path was dappled in moonlight, creating a patchwork quilt of shadows and light. Lila felt the thrill of adventure tingling in her fingertips, a sense of stepping into a story yet to be told. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in an ethereal glow. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old sorcerer. Hanging from the lowest branch was a lantern of intricate design, crafted from silver filigree and glass that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. It was unlike anything Lila had ever seen, and it seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting warmth. Curiosity piqued, Lila approached the lantern. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. Instantly, the lantern's light brightened, casting a circle of warmth and light around her. To her amazement, the forest around her transformed. The colors grew more vivid, the sounds more harmonious. It was as if the lantern had unlocked a hidden layer of the world, revealing its magical undercurrent. As she stood in awe, a soft voice floated through the air, as delicate as a feather. "Welcome, Lila," it said. Startled, Lila looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of the lantern," the voice replied, gentle and melodic. "I have been waiting for someone with a heart pure enough to see the world as it truly is." Lila felt a tingle of wonder at the spirit's words. "What do you mean?" she asked. "The lantern is a conduit," explained the spirit. "It reveals the hidden world within our own, where magic breathes and dreams take flight. But it is also a guide, and it has chosen you for a journey." "What kind of journey?" Lila inquired, both excited and a little apprehensive. "A journey to discover the secrets of the Whispering Woods," the spirit replied. "There are mysteries here that have been forgotten, stories that need to be told, but you must tread carefully, for not all is as it seems." Lila nodded, her resolve firm. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady with determination. The spirit chuckled softly, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Very well. Hold the lantern close and let it light your way." With the lantern in hand, Lila began her journey deeper into the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading her through groves of ancient trees and over babbling brooks. As she walked, the forest came alive with whispers and murmurs, as if the very trees were speaking to her. She listened intently, catching snippets of stories and songs, tales of old heroes and forgotten lands. As the night wore on, Lila encountered a variety of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. She met a family of fireflies that danced around her, their glow adding to the lantern's light. She watched as a pair of mischievous foxes played a game of tag, their fur glistening like copper in the moonlight. And she marveled at a majestic stag that stood watching her with wise, knowing eyes, as if he held the secrets of the forest in his antlers. But the most surprising encounter was yet to come. As she followed the lantern's light, Lila heard a faint sound, like the tinkling of bells. Curious, she followed it to a small glade where she found a peculiar creature sitting atop a rock. It was a tiny dragon, no larger than a house cat, with iridescent scales that shimmered like opals and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Hello there," Lila said, approaching cautiously. The dragon tilted its head, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. "Greetings, traveler," the dragon replied, its voice surprisingly deep and resonant for such a small creature. "I am Ember, guardian of this part of the forest. What brings you to my domain?" Lila smiled, holding up the lantern. "I found this, and it led me here. I'm on a journey to discover the forest's secrets." Ember nodded, his eyes flicking to the lantern. "Ah, the enchanted lantern. It is a rare gift, indeed. Few are chosen to wield its light." Lila felt a swell of pride. "Will you help me on my journey, Ember?" she asked. The dragon considered her for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. I shall accompany you. The forest is vast, and its mysteries are many. Together, we can unravel them." With Ember by her side, Lila continued her journey. The dragon proved to be a knowledgeable guide, sharing tales of the forest's history and pointing out hidden wonders along the way. He showed her a grove where the trees sang in harmony with the wind, their branches swaying like dancers. He led her to a spring whose waters sparkled like diamonds, said to grant visions of the future to those who dared to drink. As they traveled, Lila and Ember became fast friends. They shared stories and laughter, their bond growing stronger with each step. Lila learned that Ember, though small, was wise beyond his years, with a heart as fiery as his name. And Ember discovered that Lila was brave and kind, her spirit unyielding in the face of the unknown. Their journey led them to a hidden valley, where the forest opened up to reveal a breathtaking sight. A waterfall cascaded down a cliff, its waters shimmering with the colors of the rainbow. At its base, a pool of crystal-clear water reflected the stars, creating a mirror of the night sky. "This is the heart of the forest," Ember said reverently. "It is here that the magic of the Whispering Woods is most potent." Lila gazed in wonder at the scene, feeling the power of the place resonate within her. But as she looked closer, she noticed something strange. The waterfall's colors were fading, the vibrant hues dimming like a dying fire. "Why is it losing its color?" Lila asked, concerned. Ember's expression grew somber. "The forest is in danger. Its magic is dwindling, and with it, the life and beauty of this place. We must find the source of the problem and restore the balance." Determined to help, Lila and Ember set out to uncover the cause of the forest's fading magic. They followed the stream that fed the waterfall, winding through the forest like a silver ribbon. Along the way, they encountered signs of distress, wilting flowers, leaves losing their luster, and animals moving sluggishly, as if weighed down by an unseen burden. Their journey led them to a grove of ancient willows, their branches hanging like curtains around a small pond. In the center of the pond stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay a shimmering crystal. But the crystal's light was dim, its glow flickering like a dying ember. "This is the source of the forest," Ember explained. "It is the heart of the Whispering Woods, the wellspring of its magic. But something is draining its power." As Lila approached the pedestal, she noticed a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the grove. It was a creature made of mist and darkness, its form shifting and swirling like smoke. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and it seemed to exude an aura of malice. "The Shadow Wraith," Ember whispered, his voice tinged with fear. "It is a creature of darkness, drawn to places of power. It feeds on magic, leaving only emptiness in its wake." Lila felt a chill run down her spine, but she steeled herself against the fear. "We have to stop it," she said firmly. "We can't let it destroy the forest." Ember nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. But how? The wraith is a formidable foe, and its powers are great. Lila thought for a moment, then looked at the lantern in her hand. Its light was still strong, a beacon of hope in the gathering darkness. The lantern, she said, it reveals the true nature of things. Maybe it can banish the wraith's shadow. With newfound resolve, Lila approached the edge of the pond, holding the lantern high. Its light cut through the darkness, casting a circle of warmth and clarity around them. The wraith hissed, recoiling from the light, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. Ember leapt forward, his scales gleaming like molten gold. "Together, we can drive it back," he cried, his voice ringing with courage. Lila nodded, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. She focused on the lantern, willing its light to grow brighter, to pierce the shadows and reveal the truth. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the air charged with anticipation. As the lantern's light intensified, the wraith shrieked, its form unraveling like smoke in a breeze. It writhed and twisted, desperately trying to escape the light's embrace. But Lila and Ember stood firm, their combined strength pushing back the darkness. With a final, defiant cry, the wraith dissipated into the night, its presence vanishing like a bad dream. The grove was silent, the air heavy with the aftermath of the battle. But as Lila looked around, she saw that the forest was beginning to heal. The flowers perked up, their colors bright and vibrant once more. The leaves rustled with renewed vigor, whispering their secrets to the wind. The crystal on the pedestal began to glow, its light growing stronger and more steady. The waterfall in the valley resumed its kaleidoscope of colors, a testament to the restored magic of the Whispering Woods. Ember turned to Lila, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You did it, Lila. You saved the forest." Lila smiled, relief flooding her heart. "We did it, Ember. Together." The forest around them seemed to sigh in contentment, the trees swaying gently as if in applause. Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her, a deep connection to the world around her and to the friends she had made along the way. As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, Lila knew it was time to return to Willowmere. But she carried with her the memories of her journey, the lessons learned, and the bond forged with Ember and the forest itself. As she and Ember made their way back through the woods, the lantern's light guiding their path, Lila felt a sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that she had changed, grown, and discovered something truly magical. In the days that followed, Lila shared her story with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment. And though the lantern now hung once more in the ancient oak, its light was forever etched in Lila's heart, a reminder that the world was full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to see. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle embrace of the forest, the whispers of Willowmere sang a lullaby of friendship, bravery, and the enduring power of light over darkness. Story 43. In the vast starlit expanse of the Andromeda Quorum, aboard the gentle glide of the starship Etheria, two beings from worlds apart found themselves on a voyage they hadn't planned, but one that would forever change their destinies. The first was Lyra, a luminescent being from the aquatic planet of Andara, where ocean waves sang lullabies to the shimmering coral cities beneath. Lyra's form was fluid and ethereal, casting soft glows of turquoise and lavender that danced like moonlight on water. Her voice, a melodic whisper, calmed even the most turbulent of minds. Her companion, quite by chance, was Nox, a rugged, earthen creature from the rocky crags of Vortexia, where the skies were perpetually cloaked in swirling storm clouds. Nox's skin was a tapestry of stone and moss, his eyes like gleaming amber. He spoke with a gravelly warmth that echoed the strength of mountains. They met during a cosmic convergence, a rare event where paths of travelers from distant corners of the universe intersected. The Etheria, a ship known for its peaceful journeys and mesmerizing views of the stars, was their shared vessel. Initially, Lyra and Nox were wary of one another. Lyra's fluid movements and serene aura were a stark contrast to Nox's solid, grounded presence. Misunderstandings were abundant, as Lyra misinterpreted Nox's silent contemplation for aloofness, while Nox found Lyra's constant glow somewhat unsettling in the ship's dim corridors. Their differences came to a head during a small mishap in the ship's arboretum, a lush oasis of interstellar flora. Lyra, entranced by a cluster of celestial blooms that shimmered like her native sea flowers, accidentally triggered a cascade of pollen. The air became a symphony of colors, but to Nox, it was a storm of chaos. His attempts to clear the air only intensified the swirl, resulting in a comical dance of misunderstandings. Yet, amidst the colorful confusion, they found a common ground in laughter. As the pollen settled, so did their initial apprehensions, replaced by a budding curiosity about one another. The next stage of their journey brought unforeseen challenges. A cosmic storm, rare and fierce, enveloped the Etheria, casting the ship into a turbulence that threatened its stability. The crew and passengers were urged to seek safety, but a malfunction in the guidance system left the ship adrift. In the ensuing chaos, Lyra's calmness became a beacon for the frightened passengers, her melodic voice weaving a tapestry of comfort and courage. Simultaneously, Nox's strength came to the fore. With his deep understanding of rocky terrains and weather patterns from Vortexia, he devised a plan to stabilize the ship using his knowledge of balance and weight. Together, they led the efforts to right the course of the Etheria. Lyra's light illuminated the way, while Nox's steady hands and careful calculations restored the ship's equilibrium. Their combined efforts, a harmonious blend of fluid grace and steadfast resolve, not only saved the ship, but also forged a bond that transcended their initial differences. As the storm subsided and the stars once again twinkled serenely outside the ship's windows, a newfound friendship blossomed between Lyra and Nox. They shared stories of their worlds, finding beauty in their contrasts. Lyra spoke of Ondara's ocean songs and the gentle ebb and flow of tides, while Nox described the resilient flora of Vortexia that thrived amidst the harshest storms. Through their tales, they discovered that what made them different also made them stronger, and that friendship, much like the cosmos, thrived on diversity and understanding. Their journey on the Etheria continued, but now each star they passed was a reminder of the light they had found in each other. As the ship sailed onward through the velvet night, Lyra's glow and Nox's warmth became a comforting presence to all aboard, a testament to the power of friendship forged in the heart of adversity. And so, beneath the eternal dance of the galaxies, Lyra and Nox discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that embraced differences, celebrated shared strengths, and kindled a lasting bond in the endless tapestry of the universe. Story 44. In a quaint village cradled by emerald hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village, known as Windvale, was a place where the songs of birds mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that could soothe even the most restless of souls. Lila, with her auburn hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes as bright as the morning sky, was cherished by all for her gentle nature and curious spirit. Windvale was a village steeped in legends, and among these tales was one that intrigued Lila more than any other. It spoke of a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang lullabies. This hidden world was said to be guarded by a magical object known as the Crystal of Whispers, capable of granting a single wish to the one pure of heart who could find it. Every evening, as dusk painted the sky with hues of violet and gold, Lila's grandmother would tell her stories by the flickering light of the fireplace. Her grandmother's voice was like a well-worn quilt, soft, comforting, and full of warmth. It was during these storytelling sessions that Lila learned of the crystal and the enchanted realm. One brisk autumn morning, when the air was crisp and the world was wrapped in a misty veil, Lila decided it was time to seek out the hidden world. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's old compass, which was said to point the way to one's heart's deepest desires. As she stepped into the forest, the canopy overhead was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their colors a tapestry of amber, russet, and gold. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the path before her. The earthy scent of moss and the distant sound of a babbling brook enveloped her senses, creating a cocoon of tranquility. Lila's journey led her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light dimmer. It was here that she met a squirrel named Oliver, whose coat was a rich mahogany, with eyes that twinkled with mischief and wisdom. Oliver was known in the forest as a guide, for he had an uncanny ability to find hidden paths and secret nooks. "Good morning, young one," Oliver greeted, his voice a gentle chirp. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Lila explained her quest for the Crystal of Whispers. Oliver's whiskers twitched with interest. "Ah, the crystal! It has been sought by many, but found by few. You must be cautious, for the path is not as straightforward as it seems." With Oliver's guidance, Lila ventured further, the forest around them shifting subtly with each step. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of lilacs and honeysuckle. The path narrowed, winding through clusters of ferns and over ancient roots that seemed to pulse with life. As they journeyed, Oliver shared tales of the forest, of the wise old owl who guarded the northern woods, and the playful foxes who danced under the moonlight. Each story was a thread in the rich tapestry of the forest, weaving a sense of wonder and magic into the air. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a glade bathed in ethereal light. The air here was different, infused with a shimmering quality that made Lila's skin tingle. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like open arms. Beneath its roots, nestled within the earth, was a small, crystalline pool. "This is the Whispering Glade," Oliver whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. "The Crystal of Whispers lies at the heart of this pool. But to reach it, you must listen, truly listen, to the whispers of the forest." Lila knelt by the pool, her reflection wavering on the surface. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. The rustle of leaves became a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook a soothing melody, and beneath it all she heard the whispers, a tapestry of voices, each thread a story, a memory, a dream. As she listened, a sense of calm filled her, like a gentle tide washing over her soul. She opened her eyes, and there, at the center of the pool, lay the Crystal of Whispers. It was a jewel of pure light, its facets catching the sun in a dazzling dance of rainbows. With reverence, Lila reached out and touched the crystal. Warmth spread through her fingers, a gentle pulse that resonated with her heart. She closed her eyes once more, and in that stillness, she made her wish, not for herself, but for the happiness and prosperity of her village, for the laughter of children and the songs of elders to fill Windvale for generations to come. As her wish took shape, the crystal glowed, its light spreading outward, enveloping the glade in a blanket of warmth and light. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of joy and gratitude, as if the forest itself was celebrating her selfless wish. When Lila opened her eyes, the crystal had vanished, its essence absorbed into the very fabric of the forest. Oliver watched her with a knowing smile. "You have done well, young one," he said softly. "The forest will remember your kindness." Together they made their way back through the forest, the path seeming less daunting now, the trees bowing gently as if in respect. As they emerged into the sunlight once more, Lila felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, as if she had found not just a hidden world, but a part of herself she never knew existed. Back in Windvale, the village was abuzz with a newfound energy. The air was alive with laughter and song, and the fields seemed to bloom with an abundance that promised a bountiful harvest. Lila's heart swelled with joy, knowing that her wish had touched the lives of those she loved. From that day forward, Lila became the keeper of tales, sharing her adventure with those who gathered by the fireplace, weaving stories of magic and friendship, of hidden worlds and the power of a kind heart. And though she never spoke of the crystal, its legacy lived on in the hearts of all who heard her tales. A gentle reminder that true magic lies not in objects, but in the love and kindness we share with others. And so as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village of Windvale nestled into the embrace of sleep, Lila's stories carried on the wind, a soothing lullaby that whispered dreams of wonder and enchantment to all who listened. Story 45. Once upon a time, in the heart of a gentle forest where the trees whispered secrets in the wind, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled in a valley where the sun painted the rooftops with golden hues each morning, and the moon bathed the cobblestone paths in silvery light at night. This was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the river that wound its way around the village, its waters humming a soft, melodious tune that lulled everyone into restful slumber. The villagers of Willowbrook were known for their kindness and hospitality, They often gathered in the town square, under the great oak tree, sharing stories and laughter. But lately, something peculiar had been happening. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their shoes scattered all over the square, as if they had danced away in the night. Slippers, boots, and sandals lay strewn around, some hanging from the branches of the oak, others nestled in flower beds, covered in dew. This strange occurrence puzzled the villagers. They would collect their shoes, share puzzled glances, and return to their daily routines, hoping the mystery would unravel itself. But as the days turned into weeks, the shoe scatterings continued, becoming an unsolved riddle that lingered in the air like the sweet scent of the blossoming lilacs. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart full of wonder. She loved exploring the forest, listening to the stories the trees had to tell, and learning from the wise beings who dwelled there. Lila was determined to uncover the mystery of the wandering shoes, and so one crisp autumn evening, she decided to seek the counsel of the most knowledgeable creature in the forest, the great owl of the elder tree. The elder tree stood majestically at the heart of the forest, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. As Lila approached, she felt the soft rustle of leaves beneath her feet and the gentle caress of the cool evening breeze. The great owl, with eyes as deep as the night and feathers as soft as the clouds, perched on a low branch, waiting patiently. "Wise owl," Lila called softly, "can you help me understand why our shoes wander each night?" The great owl gazed at Lila with a knowing smile. "Ah, young Lila, the forest holds many secrets, and not all are meant to be feared. Sometimes the simplest answer lies in what we overlook." With a nod of gratitude, Lila thanked the great owl and wandered back to the village, pondering his words. That night, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the village, Lila decided to keep watch over the square. Wrapped in her warm cloak, she settled beneath the great oak, her eyes peeled and her ears attuned to the sounds of the night. As the hours passed, the village lay quiet, save for the soft hooting of the owls and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Just as Lila began to feel the pull of sleep, she noticed a faint, shimmering light moving across the square. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and saw a procession of tiny, glowing figures, no taller than her hand, dancing with joy and laughter. These were the shoemaker's sprites, a merry band of magical creatures known only in tales. They moved with grace, their laughter like tinkling bells, as they twirled and spun, gathering the shoes in a delightful dance. As they danced, the shoes moved with them, seeming to come alive, joining the enchanted revelry under the moonlit sky. Lila watched in awe, her heart filled with wonder and understanding. The shoes weren't being scattered in mischief, but were part of a magical celebration, a dance of joy that occurred only when the world was asleep. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the sprites returned each shoe to its rightful place and vanished into the mist, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their joyful laughter. The next morning, Lila shared her discovery with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and smiling faces. They realized that the mysterious shoe dance was not something to be solved, but something to be cherished, a hidden blessing that brought magic to their lives. From that day on, the villagers of Willowbrook embraced the nightly dance of the shoemaker's sprites, leaving their shoes out intentionally, eager to be part of the forest's gentle magic. And in their hearts, they carried the quiet lesson that sometimes the wonders of the world are best appreciated with open minds and joyful spirits. And so, under the whispering trees and the watchful moon, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where magic and reality danced hand in hand, embraced by the warmth and wisdom of its kind-hearted inhabitants. Story 46. In the vast cosmic expanse of the glimmering nebula, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay the planet of Auralis. It was a world of luminescent forests and shimmering rivers, where the air was filled with the gentle hum of nature's symphony. Here lived Leora, a being of light, with skin that glowed softly and eyes that sparkled like the dawn. Leora had lived a peaceful life amongst the singing trees and whispering winds, always in harmony with her surroundings. Far away across the swirling cosmic seas, there was another planet, known as Zephyron, a realm of ethereal winds and floating isles. Its inhabitants, the Zephyrians, were beings of air and grace, capable of riding the wind's currents with ease. Among them was Zephyr, a young and curious soul who often wandered beyond the safety of his floating home, captivated by the mysteries of the universe. One fateful day, a celestial event, a rare cosmic storm, swept through the nebula, its vibrant waves of energy causing a ripple that intertwined the destinies of Leora and Zephyr. The storm carried Zephyr far from his airy abode, depositing him gently but unexpectedly on the lush grounds of Auralis. Disoriented and unsure, Zephyr found himself amidst the glowing flora, where the air was dense and unfamiliar. His arrival did not go unnoticed, for Leora, with her attuned senses, had seen the flash of light across the sky and felt the gentle tremor in the earth where Zephyr landed. Approaching cautiously, Leora found Zephyr perched on a mound of luminescent moss, his wings fluttering nervously. "Greetings, traveler," she spoke softly, her voice as calming as the rustle of leaves. "You must have come a long way." Zephyr, though initially startled by her radiant appearance, sensed the kindness in Leora's tone. "Yes," he replied, his voice breezy and light. "A storm brought me here from my home in Zephyron. I've never been so far from the skies." Despite their differences, the two found a connection in their shared predicament. Leora, familiar with the land, offered to guide Zephyr, while he, with his knowledge of the winds, promised to help her understand the celestial storm that had brought them together. As they journeyed through the forests of Auralis, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. The first was the Enchanted Thicket, a maze of vines and roots that shifted with the light. Leora, who could sense the subtle changes in the forest, led the way, but soon found herself entangled in a web of glowing tendrils. In a moment of panic, she struggled, her usual calm disrupted. Zephyr, seeing her distress, remembered the gentle breezes of Zephyron that could untangle the tightest of knots. He closed his eyes, summoned a soft gust of wind, and carefully guided it to free Leora from her binds. "Thank you, Zephyr," Leora breathed, her gratitude shining as brightly as her skin. "I've never been caught like that before." "It's what friends do," Zephyr replied, realizing the truth in his words. Though different in form and origin, they were becoming friends. Their journey continued to the River of Reflections, a body of water so clear that one could see into their own soul. As they rested by its banks, they shared stories of their homes, their dreams, and their fears. Leora spoke of the eternal light of Auralis, while Zephyr described the endless skies of Zephyron, each story a thread weaving them closer. As they spoke, a shadow loomed over the river. It was the keeper of the waters, an ancient being who guarded the river's secrets. "To pass," it rumbled, "you must show unity, for only together can you illuminate the path." Leora and Zephyr exchanged glances. Understanding their bond was the key. Leora, with her light, and Zephyr, with his wind, combined their powers, creating a bridge of shimmering light and air across the river. The keeper nodded approvingly, allowing them passage. On the other side, they found a clearing where the remnants of the cosmic storm lingered, a swirling vortex of colorful energies. It was both mesmerizing and daunting. "It's beautiful," Leora whispered, feeling a pull towards the vortex. "But dangerous," Zephyr added, sensing the unpredictable winds within. Together, they approached the vortex, each step taken with trust in the other. As they neared, the energies began to react, creating a cacophony of light and sound. The chaos threatened to overwhelm them, but Leora and Zephyr stood firm, grounding each other with their presence. In that moment, a realization dawned upon them. The storm, much like their friendship, was a blend of differences, creating something wondrous. By understanding and embracing their unique strengths, they could navigate any storm. With newfound confidence, they reached out to the vortex. Leora's light calmed the chaotic energies, while Zephyr's winds guided them into a harmonious dance. The storm, once wild and uncontrolled, began to dissipate, leaving behind a tranquil silence. As the skies cleared, a path back to Zephyron revealed itself, a gentle breeze carrying the promise of home for Zephyr. Yet neither was eager to part. "I've learned so much, thanks to you," Zephyr said, his eyes reflecting the gratitude in his heart. "And I, you," Leora replied, her glow warm with friendship. "Perhaps our worlds aren't so far apart after all." With a shared smile, they knew their friendship would endure, a beacon of light and air connecting Auralis and Zephyron. reminding them both that true friendship transcends distance and difference. As Zephyr took to the skies, Leora watched, her heart filled with a gentle joy, knowing that though their paths may diverge, they would always meet in the shared space of their friendship. And so, under the twinkling stars of the glimmering nebula, a bond was formed, as eternal and bright as the cosmos itself. Story 47. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees danced gently to the murmurs of the wind, lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness, always offering a helping hand to those in need. Her heart was as warm as the sunlit meadow where she often spent her afternoons, yet inside her a storm brewed. Leora feared change, the unknown shadows that stretched beyond the familiar paths she walked every day. Leora's cottage was a cozy nook of comfort, with its thatched roof and garden blooming with daisies and lavender. Every morning, the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through her windows, mingling with the sweet scent of the flowers. Her days were filled with simple joys, but the whisper of something more beckoned from beyond the village. It was a call she ignored until one fateful night, under the silvery glow of a full moon, Leora found herself unable to sleep. The wind seemed to carry a different tune, a melody that tugged at her heartstrings. She wrapped herself in a shawl, its fibers infused with the warmth of many winters, and stepped outside. The village was cloaked in a serene silence, save for the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. As Leora wandered towards the edge of the whispering woods, she noticed a faint, shimmering trail of light weaving between the trees. Curiosity piqued. She hesitated for a moment, her heart a fluttering bird within her chest, but the light seemed to call her by name, each shimmer a gentle nudge. She took a deep breath, the crisp night air filling her lungs with courage, and followed the trail. The deeper she ventured into the woods, the more magical the atmosphere became. The trees, tall and ancient, whispered secrets to one another, their leaves brushing together in a symphony of nature. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of silver and shadow. It was a world both familiar and new, as if the woods had transformed into a realm of enchantment. Suddenly, the trail led her to a small glade, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching up to the heavens, adorned with what appeared to be twinkling stars. Beneath the tree sat an elderly figure, cloaked in robes of midnight blue and starlight. "Welcome, Leora," the figure spoke, their voice as soothing as the brook that babbled nearby. "I am Solon, guardian of the whispering woods. You have been drawn here for a reason." Leora felt a mix of awe and trepidation. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked softly, her voice barely louder than the whispering trees. Solon smiled, their eyes twinkling with timeless wisdom. "Within you lies the potential for great change, dear one. You fear it, yet it is through change that we grow and discover our true selves." Leora nodded, understanding that the unease she felt was not an enemy, but a sign of the transformation she had resisted. "But how do I embrace it?" she implored, seeking guidance from the guardian. "Through friendship and wisdom," Solon replied, gesturing to the forest around them. "The forest holds many lessons, and you are never alone on your journey. Listen to the winds, learn from the creatures, and trust in the magic that resides within you." With these words, Solon rose, their form dissolving into a cascade of stardust that mingled with the twinkling lights of the oak. Left alone in the glade, Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the forest itself had wrapped her in a comforting embrace. Determined to heed Solon's advice, Leora spent her days exploring the whispering woods, befriending its inhabitants. She met a wise old turtle named Eldrin, who shared stories of the many seasons he had seen. From Eldrin, Leora learned about patience and the beauty of slow, deliberate growth. She also encountered a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose zest for life was contagious. Pippin taught her the joy of spontaneity, of seizing the moment and savoring the small wonders that each day brought. As the days turned into weeks, Leora found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. Her fear of the unknown began to fade, replaced by a sense of wonder and curiosity. The magical elements of the forest mirrored her inner growth, as the trees seemed to grow taller, the flowers more vibrant. One day, as she sat beneath the starlit oak, Leora realized that the change she had feared was the very thing that had set her free. The forest had become her teacher, its magic a catalyst for her transformation. She had discovered new facets of herself, strengths she never knew she possessed. Emboldened by her journey, Leora returned to the village with a renewed spirit. Her neighbors noticed the change in her, the way her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. She shared the lessons she had learned, encouraging others to embrace change and seek out their own paths of discovery. And so, the village flourished, its people inspired by Leora's journey. The Whispering Woods became a place of pilgrimage, where others came to learn from the forest and find their own magic within. As for Leora, she continued to explore both the woods and the depths of her own heart, knowing that change was not something to fear, but a journey to embrace. She had learned that personal growth was a path paved with moments of courage, friendship, and the quiet magic of transformation. In the end, as the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Leora knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with herself and the ever-changing world around her. And so, she lived each day with gratitude, her heart a beacon of light in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods. In a quiet corner of the universe, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Luminara, there existed a bustling interstellar hub known as the Starlight Bazaar. Here, among the vibrant stalls and fluttering pennants, beings from countless worlds mingled, their languages intertwining like a cosmic symphony. The air was perfumed with the scent of exotic spices and the sweet tang of starfruit, creating an atmosphere of wonder and possibility. It was here, amidst the clamor and color, that two unlikely companions would find their paths entwined. One was a diminutive, fox-like creature known as Lyra, hailing from the verdant world of Sylvantis. Her fur was a cascade of twilight hues, and her eyes gleamed with the gentle light of distant stars. The other was a towering, crystalline entity named Theros, from the icy planet of Glacialis. His form sparkled with refracted light, casting rainbows upon the ground as he moved. Their initial meeting was not one of harmonious accord, but rather a cacophony of misunderstanding. Lyra, eager to acquire a rare luminescent flower for her home garden, had inadvertently bumped into Theros, causing him to lose grip on a delicate sculpture of ice and stardust. The sculpture shattered with a musical tinkle, like chimes caught in a breeze, leaving both parties momentarily stunned. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Lyra exclaimed, her ears lowering in genuine regret. Her voice was soft and musical, like the rustling of leaves. Theros, his voice a resonant hum, replied with a cool edge. "Perhaps you should watch where you're going. This was a creation of great importance to me." Lyra's cheeks flushed a deep indigo. "I didn't mean to. It's so crowded here." They stood there, surrounded by the vibrant life of the bazaar, an awkward silence stretching between them. Yet, beneath the surface of their brief exchange, something sparked, an unspoken recognition of shared solitude amidst the crowd. Despite the initial tension, fate, or perhaps the whims of the universe, had more in store for them. That very evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the bazaar, a sudden storm swept in. The winds howled through the stalls, scattering wares and sending visitors scrambling for shelter. Lyra, caught in the deluge, sought refuge beneath a grand, ancient tree at the edge of the market. The branches provided scant protection against the rain, which drummed a gentle lullaby on the leaves. To her surprise, she found Theros there as well, his crystalline form glistening with droplets that refracted the moonlight. "I didn't expect to see you here," she admitted, her voice barely audible above the storm. Theros inclined his head, his tones softer than before. "The tree is strong, its roots deep. It seemed a wise place to wait out the storm." They sat in companionable silence, listening to the symphony of the rain. The storm, fierce in its onset, gradually softened to a gentle patter, as if the heavens themselves were calming in the presence of this fledgling friendship. "Your sculpture," Lyra ventured, "what was it meant to be?" Theros hesitated, then spoke with a touch of wistfulness. "A tribute to the ice flowers of my home. They bloom beneath the auroras, fragile yet beautiful." Lyra's eyes widened with wonder. "They sound magical. I wish I could see them." For a moment, the air between them was charged with possibility. Here, beneath the sheltering branches, they began to weave the first threads of understanding. As the storm subsided, leaving the world washed clean and glistening, Lyra and Theros emerged from their shared refuge. The bazaar was quiet now, the stalls standing empty under the moon's gentle gaze. "Thank you for sharing the shelter," Theros said, his voice warm with an unexpected camaraderie. Lyra smiled, her ears perking up. "Thank you for the company. Perhaps tomorrow we can explore the bazaar together? I'd love to hear more about Glacialis." And so it was that the two began their journey through the Starlight Bazaar, not as strangers, but as companions. Each day brought new discoveries and challenges that drew them closer. They learned to navigate the bustling market, their differences complementing one another. Theros's height allowed him to spot treasures hidden from Lyra's view, while her quick wit helped them bargain with the shrewdest of vendors. One afternoon, as they wandered through a quieter section of the bazaar, they stumbled upon a peculiar puzzle stall. The owner, an ancient being with eyes that sparkled like old stardust, challenged them to solve a riddle in exchange for a mysterious prize. The riddle was intricate, woven with twists and turns like the threads of fate. Lyra and Theros pondered it together, their minds working in harmony. It was in this moment, as they shared ideas and laughter, that they realized how much they valued each other's presence. Finally, with a triumphant grin, Lyra pieced the solution together, her eyes alight with joy. Theros clapped his crystalline hands together, sending a cascade of rainbows dancing around them. The stall owner, impressed by their teamwork, revealed their prize, a small, luminous orb that pulsed with a gentle light. "This," he said, "is a token of unity. May it guide you on your shared journey." With the orb cradled between them, Lyra and Theros felt a deep sense of connection and understanding. The misunderstandings of their first meeting seemed a distant memory, eclipsed by the bond they had forged through shared experience and mutual respect. As the days turned into weeks, their friendship blossomed like the ice flowers of Glacialis. They faced challenges, both big and small, from deciphering the cryptic symbols of a forgotten language to navigating the sometimes treacherous politics of the bazaar. But in each trial, they found strength in their partnership. One evening, as they sat atop a hill overlooking the bazaar, Lyra turned to Theros, her eyes soft with gratitude. "You know, I think I've learned more from you than I ever expected. You've shown me how to see the world in a new light." Theros's voice was rich with warmth. "And you have taught me the value of spontaneity and joy. I am grateful for your friendship, Lyra." Together, they watched as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, their light mirrored in the waters below. It was a moment of serenity, one that spoke of the beauty found in differences and the strength born of unity. In the end, Lyra and Theros discovered that friendship, like the universe itself, was vast and filled with infinite possibilities. They had learned to embrace each other's uniqueness, finding harmony in their diversity. And as they journeyed onward, they carried with them the knowledge that true friendship was a gift as rare and precious as the most wondrous treasures of the Starlight Bazaar. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they continued their adventures, hand in hand, hearts intertwined, ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store for them. Story 49. In the heart of a lush, emerald-green forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sky was a canvas of brilliant blues, there lay a peculiar village known as Gigglewood. Named for its residents' contagious laughter that echoed through the canopy, Gigglewood was a place where magic bubbled like a stream and whimsy danced through the air like dust motes in sunlight. The villagers of Gigglewood were as delightfully odd as the place itself. There was Finnick, the gnome with a penchant for hats that changed color with his moods. His collection was legendary, and he wore a different one each day, much to the amusement of the villagers. Then there was Tilly, a sprightly young fairy with wings that shimmered like moonbeams. She had a talent for making flowers sing, and her garden was a symphony of petals and notes. But perhaps the quirkiest of them all was Barnaby, the bear who baked with a touch of magic. His pastries were known to induce fits of giggles, and his cupcakes were rumored to float a few inches off the table when you weren't looking. Barnaby's bakery, the Chuckling Crumb, was the heart of Gigglewood's merriment. One sunny morning, as the village was stirring with the promise of a new day, an unusual problem arose. It all began when Barnaby decided to create a new recipe, the guffaw galette. As he mixed his ingredients, a sprinkle of giggle dust and a dash of chuckle butter, something unexpected occurred. A puff of iridescent smoke erupted from the oven, and with a bang, the entire village was enveloped in a bubble of silence. The laughter ceased, and the air felt heavy with the absence of joy. Puzzled and a bit worried, Barnaby scratched his fuzzy head and summoned his friends. "We've got a bit of a conundrum, haven't we?" he said in his deep, gentle voice, trying to sound as cheerful as ever. Finnick, his hat now a solemn shade of gray, nodded. "Gigglewood without giggles is like a rainbow without colors," he lamented. Tilly fluttered her wings, creating a subtle breeze that carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle. "Perhaps we need to think outside the muffin tin," she suggested, her eyes sparkling with determination. And so the trio set off on a whimsical quest to restore laughter to their beloved village. They decided to visit the ancient oak, a wise and venerable tree, known for its vast knowledge and occasional bouts of mischief. The journey through the forest was a feast for the senses. The path was lined with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground as birds chirped a cheerful melody overhead. When they finally reached the ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. "Ah, visitors!" the tree exclaimed, its voice a deep rumble that resonated through the clearing. "What brings you to my roots today?" Barnaby explained their predicament, gesturing animatedly as he recounted the tale of the guffaw galette. The ancient oak listened intently, its leaves rustling thoughtfully. "Ah, a silent spell, you say? It seems a bit of your magic went awry," the oak mused. "But fear not, for laughter is a resilient thing. It's like the wind, it can be captured but never truly contained." Finnick's hat turned a hopeful shade of green as he asked, "What must we do?" The oak chuckled softly, its bark shimmering with mirth. "Why, you must tickle the clouds, of course. Laughter is stored in the sky, and the clouds are its keepers. A gentle tickle will release it back to where it belongs." With this peculiar yet promising advice, the friends thanked the ancient oak and set off towards the nearest hilltop, where the clouds hung low in the afternoon sky. Tilly, with her nimble wings, flew up and whispered secrets into the soft, fluffy clouds. Finnick, with his magical hat, conjured a feather that danced on the breeze, while Barnaby crafted a ladder of laughter, each rung a memory of joy. As the feather brushed against the clouds, they began to quiver and shake. A sound like the chime of 1,000 tiny bells filled the air, and soon the clouds erupted into a symphony of giggles. The laughter cascaded down like rain, washing over Gigglewood and its denizens. The village erupted in mirth once again. The silent spell was broken, and the air was filled with the joyous sound of laughter. The villagers, caught up in the moment, danced and sang, their hearts light and carefree. Barnaby, Finnick, and Tilly returned to the village as heroes, their friendship and creativity having saved the day. Barnaby's bakery was filled with laughter once more, and the guffaw galette became a favorite treat, its recipe adjusted to bring joy rather than silence. As the sun set over Gigglewood, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the friends gathered by the village fountain. They shared stories and dreams, their laughter mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle song of the wind. And so, in the heart of the forest, where magic was as common as starlight and friendship as enduring as the ancient trees, Gigglewood thrived in laughter and love, a testament to the power of whimsy and the joy of creative thinking. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods and gentle hills, there was a small, unassuming house with a red door and a garden that bloomed in every season. This charming abode belonged to an elderly woman named Mabel, who was known throughout the village for her kind heart and gentle wisdom. Mabel had a special gift for seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, a talent that served her well in her many years. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze and the sun cast a warm glow over the village, Mabel decided to tidy up her attic. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, cluttered with forgotten trinkets and dusty old books. As she sifted through the cobwebs and memories, her fingers brushed against something peculiar, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything she had seen before, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Intrigued, Mabel gently lifted the lid, releasing a soft, ethereal glow that filled the attic with warmth. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a delicate hourglass. The sand inside was not the ordinary golden hue, but a mesmerizing silver, glinting like stars captured in glass. As Mabel held the hourglass, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper of magic that promised wonder and adventure. It was then she realized that this was no ordinary object. It was an hourglass of memories, capable of revealing hidden stories from the past and offering glimpses into the hearts of those who had once held it. Mabel knew she had discovered something truly special. With the hourglass cradled in her hands, Mabel felt an irresistible urge to share its wonders with others. Yet she also understood the importance of treating such a gift with care and respect. So, she decided to embark on a journey, not one of distance, but of connection, seeking out those who might benefit from the hourglass's magic. Her first stop was the home of Oliver, a young boy with a curious mind and an insatiable thirst for stories. Oliver often spent his days exploring the woods, imagining grand adventures that took him far beyond the village. But lately he had been feeling a bit lost, unsure of the path he should take. Mabel found Oliver sitting on the porch, his head buried in a book. "Hello, Oliver," she greeted warmly. "I've brought something you might find interesting." Oliver's eyes widened with intrigue as Mabel revealed the hourglass. She explained its magical properties and invited him to hold it. As he did, the silver sand began to flow, and a gentle mist enveloped them both, revealing a scene from Oliver's past, a day spent with his grandfather, who had taught him the joy of storytelling. The memory was clear and vivid, filled with laughter and warmth. "Remember the stories you used to create with him?" Mabel asked softly. "Perhaps you can find your own stories to share with the world." Inspired by the memory, Oliver realized that his love for storytelling was a guiding light, one that could lead him to his path. He thanked Mabel for the reminder and promised to cherish the stories within him. Mabel continued her journey, visiting others in the village who could benefit from the hourglass's wisdom. There was Clara, the baker, who had lost her passion for creating delicious confections. The hourglass revealed a memory of her as a young girl, baking with her grandmother and discovering the joy of bringing smiles to others through her treats. Renewed by this memory, Clara found the spark she needed to reignite her love for baking. Then there was Thomas, the village carpenter, who had been struggling with a difficult project. The hourglass showed him a moment from his apprenticeship, when he had crafted his first piece with patience and care. The memory reminded him of the importance of perseverance and attention to detail, guiding him to complete his work with newfound confidence. Throughout her journey, Mabel encountered many villagers, each with their own stories and challenges. With the hourglass, they were able to rediscover parts of themselves they had forgotten, finding wisdom and comfort in the past. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel saw how the hourglass had touched the lives of those around her. The village was filled with a renewed sense of purpose and joy, each person cherishing the memories that guided them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Mabel sat in her garden, the hourglass resting beside her. She watched as the silver sand flowed gently within, reflecting the starlight like 1,000 tiny lanterns. In that tranquil moment, she realized that the true magic of the hourglass was not just in the memories it revealed, but in the connections it fostered, the threads of friendship and understanding that wove the village together. And so, with a heart full of contentment, Mabel placed the hourglass back in its wooden box, knowing that its magic would always be there, ready to inspire and guide those in need. As the village slept under the blanket of night, the gentle glow of the hourglass continued to shine, a beacon of hope and wonder for all who believed in the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. And Mabel, with her heart at peace, knew that the greatest journey was one of discovery and connection. A journey that could transform even the simplest of lives into something truly magical. Story 51. Once upon a time, In the heart of a lush and whispering wood, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. Nestled between the emerald canopy above and the sparkling brook that wound its way through the town, the village was home to all manner of gentle folk and magical beings. Every morning, the sun would peek through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the cobblestone paths, and the air would be filled with the melodic chirping of birds. Willowbrook was a haven of peace, where friendships bloomed like the wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. Yet one autumn, something peculiar began to unfold. As the leaves turned from green to golden and the air carried a crisp chill, the villagers noticed that their beloved treasures were mysteriously vanishing. Not ordinary treasures like gold or jewels, but rather the simple, cherished items that held sentimental value. A grandmother's quilt, a child's favorite storybook, a baker's lucky wooden spoon. The villagers were puzzled and a touch dismayed, though not frightened, for Willowbrook was a place where fear rarely took root. Instead, they were curious, and their curiosity led them to seek the wisdom of the village's most revered figure, an elderly tortoise named Master Thistle. Master Thistle was a creature of immense age and wisdom, with a shell as textured as an ancient tree trunk, and eyes that twinkled like stars reflected in a pond. He resided in a cozy lantern-lit nook beneath a great oak tree, where he spent his days contemplating the mysteries of the world. As the villagers gathered around, Master Thistle listened patiently to their tales of missing treasures. He then spoke in a voice as soothing and slow as a gentle stream. "Fear not, dear ones," he began, "for all mysteries hold the promise of discovery. Let us look with open eyes and listen with open hearts, and perhaps we will find the answers we seek." With Master Thistle's words as their guide, the villagers set off to observe their surroundings more closely. They noticed that the missing items always seemed to disappear on nights when the moon was bright and full, casting silver light across their sleepy village. Among the villagers was a clever young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. She had a knack for noticing the smallest details and an imagination as vivid as a painter's palette. Determined to solve the mystery, Lyra decided to keep watch on the next full moon. As the silvery globe rose high into the velvet sky, Lyra nestled herself in a soft blanket beneath the willow tree by the brook. The night was calm, the air filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Hours passed, and just as sleep began to tug at her eyelids, Lyra noticed a soft glow emanating from the forest path. Curious, she quietly followed the light until she reached a small clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a group of tiny, luminescent creatures. They resembled delicate fireflies, their wings shimmering like opalescent glass, and they moved with a grace that seemed to dance with the breeze. Lyra watched in awe as the creatures gently lifted the missing items from a pile in the center of the clearing. They handled each object with care, as if honoring the memories they held. Stepping forward, Lyra cleared her throat softly. "Excuse me," she said, her voice a gentle whisper in the night. "I don't mean to intrude, but we've been wondering about these treasures. Why have you taken them?" The creatures paused, and one, slightly larger than the others, flitted closer to Lyra. Its voice was a soft chime, like a distant bell. "We are the moon menders," it explained. "In the light of the full moon, we mend broken hearts and soothe restless spirits. These items, filled with love and memories, help us in our task. But we never meant to cause worry." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes, and she smiled. "Perhaps we can help," she offered. "The village is full of kind souls who would gladly share their treasures if they knew the purpose." With a twinkle of gratitude, the moonmender nodded. "That would be wonderful, dear child. Together, we can weave a tapestry of peace and comfort for all." And so, Lyra returned to the village with the moonmender's message. The villagers listened with warmth in their hearts and agreed to share their cherished items once a month, turning mystery into a beloved tradition. From that day on, whenever the moon was full, the villagers would gather their treasures and leave them in the clearing for the moon menders. In return, they felt a gentle peace settle over their homes, a sense of love and comfort that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the whispering wood and the watchful moon, life continued with a little more magic, where mysteries were solved with friendship and open hearts. As the seasons turned and the years flowed on, the story of the Moon Menders became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it of the power of kindness and the beauty found in sharing simple joys. And as the villagers drifted to sleep each night, they did so with smiles upon their faces, knowing that in their world, love always found a way. Story 52. Once upon a time in the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the inky velvet of space, there existed two very different worlds. One was the lush, verdant planet of Verdona, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and rivers sang melodies of old. The other was the gleaming, metallic sphere of Mechalon, a world of intricate machines and ceaseless invention, where the hum of gears and the glow of neon lights filled the air. On Verdona, there lived a gentle creature named Lyra, with skin the color of emerald leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Lyra was known for her kindness and her ability to heal the forest with just a touch of her hand. She spent her days tending to the needs of the woodland creatures and nurturing the vibrant life that surrounded her. Meanwhile, on Mechalon, there was a curious being called Zix, a small, agile robot with a heart as warm as his metallic exterior was cool. Zix was an inventor, always tinkering and creating, his circuits buzzing with endless ideas. Though he was surrounded by machines, he often felt a yearning for something more, something beyond the click and clatter of his mechanical world. It was a cosmic coincidence, or perhaps a twist of fate, that brought Lyra and Zix together. A comet of rare minerals, bright and beautiful, streaked across the skies of both planets, crashing into the space between them. Drawn by its allure, Lyra and Zix set out on separate journeys, each determined to uncover the secrets it held. Their paths converged on a small, uninhabited moon, its surface bathed in the soft glow of the distant sun. At first, Lyra and Zix regarded each other with curiosity and caution. Lyra had never seen a being of metal and wires, and Zix had never encountered a creature so alive and vibrant. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra spoke in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of nature, while Zix beeped and whirred in the language of machines. Yet despite the confusion, they sensed a shared purpose and a mutual desire to explore the mysteries of the comet. As they worked together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. The moon's terrain was rugged and unforgiving, with craggy cliffs and deep, shadowy craters. At times, Lyra's delicate form struggled against the harsh environment, and Zix's circuits were tested by the magnetic storms that swept across the landscape. In these moments of difficulty, they discovered the power of friendship. When Lyra stumbled, Zix would extend a metallic arm, steadying her with surprising gentleness. And when Zix's systems faltered, Lyra would sing a melody of the forest, her voice soothing and repairing the wariness in his circuits. Through these shared challenges, they learned to understand one another. Lyra taught Zix the language of the heart, where words were unnecessary and feelings flowed like a river. Zix, in turn, showed Lyra the beauty of invention, how creativity could be forged from metal and sparks. Their bond deepened, and so did their appreciation for their differences. Lyra found joy in the rhythmic precision of Zix's creations, while Zix marveled at the natural harmony that Lyra embodied. They realized that their strengths complemented each other, creating something greater than the sum of their parts. As the days passed, the comet revealed its secrets, a core of crystalline energy that pulsed with a gentle light, a beacon of hope and possibility. Together, Lyra and Zix unlocked its potential, harnessing its power to heal and to create. They understood that the comet was not just a treasure to be claimed, but a symbol of the unity they had forged. When their time on the moon drew to a close, Lyra and Zix knew they had discovered something far more precious than the comet's riches. They had found a friendship that transcended worlds, a connection that bridged the gap between their vastly different lives. With their hearts full of gratitude and promise, they parted ways, returning to their respective planets. Yet, the bond they had formed endured, lighting up the cosmos like a star, an everlasting testament to the true meaning of friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyra and Zix continued their journeys, forever changed by their encounter, forever united by the warmth and understanding they had found in each other. And if you listen closely on a quiet night, you might just hear the gentle hum of Zix's inventions and the soft songs of Lyra's forest, mingling together in the vast expanse of space, echoing the timeless tale of their friendship. Story 53. In a cozy woodland dell, where sunbeams danced through the canopy and wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. She was a gentle creature, her fur as soft as thistledown, but she harbored a secret fear, a fear of change. From the safety of her burrow, Willow would watch the seasons shift and the world transform around her. The verdant leaves would give way to fiery, autumnal splendor, and then the woods would slumber beneath a blanket of pristine snow. Yet, no matter how beautiful the cycles of nature unfolded, Willow's trepidation persisted, a tight knot in her belly. One crisp morning, as Willow emerged to nibble on the tender shoots carpeting the forest floor, a shimmering light caught her eye. There, nestled amongst the ferns, lay a glittering acorn cap, its surface swirling with iridescent hues. Entranced, Willow drew closer, her nose twitching with curiosity. "Hello, little one," a melodious voice drifted through the air. Willow startled, her ears perking up as a tiny fairy materialized before her, her gossamer wings shimmering like moonbeams on water. "I am Zinnia, a guardian of these woods," the fairy introduced herself, her smile warm and inviting. "I sense your unease, dear Willow. Fear not, for I have come to guide you on a journey of self-discovery." Willow's heart raced, but Zinnia's gentle presence soothed her nerves. "You see, this enchanted acorn cap holds the key to embracing the changes that life brings," the fairy explained. "Within its magical depths you will find the courage to blossom and grow, just as the forest does with each passing season." Curiosity mingled with trepidation as Willow peered into the acorn cap's swirling depths. Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and stepped inside, the world around her dissolving into a kaleidoscope of color and light. Willow found herself transported to a wondrous realm where the very air shimmered with possibility. Here she encountered a wise old oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like a benevolent guardian. "Welcome, young Willow," the oak's deep, resonant voice rumbled. "I am the keeper of wisdom in these lands, and I shall be your guide on this transformative journey." As the oak imparted its ancient knowledge, Willow learned that change was not something to fear, but rather an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the oak shed its leaves each autumn, only to sprout new buds in spring, so too must all living things embrace the cycles of change to thrive. With each lesson, Willow felt her trepidation ebbing away, replaced by a newfound sense of wonder and acceptance. She witnessed the miraculous metamorphosis of a caterpillar into a resplendent butterfly, marveling at the beauty that emerged from such a profound transformation. In this enchanted realm, Willow also encountered kindred spirits who shared their own stories of growth and resilience. There was Meadow, a gentle fawn who had navigated the challenges of adolescence with grace, and Russell, a squirrel whose boundless energy and adaptability inspired Willow to embrace life's twists and turns. Together, they embarked on whimsical adventures, facing obstacles and learning valuable lessons along the way. Willow's heart swelled with courage as she conquered her fears, emerging from each challenge stronger and more confident than before. As her journey neared its end, Willow found herself standing before a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the vibrant hues of the surrounding landscape. The oak's soothing voice echoed in her mind. "Look into the waters, dear one, and behold the radiant being you have become." Gazing into the pool's depths, Willow gasped in wonder. Staring back at her was not the timid, fearful rabbit she had been, but a radiant, self-assured creature, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom and strength. With a grateful heart, Willow bid farewell to her enchanted guides and returned to the familiar woods, the acorn cap's magic having worked its transformative power. She emerged from her burrow, blinking in the warm sunlight, and marveled at the vibrant hues of the changing leaves. From that day forward, Willow embraced each season's transition with wonder and joy, her fears melting away like the last remnants of winter's snow. She had learned that change was not something to dread, but a beautiful and necessary part of life's journey, a catalyst for growth and self-discovery. and as the cycles of nature unfolded around her, Willow felt a profound sense of connection to the world, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the magical lessons she had learned and the radiant being she had become. Story 54 title, The Whispering Ferns. In the heart of the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between the emerald hills and the shimmering banks of the Silver Stream River, there was an ancient forest known as the Whispering Ferns. This forest was said to be alive with secrets and stories, its leaves murmuring tales of old to those who dared listen. It was a place revered and respected by the villagers, who often spoke of its enchanting aura in hushed, reverent tones. Our story begins on a misty morning in late spring when the dewdrops clung to blades of grass like tiny jewels glistening under the early sun. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers. Here we find a gentle soul named Finn, a young lad with eyes the color of a stormy sea and an unquenchable curiosity about the world around him. Finn was known in the village for his kindness and his unwavering desire to explore the wonders of nature. Finn lived with his grandmother, Elda, who was as wise as she was warm-hearted. She often told him tales of the whispering ferns, of its hidden world, and the magic that lay within. Elda had once been an explorer of sorts herself, and always encouraged Finn to seek wisdom through understanding the natural world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Elda called Finn to her side by the crackling fireplace. She handed him a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," she said with a twinkle in her eye, "is the key to the Whispering Ferns. It was given to me many years ago by a dear friend. Inside you'll find a compass like no other. Use it wisely, for it will guide you to places unseen by ordinary eyes." Finn opened the box with trembling hands and found a compass that seemed to pulse with a soft emerald glow. The needle spun lazily before settling in a direction that felt oddly comforting, as if it was pointing toward home. His heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of apprehension at the thought of the journey that lay ahead. The next morning, Finn set out for the forest, the compass tucked safely in his satchel. The path leading to the Whispering Ferns was lined with tall trees, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As he walked, he felt a sense of anticipation building within him, each step taking him deeper into the heart of the forest. The canopy above was a mosaic of light and shadow, the sun filtering through in gentle beams that danced upon the forest floor. The air was filled with the sound of chirping birds and the rustling of small creatures hidden among the underbrush. Finn followed the compass, trusting in its guidance, as it led him toward an area of the forest he had never ventured into before. As he walked, he came upon a clearing where the ferns grew taller and denser, their fronds swaying gently as if in a silent dance. It was here that Finn noticed something extraordinary. At the heart of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The compass needle pointed directly toward it, glowing brighter than ever. Finn approached the tree and, to his amazement, discovered a small, hidden door at its base, intricately carved with symbols he did not recognize. He hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. A soft, golden light spilled out, enveloping him in its warmth. With a mix of wonder and trepidation, Finn stepped inside. He found himself in a world unlike any he had ever imagined. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. The ground was covered in a carpet of soft moss, and the trees were adorned with blossoms that glowed with an ethereal light. It was a realm of tranquility and magic, hidden away from the eyes of the ordinary world. As Finn explored this hidden world, he discovered creatures both familiar and fantastical. Squirrels with shimmering fur chattered playfully from the treetops, while tiny dragons with iridescent wings flitted among the flowers. He marveled at the sight of a majestic stag with antlers that seemed to be woven from the very light of the sun, its eyes wise and gentle. In the heart of this magical realm, Finn came upon a small, crystal-clear pond. The water shimmered like liquid silver, and as he gazed into its depths, he saw not just his reflection, but also glimpses of the stories the forest held. He saw joyful reunions, brave adventures, and the timeless dance of nature in harmony with itself. It was here by the pond that Finn met someone who would become a dear friend, A small, delicate creature emerged from the underbrush, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. The fox approached with a gentle curiosity, and Finn instinctively reached out a hand in greeting. To his surprise, the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, traveler. I am Lyra, guardian of the whispering ferns. Few have ventured this far, and fewer still have been welcomed by the forest. What brings you to our hidden world?" Finn, though taken aback by the talking fox, felt an immediate kinship. "I come seeking wisdom and to learn the secrets of the forest," he replied. "My grandmother gave me this compass to guide me here. I wish to understand the magic that lies within." Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The forest has chosen you, Finn. It sees your heart, your kindness, and your thirst for knowledge. There is much to learn here, and I shall help you uncover the mysteries of the whispering ferns." And so, Finn's journey of discovery began. With Lyra by his side, he explored the hidden world within the forest, learning its secrets and understanding its magic. Together, they encountered challenges that tested their courage and wisdom, but through friendship and perseverance, they overcame them all. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the ferns, to understand the language of the creatures, and to appreciate the delicate balance of nature. The forest taught him the value of patience, the importance of kindness, and the strength that comes from unity. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself changed by the experience. He felt a deeper connection to the natural world, a newfound respect for its wonders, and a profound sense of peace. The hidden world of the whispering ferns had become a part of him, and he knew that he would carry its lessons with him always. One day, as Finn and Lyra sat by the pond, the fox turned to him with a gentle smile. "It is time for you to return to your world, Finn. The forest will always welcome you, but there are others who need your light and wisdom." Finn nodded, understanding that his journey was not an end but a beginning. He embraced Lyra, grateful for the friendship they had shared and the wisdom she had imparted. "I will never forget this place," he promised, "and I will carry its magic with me wherever I go." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Finn made his way back through the forest. The path seemed different now, more familiar and welcoming, as if the forest itself was bidding him a fond farewell. As he emerged from the whispering ferns, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village of Willowbrook. Finn returned home to his grandmother, who greeted him with a warm embrace. She saw the change in him, the light in his eyes and the wisdom in his heart, and knew that his journey had been a transformative one. Together they sat by the fireplace, sharing stories and laughter, the compass resting gently on the mantel as a reminder of the adventure that had brought them closer. In the days that followed, Finn shared the lessons of the forest with the villagers, teaching them to appreciate the beauty of nature and the magic that lay within. He became a beacon of hope and understanding, a bridge between the hidden world and the one they all called home. And so, the tale of Finn and the Whispering Ferns became a cherished story in Willowbrook, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world around them. The village prospered, its people living in harmony with nature, guided by the gentle wisdom of a young lad who had discovered the magic of friendship and the power of an open heart. As for Finn, his journey continued, for he knew that the world was full of mysteries and wonders yet to be uncovered. With each new day, he set out with the spirit of adventure and the knowledge that the Whispering Ferns would always be a part of him, a place where magic lived and dreams were born. And so, in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars shone brightly and the world was at peace, the whispers of the ferns could still be heard, telling tales of old and new to those who cared to listen, weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder for all to share. Story 55. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced to the rhythm of the gentle breeze and the sun filtered through the canopy like an artist's brushstrokes, there lay a secret known only to a few. This secret wasn't just any secret, but a hidden world filled with the wonders of nature in its most magical form. It was here, among the towering oaks and carpets of moss, that our story begins with a young girl named Lila. Lila was not like other children. While most spent their days chasing after the mundane, she found solace in the quiet company of the forest. Her bright, inquisitive eyes could spot the smallest of creatures, and her heart was as vast as the sky above. She was the kind of soul who believed in the magic of the unseen, in whispers carried by the wind and stories told by the babbling brook. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dew-laden leaves, Lila set off on her usual exploration. The forest was alive with the sound of chirping birds, the rustle of squirrels, and the distant croak of frogs. Her feet padded quietly along the familiar trail, a path she had walked 100 times before, yet it always seemed new with each journey. As she walked, she noticed something unusual, a glimmering light that danced among the trees, leading her deeper into the woods. Lila's heart thumped with excitement, and, without a second thought, she followed the enchanting glow. It was as if the forest itself was inviting her to uncover a mystery long hidden. The light led her to an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. But what caught Lila's eye was not the tree itself, but the small, intricately carved door nestled in its roots. The door was barely visible, covered in a tapestry of ivy and moss. With gentle fingers she brushed away the greenery, revealing its delicate craftsmanship, a door that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Curiosity piqued, Lila reached for the small brass handle, her heart racing with anticipation. As she opened the door, a soft golden light spilled out, enveloping her in warmth and pulling her into the tree. She felt a gentle tug, like a breeze guiding her on a summer's day, and soon found herself standing in a world unlike any she had known. The air here was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the sky overhead shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. It was a hidden realm, tucked safely away from the eyes of the world, vibrant and full of life. Flowers bloomed in colors she couldn't name, and streams sparkled with waters that sang as they flowed. In this magical place, Lila met the inhabitants of the hidden world, tiny creatures with wings like dragonflies, their laughter like tinkling bells. They were the Whisper Folk, guardians of the forest's secrets, and they welcomed Lila with open arms. Among them was a wise old creature named Eldrin, his beard long and silver, eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. Eldrin took a liking to Lila, sensing her kind heart and gentle nature. Over time, he became her guide, teaching her about the balance of nature, the importance of every living thing, and the magic that lay in the simplest of gestures. Days in this realm slipped by like dreams, each filled with wonder and discovery. Lila learned to listen to the songs of the trees, to understand the language of the birds, and to see the world through eyes that marveled at everything anew. She found friendship among the Whisper Folk, their bond growing stronger with each shared adventure. But as time passed, a shadow crept into this haven. The whispering woods were changing. The laughter of the streams grew quieter, the flowers wilted, and a chill began to settle in the air. The balance that Eldrin spoke of was tipping, and the hidden world was in danger of fading away. The Whisper Folk gathered, their faces etched with worry. Eldrin, with a heavy heart, explained the cause. A magical object, the Heartstone, which held the essence of their world, was losing its light. Without it, the hidden realm could not survive. Lila listened intently, her heart aching for her newfound friends. She knew she had to help, but the task was daunting. The Heartstone lay in the heart of the forest, guarded by time and the tangled roots of ancient trees. It was said that only the pure of heart and the brave of spirit could reach it. Determined, Lila volunteered for the journey. She understood that the path would not be easy, but her resolve was unwavering. With Eldrin's blessing and the support of the Whisper Folk, she set out on her quest to save their world. The forest was different now, its atmosphere heavy with urgency. As Lila ventured deeper, the trees seemed to close in, their branches whispering secrets of the past. Each step was a challenge, each turn a test of her courage and determination. Her journey was filled with trials. She faced the trickery of mischievous sprites, navigated the labyrinth of roots that twisted and turned like a living puzzle, and crossed streams that seemed to flow backwards. But with every obstacle, Lila found strength in her friendship with the Whisper Folk, their presence a constant reminder of why she must succeed. Finally, after what felt like days, she reached the heart of the forest. There, nestled among the roots of the oldest tree, lay the Heartstone. Though its light was dim, it pulsed gently, as if sensing her arrival. With reverence, Lila approached the stone. She could feel its warmth, hear its gentle hum, a melody of hope and renewal. She reached out, her hand trembling with the weight of the moment, and touched the heartstone. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with a deep, abiding peace. As if in response, the heartstone began to glow, its light growing stronger, brighter, until it bathed the entire grove in a radiant glow. The forest came alive with color and sound, the balance restored, the hidden world saved from the brink of despair. With the heartstone renewed, Lila returned to the Whisper Folk, greeted by cheers and songs of gratitude. Eldrin, his eyes misty with pride, thanked her for her bravery and kindness. She had not only saved their world, but had also learned the true meaning of friendship and the power of a pure heart. Her journey had changed her, deepened her understanding of the world and her place within it. She had discovered that true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the bonds we form and the love we share. As the sun set on her final day in the hidden realm, Lila bid farewell to her friends. The Whisper Folk promised she would always be welcome, her place among them forever secure. With a heart full of memories and a spirit renewed, she stepped back through the door, returning to her world. The forest greeted her with open arms, the familiar path welcoming her home. Yet, Lila knew she was different now, more aware of the whispers in the wind, the secrets held by the trees, and the magic that lay in every shadow and sunbeam. Her journey had taught her that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and that kindness, courage, and friendship were the most powerful forces of all. With the lessons of the hidden realm etched into her heart, Lila walked home, her mind filled with dreams of the adventures yet to come. And so, under the watchful eyes of the Whispering Woods, Lila's story came to a close, not with an end, but with a beginning. For in every heartbeat of the forest, there was a promise of new stories, new journeys, and a world brimming with endless possibilities. As the night fell, Lila lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep. In her dreams, she danced with the Whisper Folk, spun tales under the moonlit sky, and felt the gentle embrace of the hidden world she had come to love. And somewhere, deep in the heart of the forest, the heartstone pulsed with a light as timeless as the stars, a beacon of hope and friendship that would never fade. Story 56. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there stood an old cobblestone cottage, its roof gracefully draped with climbing ivy. The cottage was known for its cozy charm, and it housed an enchanting shop named Whispering Wonders, where villagers would find the most peculiar trinkets and baubles, each with a story of its own. The shop was run by an elderly woman, known affectionately as Granny Marigold. Her hair was as silver as the moonlight, and her eyes twinkled with the mischievous sparkle of 1,000 untold stories. Every nook and cranny of her little shop was filled with the aroma of lavender and chamomile, a blend that seemed to wrap around visitors like a warm hug. One crisp autumn morning, as the gentle rustle of golden leaves filled the air, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was a curious soul, with hair that danced like flames in the sunlight, and eyes as blue as the summer sky. She had heard tales of Granny Marigold's shop and the wonders it held, and today she was determined to discover something truly magical. As Clara explored the shop, her fingers brushed against an assortment of items, tarnished keys, glass bottles filled with swirling colors, and clocks that ticked to their own peculiar rhythm. But it was a small, unassuming locket that caught her attention. It lay amidst a collection of dusty books, its golden surface gleaming softly in the light. "Ah, you found the Locket of Whispers," Granny Marigold said with a knowing smile, as if she had been expecting Clara to find it. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart, if you are willing to listen." Curiosity piqued, Clara gently picked up the locket, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. The moment she clasped it around her neck, she felt a tingling sensation, like the gentle touch of a breeze on a summer's day. The locket seemed to hum with a soft, melodic tune, and Clara swore she could hear a whisper, though the words were as elusive as the wind. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Clara decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, a place she had often gazed at from afar but never dared to explore. The woods were known for their ancient trees and the soft, musical rustle of leaves that seemed to tell stories of old. As Clara stepped into the woods, she was greeted by a chorus of birdsong and the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet. The path was dappled with sunlight, creating a mosaic of shadows that danced as the breeze swayed the branches above. With each step, the locket grew warmer against her chest, and the whispers grew clearer, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. It wasn't long before Clara encountered her first companion on this unexpected journey. A wise old owl perched on a low branch, its feathers the color of twilight. "Greetings, young traveler," the owl hooted softly, its large eyes glimmering with wisdom. "I am Orion. What brings you to the heart of these woods?" Clara explained her encounter with the locket and the whispers that guided her. Orion nodded sagely. "The woods have their own magic, and it seems they have chosen you for a special journey. Trust in your heart, and it will lead you true." Encouraged by Orion's words, Clara continued her journey, the locket's whispers weaving a melody that seemed to intertwine with the forest's song. As the day wore on, she encountered more helpers. A playful squirrel named Pip, who showed her hidden paths through the thicket, and a gentle doe named Lila, who shared tales of the forest's history. Each new friend had a unique personality, and they taught Clara the beauty of listening and understanding, of seeing the world through different eyes. Through their guidance, Clara learned the value of patience and the joy of shared stories, each encounter deepening her appreciation for the world around her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara reached a serene glade. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens as if to embrace the stars. It was here that the whispers of the locket grew strongest, singing a harmonious tune that resonated with the very pulse of the earth. Clara approached the oak and with gentle reverence placed her hand upon its weathered bark. A warmth spread from her fingertips, and the whispers coalesced into words that filled her heart with understanding and peace. "Your journey has shown you the power of kindness and wisdom," the voice within the locket spoke, gentle as a lullaby. "Remember, it is not the strength of our arms, but the strength of our hearts that truly defines us." With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. She shared her tales with the villagers, who listened with wonder and awe, and the locket became a symbol of the magic that lay in every heart that dared to listen. As the years passed, Clara grew to be a wise and beloved figure in Willowbrook, passing down the lessons she had learned to new generations. And though the locket eventually found its way back to Granny Marigold's shop, waiting for the next curious soul, its whispers remained with Clara, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every heart and the beauty of a world seen through eyes of kindness and wonder. And so, under the starlit sky, with a gentle breeze carrying the scent of lavender fields, Willowbrook slept, cradled in the warmth of stories and dreams, where the whispers of the forest would forever weave their enchanting song. Story 57. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook, living in harmony with the gentle rustle of the leaves and the tranquil flow of the nearby river. They were a tight-knit community, where everyone knew everyone, and the warmth of friendship was as comforting as the golden light of the setting sun. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. She had a heart as kind as a gentle breeze, and eyes that twinkled like stars on a clear night. Lila's days were spent exploring the woods, her imagination dancing as vividly as the sunbeams that filtered through the canopy above. Her constant companion was Pip, a mischievous yet loyal squirrel with fur as soft and gray as a cloud on a spring day. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out with Pip to explore a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. The air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. The path was carpeted with a tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, crunching softly underfoot as Lila and Pip wandered deeper into the woods. As they walked, they stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, and its branches stretching up to the sky like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree was a peculiar door, small and slightly ajar, as if inviting them to enter. The door was unlike anything Lila had ever seen, adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and shimmering with a faint, magical glow. Curiosity piqued. Lila gently pushed the door open. To her amazement, she found herself in a hidden world, one that seemed to exist within the very heart of the forest. The air here was imbued with a gentle luminescence, casting everything in a soft, dreamlike glow. The trees were taller, their leaves whispering secrets that only the wind could understand. The flowers bloomed in colors so vibrant they seemed almost otherworldly. In this enchanted place, creatures of all kinds roamed freely. Lila saw rabbits with fur as white as snow, birds with feathers like rainbows, and deer with eyes that sparkled with wisdom. But what caught her attention most was a small silver fox sitting serenely by a crystal-clear pond. Its eyes, a deep shade of emerald, met Lila's with a gaze that seemed to understand her every thought. The fox introduced itself as Finn, the guardian of this hidden world. Finn explained that the door appeared to those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the unknown. Lila listened intently, entranced by the fox's gentle voice, which flowed like a melody carried by the wind. Finn told Lila of a challenge that threatened the balance of this magical realm. A mysterious mist had begun to spread, shrouding the forest in shadows and dimming the luminescent glow. The creatures were growing anxious, fearing the loss of their vibrant home. Determined to help, Lila offered her assistance. Finn, sensing the sincerity in her heart, revealed that the key to dispelling the mist lay in a magical object hidden deep within the forest, a shimmering crystal known as the Heart of the Woods. This crystal held the essence of the forest's magic, and only a true friend of the forest could retrieve it. With Pip perched on her shoulder and Finn guiding her, Lila set off on her quest. The path was not easy, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Lila's resolve never wavered. She felt the forest itself urging her onward, its whispers growing louder, filling her with a sense of purpose. As they journeyed, Lila encountered challenges that tested her courage and kindness. At one point, they came across a small bird with a broken wing, chirping forlornly. Without hesitation, Lila gently wrapped Bird in a soft leaf, fashioning a makeshift sling, and carried it with her. The bird's eyes shone with gratitude, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her heart. Further along, they found a stream that had been blocked by fallen branches, causing the water to pool and flood nearby burrows. Together, Lila, Pip, and Finn worked tirelessly to clear the blockage, allowing the water to flow freely once more. The creatures of the forest emerged from their homes, chirping and chattering in joyful appreciation. Each act of kindness seemed to strengthen the bond between Lila and the forest. The trees whispered more clearly, guiding her steps, and the path seemed to unfold with greater ease. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a pedestal, and atop it rested the Heart of the Woods. The crystal shimmered like 1,000 stars, pulsating with a gentle, rhythmic glow. As Lila approached, the forest fell silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation. With trembling hands, Lila reached out and touched the crystal. A warmth spread through her fingers, flowing into her heart, filling her with a sense of peace and unity with the world around her. In that moment, she understood that the magic of the forest was a reflection of the love and kindness within herself. With the Heart of the Woods in her grasp, Lila watched as the mist began to recede, the shadows lifting to reveal the vibrant beauty of the forest once more. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their eyes shining with gratitude and hope. Finn, his eyes filled with pride, thanked Lila for her bravery and compassion. He explained that the true magic of the forest was not in the crystal itself, but in the love and friendship that bound all living things together. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Finn, promising to keep the secret of the hidden world safe. The fox, in turn, assured her that the door would always be open to her, a reminder of the bond they shared. With Pip chattering happily on her shoulder, Lila made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the leaves rustled softly, a gentle lullaby to guide her steps. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Willowbrook, came into view, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. Lila felt a newfound sense of connection to her home, knowing that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her. That night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, Lila lay in her bed, a contented smile on her lips. She knew that the true magic of the forest was not something that could be seen or touched, but something that lived within her heart, a magic of kindness, friendship, and love. And so, with her dreams filled with the enchanting beauty of the hidden world, Lila drifted off to sleep, knowing that she was forever a friend of the forest. Story 58. In a quaint village, nestled between the gentle slopes of velvet green hills, there lay a small, shimmering lake known as the Moonlit Mirror. This village, dubbed Willowbrook, was a place where the air was always fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. The villagers went about their days with a serene rhythm, tending to their gardens and enjoying the simple pleasures of life. However, a peculiar series of events had recently cast a veil of curiosity over the otherwise peaceful hamlet. One misty morning, as the first rays of dawn tenderly brushed against the lake's surface, a young and inquisitive girl named Lila awoke to find something quite unusual. The lake, which was normally as clear as crystal, had turned an enchanting shade of lavender overnight. As she made her way down the cobbled path to the water's edge, she noticed that the usual chorus of birdsong was replaced by a strange, harmonious hum that seemed to emanate from the lake itself. Lila had always been captivated by mysteries, and this occurrence was no exception. With her heart alight with curiosity, she resolved to uncover the cause of this magical transformation. She was not alone in her quest, for her best friend, a clever and gentle rabbit named Thistle, was ever by her side. Thistle had a knack for noticing the little things, the details that others might overlook, and together they made a formidable team. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lila and Thistle set off on their adventure. They decided to start their investigation by visiting the oldest and wisest resident of Willowbrook, a kind-hearted turtle named Elder Moss. His shell was as ancient as the stones in the village's oldest bridge, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless years. Upon reaching Elder Moss's cozy nook by the stream, Lila gently knocked on his shell. "Elder Moss," she called, her voice a soft melody in the morning air, "we have come to seek your wisdom about the lake's mysterious change." The old turtle slowly opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his wrinkled face. "Ah, young ones," he replied, his voice deep and soothing, "I have sensed the shift in the air. The lake whispers of magic, but to understand its true message, you must listen with more than just your ears." Pondering his words, Lila and Thistle thanked Elder Moss and took their leave, their minds turning over his cryptic advice like a puzzle piece. They decided to return to the lake, hoping that a closer examination might reveal more clues. As they approached the shore, Thistle's keen eyes spotted something glinting beneath the lavender waves. With a gentle hop, he bounded to the water's edge and pointed with his paw. "Look, Lila, there's something shimmering under the surface." Peering into the depths, Lila could just make out the outline of a small, ornate box resting on the lake bed. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Without hesitation, Lila rolled up her sleeves and plunged her hand into the cool water, retrieving the box and placing it carefully on the grass. The box was sealed with a delicate silver clasp, and as Lila opened it, a soft glow bathed their faces. Inside, they found a collection of tiny, luminescent stones, each one pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. There was also a note, penned in elegant script. "To those who seek the truth, the lake's hue reflects the harmony of nature's song. Restore the balance, and its clarity shall return." Lila and Thistle exchanged thoughtful glances. The answer, it seemed, lay in restoring some kind of balance. But what balance, and how could they achieve it? They decided to seek advice from another wise friend, the gentle owl named Professor Wisp, who lived in the old oak tree at the heart of the village. Under the shade of the ancient tree, Professor Wisp listened intently as Lila and Thistle recounted their findings. The owl's feathers ruffled as he nodded knowingly. "Ah, the stones of harmony," he mused, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "They are rare and precious, known to amplify the natural harmony of the world. If their balance is disturbed, so too is the balance of nature. But how can we restore it? Lila asked, her brow furrowed in thought. Professor Wisp tilted his head, considering their question. You must find what has caused the disharmony. Look around you. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the hum of the earth, and the song of the wind. Inspired by the owl's advice, Lila and Thistle returned to the village, their senses attuned to the world around them. As they wandered through the meadows, they noted that the usual vibrancy of the flowers seemed muted, and the bees, usually so busy, were nowhere to be seen. It's as if the village itself is holding its breath, Thistle observed, his nose twitching with concern. As they pondered this, a gentle breeze carried with it a soft, ethereal melody, unlike anything they had heard before. It seemed to beckon them toward the edge of the forest, where the ancient willow trees stood like sentinels. Following the melody, they discovered a small, hidden glade, where a group of tiny, winged creatures fluttered in distress. These were the Lumina fairies, known for their role in maintaining the harmony of nature through their song. But something had silenced their voices, and they flitted about anxiously. One of the fairies, her wings shimmering like gossamer in the dappled sunlight, approached Lila and Thistle. Her voice was a mere whisper, like the rustle of leaves. "We have lost our song," she lamented. "Without it, the balance is disrupted." Understanding dawned upon Lila and Thistle. The stones they had found were the key to restoring the fairies' song. Carefully, Lila placed the luminescent stones in a circle on the soft, mossy ground, aligning them with the patterns etched on the box. As the last stone clicked into place, a gentle hum filled the air, resonating with the heartbeat of the earth. The fairies began to sing once more, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of sound that enveloped the glade in warmth and light. With their song restored, the fairies danced with joy, their luminescent trails painting the air with vibrant colors. The harmony of Willowbrook was re-established, and the lake returned to its crystal-clear state, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Lila and Thistle returned to the village, their hearts light and their spirits high. Elder Moss and Professor Wisp greeted them with knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with pride at the young sleuth's success. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the villagers gathered by the lake to celebrate. Lanterns were lit, casting a warm glow that mirrored the stars above, and the air was filled with laughter and song. Lila and Thistle watched the scene unfold, content in the knowledge that they had helped preserve the beauty and harmony of their beloved home. They knew that mysteries would come and go, but with wisdom, friendship, and a little bit of magic, they could overcome any challenge. And so, as the gentle night wrapped Willowbrook in its embrace, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, secure in the comforting rhythm of life's enchanting melody. Story 59. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across the velvet expanse, there existed a quaint little planet known as Luminara. It was a gentle world, bathed in the soft glow of bioluminescent flora and caressed by the whisper of gentle zephyrs. The inhabitants of Luminara, the Luminaris, were a peaceful species, with skin that glowed softly in shades of azure and lavender, and eyes that reflected the endless sky. Among these gentle beings was a Luminaris named Orin, whose curiosity about the universe was as vast as the cosmos itself. Orin spent many nights perched atop the celestial cliffs, gazing at the stars and wondering about the countless worlds beyond his own. One particularly serene evening, as the moon cast a silvery path across the ocean, a soft, unfamiliar hum filled the air. It was the sound of a small starship making an unexpected landing in the nearby glade. Orin's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension as he made his way towards the source of the sound. Nestled in the lush greenery was the Starship, a sleek vessel with iridescent panels that glinted like a prism in the starlight. Emerging from it was a creature unlike any Orin had ever seen. It was a Kintari from the planet Zira, known as Thal, with scales that shimmered in hues of emerald and gold, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and intelligence. Orin approached cautiously, his bioluminescent glow casting a soft light across the glade. Thal, noticing the gentle presence, extended a hand in a universal gesture of peace. Despite their differences, both felt a connection. a shared wonder for the vast universe. The initial days of their encounter were filled with misunderstandings as they tried to bridge the gap between their worlds. Their languages were different, with Orin speaking in melodic tones that mimicked the wind, while Thal communicated through an intricate dance of light and sound. Yet, through gestures and patience, they began to understand each other. One afternoon, as they sat by a gentle stream that sang a lullaby of crystal-clear water, Orin tried to explain the concept of community to Thal. He used the example of a nearby grove where luminaris gathered to share stories. Thal, in turn, shared tales of Zira's storm dances, where the Kintari would harmonize with the thunder and rain. Their hearts warmed as they exchanged stories, realizing that despite the vastness of their worlds, the essence of their beings was not so different. They both cherished connection, learning, and beauty. However, their newfound friendship faced a test when a sudden storm, unlike any seen on Luminara, swept across the land. The winds howled, and the once gentle sea thrashed angrily against the cliffs. Orin and Thal found themselves seeking shelter in a small cave, the entrance veiled by cascading vines. The storm raged outside, but inside the cave, Orin and Thal worked together, using Orin's intimate knowledge of the land and Thal's engineering skills to secure their refuge. As the storm howled, Orin sang calming harmonies, while Thal created soothing patterns of light that danced across the cave walls, echoing the stars they both loved. In that moment of adversity, their bond deepened. They realized that true friendship was not merely about shared interests, but about being there for one another, offering support and solace in times of need. When the storm finally passed, leaving the world washed anew, they emerged from the cave into a landscape bathed in the gentle glow of dawn. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of rain and earth, and the sky was a canvas of pastel hues. Standing side by side, Orin and Thal gazed at the horizon, where the sun began its ascent, casting its warm embrace over Luminara. They knew that their friendship was a bridge between their worlds, a testament to the beauty of diversity and the strength found in unity. As they walked back to the village, the path adorned with dew-kissed flowers, Orin taught Thal a Luminaris song of gratitude, and Thal shared a Kintari melody of hope. Together, they sang, their voices weaving a tapestry of harmony that resonated with the very essence of the universe. Their story became a cherished legend among both their peoples, a reminder that friendship could transcend the stars, and that in the vastness of the cosmos, it was the connections we forged that truly illuminated our lives. And so, under the ever-watchful gaze of the cosmos, Orin and Thal continued their journey, exploring not just the universe around them, but the boundless depths of friendship within. With every adventure, every shared laughter, and every challenge overcome, they discovered new facets of themselves, each other, and the worlds they called home. Their tale, whispered among the stars and sung by the winds, reminded all who heard it that kindness and understanding were the true currencies of the heart, capable of transforming strangers into friends and friends into family. As the years passed, their friendship grew into a beacon of light, guiding others who found themselves on paths of uncertainty, showing them that together they could weather any storm, and that the tapestry of life was richer when woven with threads of compassion and unity. In the quiet moments, as they sat by the stream or gazed at the stars, Orin and Thal would often reflect on the journey that had brought them together. They understood that every misunderstanding had been an opportunity for growth, every challenge a chance to strengthen their bond. And in those reflections, they found a profound peace, knowing that their friendship was a gift that transcended the stars themselves. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's night, with the symphony of crickets serenading them and a gentle breeze caressing their faces, Orin and Thal shared a quiet promise, a promise to always cherish the wonder of the universe, the beauty of their friendship, and the endless possibilities that lay before them. With hearts full of hope and eyes set on the stars, they embarked on new adventures, hand in hand, ready to explore the infinite tapestry of life, knowing that together they could light up the darkest corners of the cosmos. Story 60. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sparkling streams, there lived a young woman named Arya. This village, hidden from the rush of the world, was known for its lush gardens that bloomed year-round, tended lovingly by those who cherished the balance of nature. Arya, with hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes like the warmest summer sky, had grown up here among the whispering leaves and the gentle hum of bees. Yet, despite her serene surroundings, Arya felt a restlessness within her heart. She often wandered to the edge of the village, where the forest thickened, and the trees whispered secrets only the wind knew. Change was stirring within her, a feeling both thrilling and terrifying, like the first chill of autumn air. She longed to embrace this change, but feared losing the comfort of the familiar. One crisp morning, as golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, Arya set out to explore the forest. With each step, she felt the earth's heartbeat beneath her feet, a gentle thrum that reassured her. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms, perfectly formed in the moss-covered ground, twinkling with dew. Curiosity piqued, Arya stepped closer. The air shimmered with an ethereal glow, and suddenly she found herself in a place she had never seen before. An ancient oak, its bark gnarled and wise, stood at the forest's heart. Its branches stretched wide, as if embracing the sky, and nestled among them was a delicate cocoon of light, pulsing gently like a sleeping creature. From beneath the oak emerged a small creature, no larger than a squirrel, with fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence and kindness. "Welcome, Arya," it spoke, its voice a soft melody that blended with the rustling leaves. "I am Leora, guardian of the forest's heart." Arya, though surprised, felt no fear. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a whisper of wonder. "This," Leora replied, gesturing with a tiny paw, "is the realm of reflection. It mirrors the changes within you, and through it you will discover your true self." As days turned to weeks, Arya returned to the forest, guided by Leora and her gentle wisdom. Each visit revealed new wonders: flowers that sang as they bloomed, streams that danced in the moonlight, and stones that whispered forgotten tales. With each discovery, Arya felt a piece of her own puzzle fall into place, her understanding of herself deepening. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Arya found herself once again beneath the ancient oak. The cocoon of light above her pulsed with greater intensity, and she sensed that something within it was about to change. Leora appeared beside her, a serene presence in the gathering dusk. "Arya," Leora said softly, "the time has come for you to embrace the transformation within you. Change is not to be feared, but welcomed, for it is the path to your true self." Arya nodded, her heart steady with resolve. As she watched, the cocoon began to unravel, threads of light unfurling like petals of a flower. From within emerged a magnificent butterfly, its wings shimmering with every color of the dawn. It hovered in the air for a moment, then alighted gently on Arya's outstretched hand. In that moment, Arya understood. The butterfly was a reflection of her own journey, a symbol of the beauty and strength that lay within her. She had learned that change, though daunting, was the key to growth and self-discovery. With Leora by her side, Arya returned to the village, her heart light with newfound wisdom. She embraced the changes around her and within her, knowing that each step forward was a step toward becoming who she was meant to be. The village, too, seemed to sense the transformation in Arya. Her warmth and newfound confidence inspired others to seek their own paths of growth and discovery. The gardens bloomed with even greater vibrancy, a testament to the harmony that comes from embracing change. And so, in the quiet village surrounded by nature's bounty, Arya found her place, not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. She learned that the journey of transformation is as beautiful as the destination, and that true strength comes from embracing the unknown. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Arya's story became woven into the fabric of the village, a gentle reminder that within every heart lies the power to transform and grow, just as the forest blooms anew with each spring. And whenever the wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it the soft melody of Leora's voice, Arya would smile, knowing that she had found her true self in the embrace of change. Story 61. In a remote corner of the world, where sunlight danced through the thick canopy of emerald leaves, and the earth breathed with ancient wisdom, lay the Whispering Woods. These woods were no ordinary forest. They were alive with enchantment. a place where every creature, from the smallest ant to the grandest oak, held a secret life intertwined with magic. As the golden light of dawn filtered through the trees, the forest awoke in a symphony of rustling leaves and bird songs. Among the vibrant tapestry of life was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle, with a shell like a mosaic of verdant moss and amber lichen, was the keeper of the forest's stories. His eyes, deep brown pools of understanding, seemed to hold the light of 1,000 sunsets. One crisp autumn morning, as the air hummed with the scent of ripe berries and fallen leaves, Thistle set out on his slow, deliberate journey to the heart of the forest. He was on a mission to share the tale of the changing seasons with the younger creatures, teaching them about the delicate balance that kept their world in harmony. As Thistle ambled along a winding path blanketed with russet and gold leaves, he was joined by a lively squirrel named Pippin. Pippin, with her bushy tail and eyes that sparkled like dew on a sunny morning, was curious about the stories Thistle carried within his heart. "Thistle, tell us about the magic of the seasons," Pippin chirped, bounding alongside the tortoise. "Ah, the seasons," Thistle began, his voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves. "They are the forest's breath, each one a chapter in the story of life." As they continued their journey, the forest unfolded its wonders. The breeze carried whispers of the coming changes, and the creatures of the woods paused in their tasks to listen to Thistle's tale. "Long ago," he said, "when the world was young, the seasons were born from the dance of the sun and the moon. Spring, with her gentle rains and blossoming flowers, brought renewal. Summer followed, her warmth nurturing life and abundance. Then came autumn, painting the world with her vibrant colors and teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, winter arrived, cloaked in silence and snow, reminding us of the peace found in rest." As Thistle spoke, the forest seemed to respond. The leaves rustled softly, nodding in agreement, while the brook babbled a harmonious tune. The creatures gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ancient tortoise. "But Thistle," piped up a young rabbit named Lila, her fur as soft as the clouds above, "how do we keep the balance between these seasons?" Thistle smiled, the corners of his mouth crinkling like old parchment. "Through understanding and respect, dear Lila. Each season has its role, its time, and its purpose. We must care for our home, ensuring that no one season overwhelms the others. By living in harmony with the natural world, we honor the sacred cycle of life." As the day wore on, Thistle and his companions reached the wide clearing at the forest's heart. Here the towering oaks and elms stood as sentinels, guarding the wisdom of ages past. It was a place of gathering, where creatures came to share their stories and knowledge. In the center of the clearing, a circle of stones formed an ancient council ring. Thistle settled at its heart, inviting all to sit and listen. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the gathering. With the soft murmur of the forest as their backdrop, Thistle continued to weave his tale. He spoke of the gentle rains that nourished the earth, the sun's warmth that brought life, and the frost's kiss that signaled time for rest. He reminded them of the importance of each creature's role in maintaining the forest's delicate balance. "Remember," he said, his voice a gentle caress, "we are all threads in the great tapestry of life. Together, we create the beauty of this world." As the last light of day faded into twilight, the creatures of the Whispering Woods felt a deep sense of peace and understanding. The stars began to twinkle above, like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, and the forest settled into the embrace of night. With hearts full of wisdom and the warmth of friendship, Thistle's companions dispersed, carrying the story of the seasons within them. The forest, now a symphony of nocturnal songs, cradled them in its ancient embrace. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the Whispering Woods continued its eternal dance, a harmonious blend of magic and nature, reminding all who dwelled within of the beauty found in balance. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village cradled by rolling hills and emerald meadows, there lived a young girl named Freya. She had eyes that sparkled like stardust and a heart that yearned for adventure. Freya was known for her love of wandering the fields, gathering wildflowers, and dreaming of places beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Freya discovered a narrow, winding path she had never seen before. It was hidden beneath a canopy of golden leaves, whispering secrets of uncharted lands. With a curious heart and a brave spirit, she decided to follow the path, her boots crunching softly on the carpet of autumn leaves. As Freya ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the trees in dappled patterns. The path led her to a clearing, where she found herself standing before a shimmering portal, framed by ancient, ivy-clad stones. It glowed with a soft, inviting light, like the first glow of dawn. With a deep breath, Freya stepped through the portal and into a world unlike any she had ever known. She found herself in a forest, where the trees were tall and slender, their bark glistening with a silvery sheen. The leaves were a riot of colors, violet, azure, and gold fluttering like butterflies in a gentle breeze. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, the melodious chirping of birds, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft murmurs of a nearby brook. Freya's heart swelled with wonder as she wandered through this enchanted place. Suddenly, a soft giggle caught her attention. Turning around, she saw a creature unlike any she had ever met. It was a small, whimsical being with wings that shimmered like opals. Its eyes were bright and curious, and its laughter was as light as a feather. "Hello there," the creature chirped, fluttering around Freya in a playful dance. "Welcome to the Forest of Wonders. I am Lyra, a guardian of this magical realm." Freya smiled warmly, her shyness melting away in the presence of such friendliness. "Hello, Lyra. I'm Freya. I've never seen a place like this before." Lyra twirled midair, sprinkling a trail of glittering dust. "There are many wonders here, Freya, but also gentle challenges. Are you ready to explore?" With a nod of determination, Freya agreed. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the path was lined with flowers that glowed softly, like lanterns guiding their way. Along the journey, Freya encountered a series of whimsical creatures, a family of tiny singing frogs that harmonized a lullaby, and a wise old owl with feathers that shimmered like the night sky. Each encounter brought a gentle challenge. The frogs needed help gathering the glowing petals of a rare flower to complete their evening song. Freya, with her nimble fingers and keen eyes, carefully plucked the petals from the flowers, feeling a warm glow of gratitude from the little creatures. The wise owl, in turn, presented Freya with a riddle. What is as light as a feather, yet cannot be held for long? Freya pondered for a moment, then smiled as she realized the answer. "A breath," she whispered, and the owl nodded approvingly, gifting her a single silver feather in gratitude. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Freya and Lyra reached the heart of the forest. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, lay a pond so clear and still that it mirrored the sky above. Lyra beckoned Freya to look closer, and as she gazed into the water, she saw visions of her village, her family, and the warmth of home. "Every adventure," Lyra said softly, "teaches us something about ourselves. The courage to explore the unknown brings us closer to who we truly are." Freya felt a wave of understanding wash over her. She realized that her journey through the Forest of Wonders had shown her the strength of her own heart and the beauty of embracing the unknown. As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Lyra guided Freya back to the portal. "Remember, Freya," the little creature said, her voice a gentle melody, "the wonders of this forest are always within you. Keep exploring, keep dreaming." With a grateful heart, Freya stepped back through the portal, returning to her village. The night was calm and serene, the village bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. As she made her way home, Freya felt a comforting warmth, like a cozy blanket wrapped around her. That night, as she drifted into dreams, Freya knew that while the adventures in the Forest of Wonders might have ended for now, her heart would forever carry the courage to explore, the wisdom of friendship, and the joy of new discoveries. And as the village slept peacefully under the watchful gaze of the stars, Freya's dreams danced with the colors of the enchanted forest, whispering promises of many more adventures yet to come. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Mabel. Her house was a cozy, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village, where the fragrance of wildflowers danced on the breeze, and the distant babble of a brook serenaded the quiet evenings. One crisp autumn afternoon, While exploring the attic of her cottage, Mabel stumbled upon an old, dusty trunk. Curiosity twinkled in her eyes as she brushed off the dust, revealing intricate carvings of stars and moons on its wooden surface. With a creak, the trunk opened to unveil an assortment of peculiar items. Among them lay a small, unassuming spoon, its handle engraved with delicate patterns that shimmered faintly in the golden light. As Mabel held the spoon, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingers, and she knew, in the way one knows an old friend, that this spoon was no ordinary utensil. The air seemed to hum with a gentle melody, and suddenly the spoon began to glow softly, casting a comforting light around the attic. It whispered to her, not in words, but in feelings, inviting her on a journey beyond her wildest dreams. With the spoon as her guide, Mabel felt an urging to visit the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place shrouded in mystery and beauty. She set off the next morning, the forest path dappled with sunlight, filtering through the rustling leaves. The woods were alive with the chirping of birds and the rustle of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush. As Mabel ventured deeper, she felt a serene connection to everything around her, as if the spoon had attuned her to the forest's secret language. Along her journey, Mabel encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a branch above her. Oliver's feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young Mabel," he hooted warmly. "I see you have found the spoon of possibilities. It is a rare gift, indeed." Mabel smiled, feeling a sense of kinship with the owl. "I feel it wants me to find something important," she replied. "Indeed," Oliver said, nodding sagely. "The spoon will guide you to the wishing well, where dreams are given form. But be mindful, dear one, for the true challenge lies not in finding the well, but in understanding what it is you truly wish for." Thanking Oliver for his guidance, Mabel continued her journey, her heart light with anticipation. As she walked, she was joined by a sprightly squirrel named Hazel, whose bushy tail flicked with excitement. Hazel was a chatterbox, full of stories about the forest and its inhabitants, and she eagerly offered to help Mabel find the well. Together, they navigated through glades blanketed with soft moss and crossed babbling brooks, their laughter mingling with the gentle music of the forest. Mabel cherished the companionship, and she began to realize that this journey was about more than just finding the well. It was about the connections she was forging along the way. Finally, after a day of travel, they arrived at a hidden glen where the wishing well stood, its stone rim worn smooth by time. The spoon glowed brighter in Mabel's hand, casting an ethereal light over the water's surface. She knelt beside the well, peering into its depths, her reflection mingling with the shimmering ripples. As she gazed into the water, Mabel pondered the owl's words. What did she truly wish for? She realized that while she had initially thought of wishes for wealth or adventure, what she truly desired was something simpler yet infinitely more precious, a wish for her village to always remain a place of kindness, warmth, and unity. Closing her eyes, Mabel made her wish, feeling the spoon grow warm in her hand, as if affirming her choice. When she opened her eyes, the forest seemed to glow with an inner light, and she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. As she and Hazel made their way back home, Mabel felt changed, not by magic, but by the wisdom she had gained. She understood now that true magic lay not in the granting of wishes, but in the journey of discovering what truly mattered. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed more vibrant, the people warmer, and the bonds of friendship stronger. Mabel knew that her wish had taken root, not through some mystical force, but through the kindness and connections she nurtured along her journey. And so, with the spoon of possibilities tucked safely in her pocket, Mabel continued to live her life in Willowbrook, spreading warmth and wisdom wherever she went. The spoon remained a treasured reminder of the day she discovered that the most extraordinary magic of all was the power of a kind heart and the beauty of genuine friendship. And as the sun set over Willowbrook, casting a golden glow over the village, Mabel sat by her window, her heart filled with gratitude and joy, knowing that she had found her place in the tapestry of life, a place woven with love, laughter, and the gentle magic of possibilities. Story 64. In a quaint village nestled amidst the rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, was a place where the sun always seemed to cast a golden glow, and the air was sweet with the scent of lavender and honey. Mira, with her chestnut hair and eyes the color of the sky just before dawn, was known for her gentle heart and quiet demeanor. Yet within Mira's heart, a storm brewed. She felt a deep restlessness, a yearning for something more, something undefined that danced just beyond her reach. It was a feeling that both excited and frightened her, like standing on the edge of a vast, uncharted sea. Change was coming, and though she sensed it, she didn't know how to embrace it. One evening, as the village settled into the soft embrace of twilight, Mira wandered to the edge of the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery and magic, where the trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen, and the moonlight wove silver threads through the branches. Mira stepped into this enchanted world, drawn by a force she could not name. As she walked deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide, like a wise old sage offering an embrace. Nestled among its roots was a pool of water so clear it mirrored the stars above, and as Mira peered into it, she saw not just her reflection, but glimpses of who she might become. It was then that she noticed a delicate shimmer in the air, and from the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen, a fox with fur that glistened like spun gold, and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. The fox regarded Mira with a knowing gaze, and though it spoke not a word, she understood its message as if it were whispered directly into her heart. Embrace the change, for it is through change that we find our true selves. Though the words were silent, they resonated within her, echoing the longing she had carried for so long. Mira returned to the village that night with a newfound determination, her heart lightened by the magical encounter. Yet, the path to embracing change was not as straightforward as her resolve. In the days that followed, Mira struggled with doubt and uncertainty. The village was filled with kind souls, but few understood the restlessness that stirred her spirit. However, there were those who sensed the shift within her. Aiden, the village blacksmith, whose strength was matched only by his kindness, and Leora, the wise herbalist, who seemed to see beyond the surface of things. Aiden, with his gentle smile and steady hands, encouraged Mira with tales of his own journey, of how he found his calling in shaping metal into tools that served the village. The fire transforms, he would say, but only if you allow it to. Leora, with her ever-present basket of herbs and her soothing voice, offered Mira teas and tinctures to calm her mind, and more importantly, she offered her ear. Listen to your heart, child, she advised. It knows the path better than any map. Guided by their wisdom and friendship, Mira began to embrace the small changes in her daily life, choosing new paths to wander, trying her hand at painting, and even learning the art of storytelling from the village bard. Each new experience, though daunting at first, brought her joy and a sense of discovery. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Mira returned to the forest clearing. The oak stood as it always had, a sentinel of time and change, and beside it sat the golden fox. This time Mira felt no fear or hesitation. She knelt by the pool and gazed into its depths, seeing not just a reflection, but a transformation. The fox approached, its eyes meeting hers, and in that moment, Mira understood. Change was not something to fear, but to welcome. It was a dance, a balance of holding on and letting go, of listening to the whispers of the heart and the wisdom of the world around. And so, Mira embraced her transformation. She became a storyteller, weaving tales that spoke of courage, friendship, and the magic that lay in the simplest of things. Her stories touched the hearts of the villagers, inspiring them to see the beauty in their own lives, and in turn, they shared their own tales of change and growth. Through her journey, Mira learned that personal growth was not a destination, but a continuous unfolding of the self, like petals of a flower opening to the sun. The village, with its tapestry of stories and souls, was enriched by her transformation, and Mira, now at peace with herself, found the happiness she had long sought. In the quiet moments beneath the starlit sky or by the crackling fire, Mira would sometimes return to the forest where the golden fox awaited. Together, they would sit in silence, two friends bound by the magic of change, and listen to the symphony of the world around them, the rustling leaves, the gentle breeze, and the heartbeat of the earth itself. And so, in that enchanted village, where the past met the present and dreams wove into reality, Mira's story unfolded. A tale of personal discovery, guided by friendship and the quiet magic that whispered through the trees. It was a story that reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to change, to grow, and to embrace the magic of who we are meant to become. Story 65. Once upon a dreamy night, beneath a velvet sky adorned with twinkling stars, a young girl named Lila found herself caught in the throes of change. Her world, once a cozy tapestry of familiar routines, had begun to unravel, leaving her adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Lila had always been a creature of habit, finding solace in the predictable rhythms of her days. But as she grew older, whispers of change echoed through the corridors of her life, beckoning her towards an unfamiliar path. At first, Lila resisted these calls, clinging tightly to the comforts she knew so well. But as the days passed, a restless yearning stirred within her heart, whispering of untapped potential and unexplored horizons. It was then that a chance encounter with a wise old oak tree forever altered the course of Lila's journey. As she sought solace beneath its ancient boughs, the tree seemed to hum with a magical energy, its branches swaying in an enchanted dance. "Fear not the changes that life brings, little one." The oak tree's voice resonated within Lila's mind. For within every transition lies the seed of growth and transformation. Lila listened, entranced, as the tree wove a tale of its own journey, from a tiny acorn to a towering giant, weathering storms and seasons with resilience and grace. With each word, Lila felt a newfound courage take root within her, her doubts slowly giving way to a sense of wonder. To her surprise, Lila soon discovered that she was not alone on this path of self-discovery. A cast of endearing companions materialized around her, each offering their own unique insights and support. There was Willow, a gentle stream that mirrored the ebb and flow of life's rhythms, teaching Lila the art of adaptability. And Zephyr, a playful breeze that danced through the trees, reminding her to embrace the unpredictable with a spirit of curiosity and joy. As the days turned into months, Lila found herself blossoming in ways she had never imagined. With each challenge she faced, a new layer of strength unfurled within her, bolstered by the lessons imparted by her newfound friends. And as if mirroring her own inner transformation, the world around Lila seemed to shift and shimmer with magic. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals unfurling in time with her growth. Sunbeams danced across rippling streams, casting kaleidoscopic reflections that dazzled the eye. Through it all, Lila learned that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity to shed old skins and embrace the beauty of becoming. With each step forward, she discovered parts of herself that had been waiting to unfurl, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. And in those quiet moments, when the world stilled and the magic hummed all around her, Lila would pause and reflect on the incredible journey she had undertaken. She had faced her fears, embraced the unknown, and emerged not just changed, but transformed, a radiant testament to the power of personal growth and the magic that resides within us all. As the final embers of twilight faded, Lila would drift into peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the whispers of her woodland companions, reminding her that every ending is but a new beginning, and that the greatest adventures often begin with a single courageous step into the unknown. Story 66. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and the gentle curve of a babbling brook, stood a curious little shop known as the Curiosity Nook. Its windows glimmered with the soft glow of lanterns, casting a warm, inviting light onto the cobblestone streets. Inside, shelves brimmed with peculiar trinkets and mysterious artifacts, each with its own story to tell. It was here that young Leora, a girl with a heart as curious as the shop itself, found herself one crisp autumn afternoon. The air was rich with the scent of fallen leaves and the hint of an approaching winter. Leora pushed open the door to the shop, and a bell chimed softly, welcoming her into a world of wonder. The shopkeeper, a gentle old man named Mr. Whitaker, greeted her with a kindly smile. His eyes twinkled behind round spectacles, and his voice carried the warmth of 1,000 tales. Ah, Leora, he said, what brings you to my little nook today? Leora's eyes wandered over the shelves, each object inviting her curiosity. I'm looking for something special, something that can help me find my way, she replied thoughtfully. Mr. Whitaker nodded, understanding beyond words. There is one thing, he said, reaching beneath the counter to produce a small, unassuming compass. Its case was made of polished brass, and its needle seemed to shimmer with a light all its own. This compass, Mr. Whitaker explained, holds a magic within it. It doesn't point north, but rather to what the heart truly seeks. With a mixture of awe and disbelief, Leora took the compass into her hands, feeling a gentle warmth emanate from it. She thanked Mr. Whitaker and stepped back out into the crisp air, the compass resting snugly in her pocket. Her journey began that very day. As she wandered through the village and beyond, the compass led her along paths she had never noticed before. It guided her through whispering woods, where the trees swayed like gentle giants in the wind, their leaves rustling a soft symphony. Along her travels, Leora encountered a cast of curious characters. The first was a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus, whose shell bore the markings of many years and many stories. He spoke slowly, with a voice like the deep rumble of the earth itself, and offered Leora sage advice on patience and perseverance. Sometimes, Thaddeus said, the journey is not about the speed, but the steps taken with care. Further along, Leora met a jovial squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pip was quick-witted and full of laughter, always ready with a joke or a tale to lift the spirits. He taught Leora the importance of seeing the joy in small, everyday moments. The world, Pip chattered, is full of magic if you know where to look. The compass eventually led Leora to the edge of the village, to a place where the brook widened into a gentle river. Here, at the water's edge, stood a bridge made of smooth, time-worn stones. It was said that this bridge held the secrets of the past and the promises of the future. Leora paused, the compass in her hand glowing softly as if urging her forward. But there was a challenge before her, an old riddle inscribed upon a stone at the foot of the bridge. It was not a riddle of strength or might, but one of understanding and insight. To find the way, you must first see, not with your eyes, but what might be. A heart that listens, a mind that hears, will bridge the gap of hopes and fears. Leora pondered the words, recalling the teachings of Thaddeus and the joy shared with Pip. She closed her eyes, letting the gentle sounds of the river and the whispers of the wind fill her senses. In that quiet moment, she understood that the answer lay not in seeing, but in feeling, in trusting the compass of her heart. With newfound clarity, Leora stepped onto the bridge, her heart guided by the wisdom she had gathered. As she crossed, the world around her seemed to shimmer with a golden light, and the compass glowed brightly, as if celebrating her journey. On the other side, Leora found herself not just in a new place, but in a newfound peace. She had discovered that the true magic of the compass was not in showing the way, but in teaching her to trust her own path. Returning to Willowbrook, Leora shared her tale with Mr. Whitaker, Thaddeus, Pip, and all who would listen. The compass had indeed shown her what she truly sought, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. As the sun set over the village, casting a warm glow across the cobblestones, Leora felt a contentment settle within her. She had embarked on a journey of discovery and wonder, learning that sometimes the greatest magic lies in the wisdom of the heart and the friendships forged along the way. And so, with the comforting embrace of twilight wrapping around the village, Leora knew that she was home, her heart forever guided by the quiet magic of the compass. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a small, quaint village nestled at the foot of misty green hills, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy little cottage with ivy climbing up its stone walls and a garden filled with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Lila was known throughout the village for her warmth and her love of stories, which she would often share with anyone willing to listen. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves carpeted the ground, Lila decided to help her grandmother tidy up the attic. It was a place filled with forgotten treasures and memories wrapped in dust. As she shuffled through old boxes and faded photographs, her eyes caught sight of a peculiar little music box tucked away in a corner. It was unlike any she had ever seen, with intricate carvings of stars and moons that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, streaming through the attic window. Curious, Lila carefully opened the lid. To her amazement, instead of playing a simple melody, the music box emitted a soft, enchanting glow. As the light danced around the room, it revealed a tiny figure inside, a small, delicate fairy with gossamer wings that sparkled like morning dew. "Hello, dear Leela," the fairy said in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Celine, the guardian of hidden dreams. This music box holds magic that is both rare and wondrous." Lila's eyes widened in awe. "Magic? In this humble village?" "Indeed," Celine replied, her smile as warm as sunlight. "But it is a magic that requires a heart pure and true. I sense that you have a journey before you, one that will reveal the wonders of your world and beyond." With Celine's words echoing in her mind, Leela felt a flutter of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. She knew she had to discover the magic's purpose and the journey it promised. As the days turned into weeks, Leela began noticing subtle changes around her. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry secrets of far-off lands, and the night sky shimmered with stars that twinkled more brightly than ever before. Guided by the music box, Leela embarked on a journey not of great distance, but of deep discovery. Her first stop was the village's ancient library, where she met an old librarian named Mr. Thistle, a man with a gentle demeanor and spectacles perched on the end of his nose. Mr. Thistle had a peculiar knack for finding the perfect book for any occasion. Upon hearing of Lila's magical discovery, he handed her a dusty volume titled The Secrets of the Heart. "This book holds wisdom that will guide you," he said with a kind smile. "But remember, sometimes the answers we seek lie not in the words themselves, but in the spaces between them." Lila thanked Mr. Thistle and spent many evenings by the fireplace, poring over the book's pages. She learned of the power of kindness, the strength found in vulnerability, and the importance of listening to one's heart. Each lesson, though subtle, resonated deeply within her. One evening, as Lila sat with the music box by her side, she noticed the glow had changed. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Celine appeared once more, her wings casting delicate shadows on the walls. "You have learned much, dear Leela," the fairy said. "But there is one more challenge that awaits you. It is a challenge not of strength, but of understanding." Intrigued and determined, Leela followed the music box's glow, which led her to the edge of the village, where a small, serene pond lay cradled by willow trees. The surface of the water was smooth as glass, reflecting the moonlit sky. There, sitting on a rock by the pond, was a young boy with a troubled expression. Lila approached him gently, sensing that this encounter was part of her journey. "Hello," she said softly. "I'm Lila. Is something troubling you?" The boy looked up, his eyes shadowed with worry. "I'm Oliver," he replied. "I fear I've lost something precious, and I don't know how to find it." Lila sat beside him, her heart open and understanding. "Perhaps I can help. What have you lost?" "It's not a thing," Oliver admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's my confidence. I used to feel brave and sure, but now I'm not so certain anymore." Lila listened intently, her heart reaching out to him. Remembering the lessons from Mr. Thistle's book, she realized that the magic of the music box was not just about discovering hidden wonders, but also about helping others find their own. "Sometimes," Leela began thoughtfully, "the bravest thing we can do is admit when we're unsure. It's okay to feel lost. The important thing is to keep listening to your heart and trust that it will guide you." Oliver looked at her, his eyes softening with hope. "Do you really think so?" "I do." Lila nodded, her voice steady and reassuring. "And remember, you're not alone. There are always people around who care and want to help." As if in response to their conversation, the music box began to play a gentle, soothing melody. The sound seemed to wrap around them like a comforting embrace, and for the first time in a long while, Oliver smiled. "Thank you, Lila," he said, his voice filled with newfound courage. "I feel a little better already." Together, they sat by the pond, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above. The challenge, Lila realized, had not been about finding a magical object or defeating a fearsome foe, but about understanding and compassion, qualities that could light even the darkest of paths. As the night wore on, Celine appeared once more, her presence a soft glow in the moonlight. "You have done well, dear Lila," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "You have discovered the true magic within your heart and shared it with another." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that there were countless wonders and friendships waiting to be discovered. With a gentle wave, the fairy faded into the night, leaving behind a world forever touched by Lila's kindness and the soft, lingering melody of the music box. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leela and Oliver began their walk back to the village, knowing that they carried with them a light that would never fade. And thus, the village slept peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle promise of dreams yet to come. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious heart and a mind that sparkled with imagination. Her days were often spent exploring the meadows and forests surrounding her home, accompanied by her faithful tabby cat, Whiskers. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the landscape, Lila wandered into a part of the woods she had never visited before. The air was filled with a symphony of rustling leaves and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. As she meandered through the trees, something unusual caught her eye. A small, ornate box, half buried in the rich, loamy earth. Gently brushing away the soil, Lila uncovered the box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and delicate flowers that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she carefully opened the lid. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, lay a shimmering, iridescent feather. The moment Lila touched the feather, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and she felt a gentle breeze whisper secrets in her ear. She realized this feather held a magic unlike any she had imagined. It could grant her the ability to understand the language of the wind, a gift that promised untold adventures and mysteries. Eager to learn more, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted woman named Matilda, known for her deep knowledge of the world and its wonders. Matilda lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and flowers that hummed with life. When Lila arrived, Matilda welcomed her with a warm smile and a steaming cup of herbal tea. As they sat by the crackling fireplace, Lila recounted her discovery and the enchantment of the feather. Matilda listened intently, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "My dear," Matilda began, her voice soothing and melodic, "the feather you found is indeed special. It belongs to the fabled zephyr bird, a creature of the wind, known for its wisdom and grace. This feather will allow you to hear the voices of the wind, but it is a gift that requires patience and an open heart." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What should I do?" she asked, eager to embrace this newfound magic. "Listen," Matilda replied simply. "The wind carries stories and truths from all corners of the world. It will guide you, if you allow it." Lila thanked Matilda and set off on her journey, eager to discover what the wind had to share. As she wandered through the fields and forests, she listened, really listened, to the gentle whispers of the breeze. In its soft murmur, she heard tales of distant lands, the wisdom of ancient trees, and the dreams of creatures both great and small. One day, as she lay in a meadow, lulled by the gentle sway of flowers, the wind brought her a message of urgency. It spoke of a great oak tree deep in the forest that was in distress, its roots threatened by an encroaching stream. The tree was beloved by many woodland creatures, providing shelter and shade, and its plight saddened the whole forest. Determined to help, Lila set off towards the great oak, Whiskers padding alongside her. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they met a merry band of forest animals, a wise old owl, a sprightly squirrel, and a gentle deer, all of whom were eager to assist in saving their cherished tree. Together, they devised a plan that relied not on strength, but on wisdom and cooperation. The owl, with its keen eyes and knowledge of the forest, guided them to a natural barrier of stones that could be used to divert the stream. The squirrel, agile and quick, gathered twigs and leaves to reinforce the barrier, while the deer used her strength to help position the stones. Lila, with the guidance of the wind, coordinated their efforts, ensuring the barrier was placed just right to protect the oak's roots. As they worked, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, and the forest was filled with a sense of harmony and purpose. When their task was complete, the stream flowed safely away from the oak, and the great tree stood tall and unharmed. The forest hummed with a gentle, contented energy, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had learned that with the help of friends and the wisdom of nature, any challenge could be met. As Lila made her way home under the twinkling starlit sky, she realized that the true magic of the feather was not just in hearing the wind, but in understanding the interconnectedness of all things and the power of friendship and kindness. From that day on, Lila continued to listen to the wind, her heart open to its stories and wisdom. She carried the lessons of the forest with her always, knowing that the world was full of wonder and magic, just waiting to be discovered by those who take the time to truly listen. And so, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, with the wind singing a gentle lullaby through the trees, Lila and Whiskers snuggled into bed, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting warmth of friendship, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars. The end. Story 69. In the heart of the ancient woodland of Evergreen, where the air was perpetually laced with the scent of pine and earth, a hidden world thrived beneath the towering canopies. Here, nestled among the thick ferns and moss-covered stones, lived a community of creatures as old as the forest itself. They were the keepers of seasons, entrusted with the delicate balance of nature's rhythms. As dawn broke, its gentle light filtered through the branches, casting a soft golden glow upon the forest floor. Dew clung to every leaf and spider's web, glistening like 1,000 tiny stars. In this serene setting, a young squirrel named Bramble scurried about, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. Today was the day of the gathering, a sacred meeting when the forest's creatures shared their wisdom and prepared for the changing of the seasons. Bramble's tiny heart beat with anticipation as he approached the great oak, the oldest tree in the forest. Its bark was gnarled and wise, and its roots stretched deep into the earth, whispering secrets of times long past. The great oak was the meeting place, a natural cathedral where the forest's inhabitants convened. Arriving early, Bramble paused, his senses alive to the beauty around him. The air smelled fresh, with a hint of the crispness that heralded autumn's approach. He listened to the symphony of rustling leaves, the gentle song of a brook nearby, and the distant call of a wood thrush, its melody weaving through the trees like a silver thread. One by one, the creatures gathered. There was Willow, the wise old owl with feathers as soft as moonlight, her eyes deep pools of understanding. Beside her stood Thistle, the gentle deer whose graceful movements were poetry in motion. And there was Pebble, the small but clever tortoise, his shell a mosaic of earthy hues. As the sun climbed higher, spreading warmth through the forest, the gathering began. Willow, with her voice like a lullaby, spoke first. Our world is a tapestry woven with threads of each season's gifts. As autumn approaches, we must prepare to weave its rich colors into our lives. Thistle nodded, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. The leaves will soon blaze with hues of amber and gold, teaching us to embrace change with grace. It is time for the forest to rest, to gather strength for the winter to come. Bramble listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose. He knew that every creature had a role, and his was to gather acorns and seeds, ensuring the continuity of life through the colder months. As the discussion continued, the air around them shimmered, and a gentle mist began to rise from the ground. The creatures paused, feeling the presence of something magical. From within the mist emerged a figure, ethereal and radiant, the spirit of the seasons. The spirit was a vision of beauty, her form shifting with the colors of each season. Her voice was like the rustle of leaves and the trickling of streams, soothing and eternal. Dear keepers, she began, your dedication to harmony is what sustains this forest. Remember, the balance of nature mirrors the balance within ourselves. As you nurture the earth, so too do you nurture your spirits. The creatures were captivated, their hearts filled with a profound sense of unity and purpose. The spirit's words were a reminder that the cycles of nature were reflected in their own lives, teaching them patience, resilience, and the beauty of transformation. As the mist gradually dissipated, the spirit's presence lingered, a comforting warmth that enveloped the forest. With renewed resolve, the creatures resumed their preparations. Bramble set off to gather acorns, his small paws gentle against the earth, while Willow, Thistle, and Pebble each took to their tasks with dedication. Days turned to weeks, and the forest transformed into a tapestry of fiery colors. Leaves crunched underfoot, and the air was filled with the sweet, smoky scent of autumn. The creatures worked together, their efforts a symphony of cooperation and respect for the land. With the arrival of the first frost, the forest fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. Snow blanketed the ground, and the world was hushed, save for the occasional whisper of wind through the bare branches. In the heart of the forest, beneath the sheltering arms of the great oak, the keepers of seasons rested, secure in the knowledge that they had fulfilled their roles. As the winter sun set, casting a pale glow over the snow-laden landscape, Bramble snuggled into his cozy nest, the warmth of his gathered acorns around him. He closed his eyes, dreaming of spring's promise, the cycle of life unbroken. And so, in the woodland of evergreen, the gentle dance of the seasons continued, a testament to the harmony and wisdom passed down through generations. The forest remained a sanctuary of peace, where every creature understood that they were but a part of a greater whole, each contributing to the beauty and balance of their world. Story 70. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the galaxy, there existed a cluster of planets known as the Harmony constellation. Within this constellation, two planets, Luminara and Verdantia, shone with a unique brilliance, each with its own wonders and mysteries. Luminara was a planet of light, where the Luminarans, beings of radiant energy, lived among floating crystal spires that caught the sunlight and refracted it into vibrant rainbows. They communicated through pulses of light and sound that resonated like a symphony through the air. Verdantia, on the other hand, was a lush emerald world, teeming with life. The Verdantians were gentle, plant-like creatures with deep roots in the earth, who spoke through the rustling of leaves and the whispering of wind through their branches. One bright luminarian day, a young luminarian named Solara set off on an expedition to explore the stars. Her curiosity was insatiable, and her heart longed to see the wonders beyond her own shimmering world. She boarded her gleaming starcraft, a vessel that sparkled like a comet in the night sky, and set her course for the unknown. Meanwhile, on Verdantia, a young Verdantian named Moss was tending to the great orchards that his people cherished. Moss was introspective and thoughtful, always pondering the mysteries of the universe as he worked. One evening, he gazed up at the stars, his leaves rustling with a quiet longing. He, too, felt the call of the cosmos and decided to embark on a journey of discovery. As fate would have it, Solara and Moss's paths crossed in the twinkling stardust between their worlds. Solara's starcraft, affected by an unexpected solar flare, veered off course and landed gently in the heart of Verdantia's lush forests. Moss, curious about the brilliant object that had descended from the sky, approached cautiously, his roots brushing softly against the forest floor. Their first meeting was one of mutual wonder and misunderstanding. Solara, glowing with luminescent light, spoke in radiant pulses, while Moss responded with the gentle sigh of leaves. They each tried to communicate, but their words were lost in translation. Yet beneath the surface of their differences, they sensed a shared desire for connection. Solara, using her light to draw simple images in the air, depicted her home planet and her journey through the stars. Moss, in turn, coaxed the vines to shape images of Verdantia's serene landscapes and vibrant life. Through these pictures, they began to understand each other's worlds, sparking a flicker of friendship between them. Their companionship grew as they faced shared challenges. One day, a fierce storm swept across Verdantia, threatening to uproot the delicate balance of life. Solara, with her luminescent abilities, created a protective dome of light to shield the forest, while Moss called upon the strength of his roots to hold the earth firm. Together, they weathered the storm, their bond deepening with each gust of wind and flash of lightning. In the aftermath, as the sun filtered gently through the leaves, Solara and Moss sat together, their forms glowing with a warm camaraderie. They shared stories of their worlds, learning not just about each other's cultures, but about the values they held dear: kindness, resilience, and the power of working together. Through their adventures, Solara discovered the stillness and peace that Verdantia offered, a stark contrast to her vibrant, bustling home. Moss, in turn, learned to appreciate the brilliance and energy of Luminara, seeing it through Solara's eyes as a place of endless possibilities. As they prepared to part ways, Solara and Moss exchanged tokens of their friendship. Solara gifted Moss a small, radiant crystal from her starcraft, while Moss entrusted Solara with a seed from one of Verdantia's ancient trees. These gifts were symbols of their journey and the connection they had forged, a friendship that transcended the stars. With a final embrace, Solara returned to her starcraft, her heart full of gratitude for the unexpected friendship that had blossomed amidst the cosmos. Moss watched as her vessel ascended into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced among the stars. Back on Luminara, Solara planted the Verdantian seed in a place of honor, nurturing it with care. Over time, it grew into a wondrous tree, its leaves whispering stories of Verdantia with every breeze. And on Verdantia, Moss placed the Luminarian crystal in the heart of the forest, where it caught the sunlight and cast rainbows across the canopy. Though separated by distance, Solara and Moss remained connected through their shared memories and the lessons they had learned. Their friendship had taught them that even in a universe vast and full of differences, understanding and companionship could bridge any divide. And so, the stars continued to twinkle brightly above the Harmony constellation, a testament to the enduring bond between two unlikely companions who had discovered the true meaning of friendship among the stars. Story 71. In the quaint village of Whimsy Brook, nestled between rolling green hills and a babbling brook that sang sweet lullabies, there lived a gentle girl named Marigold. Her hair was the color of golden wheat swaying in the summer sun, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning glories. Marigold had a heart as warm as fresh-baked bread and a curiosity that danced like fireflies on a midsummer's eve. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Marigold decided to visit the village market. The air was fragrant with the scent of cinnamon and apples, and the stalls brimmed with colorful produce and handcrafted wares. It was here, amidst the bustling market, that Marigold's journey began. As she strolled past a booth draped in silken scarves of every hue, her gaze fell upon a curious trinket. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, resting quietly amongst a sea of vibrant fabrics. The box seemed to hum with a gentle warmth, inviting her closer. Its lid was adorned with delicate etchings of stars and moons, and it shimmered as if kissed by the moonlight. "Ah, you've found my little treasure," said the stall-keeper, a kindly old woman with eyes like twinkling stars. Her name was Granny Willow, and she was known for her stories of faraway lands and forgotten times. "This box holds a secret, dear one, but it will only reveal itself to the gentle of heart." Marigold felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. With Granny Willow's reassurance, she cradled the box in her hands and exchanged it for a few coins. As she made her way home, the village seemed to glow with a newfound magic. The cobblestone path beneath her feet seemed to sing, and the trees whispered encouragingly as she passed. That evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Marigold sat by the crackling hearth in her cozy cottage. She gently opened the box, and to her amazement, a soft, luminescent glow filled the room. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, lay a tiny, intricately carved key. As Marigold held the key, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if it were guiding her somewhere. She understood then that this was no ordinary key. It was the beginning of an adventure, a journey into the heart of wonder. The next morning, Marigold set out, the key safely tucked in her pocket. The path led her through fields of wildflowers, their petals dancing in the morning breeze. Along the way, she met a wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who was pondering the mysteries of the universe. "Ah, Marigold," Humphrey greeted her with a slow, friendly nod. "I see you're on a journey. May I accompany you? My pace is slow, but my heart is willing." "Of course, dear Humphrey," Marigold replied with a smile. "I would love your company." As they traveled together, Humphrey shared tales of the stars and the secrets they kept. His words were like a gentle melody, calming and soothing, and Marigold felt her heart swell with gratitude for his wisdom. Their path eventually led them to the edge of an ancient forest, its trees towering like gentle giants. Here, they encountered a playful squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes danced with mischief and joy. "Where are you headed, friends?" Pippin chattered excitedly, hopping from branch to branch. "We seek the secret of this key," Marigold explained, showing Pippin the tiny treasure. "I know the way," Pippin exclaimed, his tail twitching with enthusiasm. "Follow me." With Pippin's guidance, the trio ventured deeper into the forest. They traveled through sun-dappled glades and across babbling streams, the air filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. Along their journey, they shared laughter and stories, their friendship growing stronger with each step. As dusk began to settle over the forest, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches reaching toward the heavens. At its base was a small, weathered door, its handle shaped like a crescent moon. Marigold's heart fluttered as she realized the key's purpose. With a steady hand, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door creaked open, revealing a hidden realm bathed in soft, shimmering light. Inside, they discovered a peaceful garden where time seemed to stand still. Flowers of every color bloomed in harmonious symphony, and a gentle stream wound its way through the lush landscape. At the center stood a wise, old owl named Sage, her feathers as soft as down and her eyes wise and all-knowing. "Welcome, Marigold," Sage hooted softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You have found the garden of reflection, a place where hearts are healed and dreams are renewed." Marigold felt a sense of peace wash over her, and she realized that the journey had changed her. She had discovered not only the secret of the key, but also the strength of friendship and the beauty of the world around her. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle above, Marigold, Humphrey, and Pippin rested in the garden, their hearts full of wonder and joy. They knew that the magic of the garden would always be with them, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness and the wisdom of the heart. With a sense of contentment, they made their way back to Whimsy Brook, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. Marigold returned the key to its box, now a treasured keepsake of their journey. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Brook, where the brook sang and the stars danced, Marigold lived her days with a heart full of light and love, forever changed by the magic she had discovered. And each night, as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of adventures yet to come, knowing that the world was filled with endless wonder. Story 72, The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Light. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and blooming meadows, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and her laughter was as melodious as the song of the wind through the leaves. Leora was known for her kindness and curiosity, often wandering the fields and forests that surrounded her village, seeking the secrets that lay hidden within them. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of gold and crimson, Leora set out on one of her explorations. She wrapped herself in a woolen cloak to guard against the chill and tucked a small loaf of bread into her satchel, a comforting touch from her mother. The path she took was familiar, yet that day it whispered of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. The forest, known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods, was a place of enchantment. Tall, ancient trees stood as sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets as the breeze wove through their branches. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. As Leora walked deeper into the woods, the world seemed to hush in anticipation. It was not long before she came upon a sight that made her heart leap with wonder. In a small clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight, lay an intricately carved wooden chest, half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. Leora knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns that seemed to dance across the wood. With a gentle tug, she opened the lid, revealing a locket that gleamed with a light of its own. The locket was exquisite, shaped like a teardrop and adorned with swirling silver filigree. As Leora held it in her palm, the warmth of the metal seeped into her skin, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. A soft voice echoed in her mind, a whisper on the edge of her thoughts. Seek the heart of the forest, where the light meets the shadows. Intrigued and guided by an inexplicable pull, Leora slipped the locket around her neck. The moment she fastened it, the forest around her seemed to come alive. The trees swayed in a rhythm only they understood, and the ground beneath her feet hummed with energy. It was as if the very soul of the whispering woods had embraced her. Determined to uncover the mystery of the locket, Leora set off deeper into the forest. The path was no longer clear, but she trusted the gentle tug of the locket against her heart, guiding her through thickets and glades. The air grew thick with magic, each breath she took tingling with possibility. As she journeyed, she encountered creatures of the forest, each more wondrous than the last. A family of deer, their coats speckled with the light of the setting sun, gazed at her with gentle eyes. A fox, its fur as red as autumn leaves, darted playfully across her path, pausing to nod as if acknowledging a kindred spirit. Even the birds seemed to sing a special song, just for her, a melody that lifted her spirits and urged her onward. The day turned to dusk, and the forest was bathed in twilight's embrace when Leora reached the heart of the woods. Before her stood a grand oak tree, its branches stretching skyward as if to touch the stars. The air around it shimmered, and at its base lay a pool of water so clear it mirrored the heavens above. Kneeling by the pool, Leora peered into its depths. To her astonishment, she saw not her reflection but a vision of the forest's past. She watched as the tree grew from a sapling, nurtured by the laughter and tears of those who had come before her. She saw friendships forged, promises whispered, and dreams planted like seeds in the fertile soil. As the vision faded, Leora understood the true nature of the locket. It was a key, a bridge between the worlds seen and unseen, binding her to the legacy of the Whispering Woods. She felt a profound connection to the land, a bond that pulsed with life and memory. Yet her journey was not complete. The locket's light softened, a gentle reminder of its purpose. Leora rose, her heart filled with a sense of duty and hope. She knew she must return to the village, to share the wisdom she had gained and the magic she had discovered. As she made her way back, the forest seemed to part in reverence, guiding her steps. When she emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The chimneys puffed gentle clouds of smoke, and the windows glowed with the warm light of hearths and homes. Leora's arrival was met with curiosity and warmth. She gathered the villagers beneath the great oak at the village's center, its branches mirroring the one in the heart of the forest. There, she shared her tale, weaving a story of wonder and unity, of nature's secrets and the power of friendship. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the magic of her words. They, too, felt the call of the Whispering Woods, the promise of connection and renewal. Together, they vowed to cherish the land, to honor its mysteries, and protect its beauty for generations to come. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silver light upon the world, Leora stood among her people, the locket resting against her heart. Its light had dimmed, but its warmth remained, a constant reminder of her journey and the friends she had found along the way. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village began a new chapter, one where the bonds of friendship were as strong as the roots of the ancient oak, and where the whispers of the woods carried tales of magic and love, echoing through the ages. As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts lighter with the promise of the future. Leora lingered a moment longer beneath the oak, gazing up at the stars that twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky. She felt a gentle breeze caress her cheeks, a soft whisper of gratitude from the forest she had come to cherish. With a contented sigh, she turned and made her way home, her footsteps light against the cobblestones. The village was quiet, the kind of serene stillness that wraps around you like a warm blanket. Leora's thoughts danced like fireflies, flickering with the memories of her journey and the vibrant life of the Whispering Woods. Her home, a cozy cottage adorned with blooming vines, stood at the edge of the village. As she approached, she saw the silhouette of her mother waiting by the window, the soft glow of a candle casting a warm halo around her. The door creaked open, and Leora was enveloped in a loving embrace, the kind that only a mother can give. "Tell me," her mother whispered, her voice gentle like a lullaby. "Tell me of the wonders you've seen." And so, by the flickering fire, Leora recounted her adventure, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder. Her mother's eyes shone with pride and understanding, her hand resting over Leora's where the locket still lay warm. The forest chose well, her mother said softly, her voice carrying the wisdom of generations. You have become part of its story, and it of yours. That night, as Lyora lay beneath the quilt her grandmother had sewn, the locket resting under her pillow, she felt a deep sense of peace. The rhythm of her breathing matched the gentle sway of the trees outside, the forest's lullaby lulling her into a restful sleep. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the whispering woods, the leaves whispering tales of old and new. She saw the faces of the creatures she had met, each one a friend she carried in her heart. The visions were vivid and comforting, a reminder of the beauty and magic that surrounded her. When morning came, the world was aglow with the golden light of a new day. Lyora awoke with a smile, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. She knew that her journey was but the beginning of a lifetime of discovery and wonder, of friendships formed and stories shared. The locket remained with her always, a symbol of her bond with the whispering woods and the magic that lay within. It was a reminder that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and that the light of friendship and love could illuminate even the darkest of paths. And so, with each passing day, Lyora continued to explore the world around her, guided by the whispers of the forest and the warmth of the locket against her heart. She became a beacon of hope and kindness, her laughter a song that echoed through the village and beyond. The whispering woods thrived, its beauty and secrets cherished by all who lived near. The villagers worked together, their bonds strengthened by the shared understanding of the magic that connected them to the land and to one another. Lyora's tale spread far and wide, a story of wonder and wisdom, of friendship and the power of nature's embrace. It was a story that inspired all who heard it to look beyond the ordinary, to seek the magic in their own lives, and to cherish the connections that bound them to the world and each other. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the tale of Lyora and the whispering woods. Let its warmth wrap around you like a soft, cozy blanket, and let its magic fill your dreams with light and love. For in every corner of the world, there are whispers waiting to be heard, stories waiting to be told, and friendships waiting to be discovered. All you need to do is listen with an open heart and follow the gentle guidance of the light within. Good night. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always seeking the wonders that nature had to offer. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was skipping through the fallen leaves, she stumbled upon an old, weathered book half buried in the earth. Brushing away the dirt, Willow opened the book and was immediately captivated by the intricate illustrations within. They seemed to dance and swirl before her very eyes, drawing her into a realm of magic and possibilities. As she turned the pages, she discovered that the book held the power to bring stories to life. With a twinkle in her eye and a heart full of wonder, Willow began to read aloud the tale of a brave little acorn who longed to become a mighty oak tree. To her delight, a tiny acorn appeared before her, nestled in the palm of her hand. It was the start of an extraordinary adventure. Willow knew that the acorn needed special care and nourishment to grow strong and tall. She sought guidance from the wise old oak, a gentle giant who had stood watch over the forest for centuries. The oak shared the secrets of the forest, teaching Willow about the importance of patience, nurturing, and respecting the natural cycle of life. With the oak's guidance, Willow tended to the acorn, watering it with dewdrops and singing its sweet melodies as it slowly sprouted and grew. Along the way, she made new friends who joined her on this magical journey. There was Flutter, a curious and energetic butterfly who helped Willow understand the beauty of transformation, and Burrow, a kind-hearted rabbit who taught her the value of finding strength in even the smallest of creatures. As the sapling grew taller and stronger, it faced many challenges. Harsh winds threatened to uproot it, and greedy creatures sought to claim its tender leaves for themselves. But with the wisdom of her friends and the power of the enchanted book, Willow found ways to overcome each obstacle without violence or force. She sang soothing songs to calm the winds, and her words of compassion touched the hearts of those who sought to harm the young tree. Through her gentle actions, Willow demonstrated that kindness and understanding could conquer even the greatest of adversities. Years passed, and the once tiny acorn had grown into a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens and providing a haven for countless creatures. Willow had grown, too, her heart overflowing with the wisdom and wonder she had gained from her extraordinary journey. As she sat beneath the mighty oak, running her fingers along the pages of the enchanted book, Willow realized that true magic lies not only in the extraordinary, but also in the ordinary moments of nurturing, patience, and the simple act of caring for the world around us. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of the forest, sharing the magic of the enchanted book with others, and spreading the message of compassion, resilience, and the beauty of nature's cycles. And whenever a new story began to unfold, she knew that another wondrous adventure awaited, just waiting to be discovered. Story 74. In a tranquil valley cradled by emerald hills and kissed by the sun's golden embrace, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Known for its charming cottages with thatched roofs, the village was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and rambling gardens, where wildflowers painted the air with their sweet fragrance. At the heart of Willowbrook stood the great oak, an ancient tree whose branches stretched toward the sky, offering shade and whispers of age-old secrets to all who sought its counsel. It was early autumn, and the leaves had begun their slow dance from green to rich amber and crimson, painting the village with the hues of a sunset. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of hearthside tales. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gentle mist unfurled across the valley, wrapping the village in its soft embrace. One evening, as the villagers gathered in the warm glow of their cottages, a gentle commotion spread through Willowbrook. Whispers of strange occurrences had begun to ripple through the village like the babbling of the brook itself. The first sign had been the curious lights flickering in the forest at night, reminiscent of fireflies yet larger and more vibrant, dancing in patterns that seemed almost purposeful. Then there were the peculiar footprints, larger than any known creatures, appearing in the dew-laden grass each morning, leading towards the heart of the forest and disappearing without a trace. Evelyn, a kind-hearted and inquisitive young girl with a fondness for mysteries, found herself drawn to these strange happenings. Her curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and her heart as warm as the hearth of her family's cottage. With a soft woolen cloak draped over her shoulders and a small satchel filled with her trusty journal and a piece of freshly baked bread, she set out one misty morning to uncover the truth behind the village's peculiar occurrences. As she wandered along the path that wound through the forest, Evelyn marveled at the tapestry of colors around her. The leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the soft crunch beneath her boots filled the air with a comforting rhythm. It wasn't long before she encountered the first of the mysterious footprints, each one an impression in the earth as if pressed by an enormous paw. Kneeling beside the tracks, Evelyn studied them closely, her fingers tracing their outline. She noted the symmetry and gentleness in their form, which spoke of a creature more curious than fierce. These are no ordinary footprints, she mused to herself, her breath visible in the cool morning air. Whatever made these must be quite special. As she pondered, a gentle rustle in the underbrush caught her attention. Emerging from the shadows was a fox, its fur a fiery blaze of orange and white, eyes like polished amber. This was Fenwick, the village's wisest creature, known for his keen insight and gentle demeanor. He approached with a nod, acknowledging Evelyn's presence with a soft, respectful gaze. "Good morning, Fenwick," Evelyn greeted warmly, her voice as soft as the sun's first light. "Have you noticed anything peculiar in the forest lately?" Fenwick sat down, his bushy tail curling around his paws, and regarded her with thoughtful eyes. "Indeed, young Evelyn, the forest has been whispering of changes, subtle yet profound. The lights you see at night are the work of the willow-wisps, kind spirits who dwell within the heart of the forest. They seem to be guiding something, or someone." Evelyn's eyes widened with intrigue. "Guiding? But what could they be guiding?" The fox tilted his head, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "That, my dear, is for you to discover. Follow the lights, and perhaps you will find the answer." With Fenwick's words echoing in her mind, Evelyn continued along the path, her heart alight with anticipation. As dusk settled over the forest, the will-o'-wisps began their ethereal dance, illuminating the path with their gentle glow. Their presence was both soothing and invigorating, like a lullaby that urged her onward. The path led Evelyn to a clearing, where the great oak stood tall and majestic, its presence a beacon of wisdom and strength. And there, nestled at its roots, was a creature unlike any Evelyn had seen before, a gentle giant of sorts, with fur as soft as the clouds and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and kindness. It was a creature of dreams, with features that hinted at both bear and deer, its antlers crowned with delicate blossoms. The creature regarded Evelyn with a mixture of shyness and hope, as if seeking her understanding. She approached slowly, her heart full of compassion and wonder. "Hello there," she whispered, offering the piece of bread from her satchel. "Are you the one leaving the footprints?" The creature nodded, its eyes never leaving hers. A soft, musical hum filled the air, a greeting and a question all at once. Understanding dawned on Evelyn. "You're lost, aren't you? The will-o'-wisps have been trying to guide you home." The creature nodded again, a gentle warmth radiating from its presence. Evelyn's heart swelled with empathy, and she knew she had to help. With Fenwick's guidance and the will-o'-wisp's light, she could lead this gentle being back to where it belonged. For the next few nights, Evelyn returned to the forest, each time with Fenwick by her side and the will-o'-wisps illuminating their path. Together they traversed the forest, following the clues left by the wisps, a trail of petals here, a soft glow there, until they reached a hidden glade, a place where the air hummed with magic and peace. In this enchanted place, the creature paused, its eyes brightening with recognition and relief. This was home, a sanctuary cradled by the forest's embrace. Evelyn watched, her heart full of joy, as the creature settled into its rightful place, surrounded by other gentle beings of its kind. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the creature turned to Evelyn, bowing its head in gratitude. And though it spoke no words, Evelyn understood its thanks, a bond forged through kindness and understanding. With the mystery resolved and the creature safely home, Evelyn returned to Willowbrook, her heart content and her spirit enriched by the journey. She shared her tale with the villagers, who listened with wonder and warmth, their fears replaced by awe and appreciation for the magical world that surrounded them. From that day forth, the will-o'-wisps continued their nightly dance, but now their light was a reminder of the bond between the village and the forest, a symbol of harmony and friendship. And Evelyn, with Fenwick often by her side, continued to explore the wonders of Willowbrook, her heart always open to the mysteries and magic of the world. As the seasons turned and the leaves danced through their kaleidoscope of colors, the story of the gentle creature and the wise young girl became a cherished tale, a bedtime story shared by the fireside, where dreams were woven and peace reigned. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the great oak and the twinkling stars, the gentle mystery of the forest became a part of the village's soul, a testament to the power of kindness, curiosity, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 75. In a charming village, nestled deep in an enchanted forest, peculiar things had been afoot. Strange sounds drifted through the trees at night, like hushed whispers carried on the breeze. Glimmers of light flickered between the branches where none should be, and small objects seemed to inexplicably go missing, only to reappear in the most puzzling of places. Young Willow noticed these oddities more keenly than most. With her boundless curiosity and keen eyes, she couldn't help but wonder what mischievous forces were at play. One crisp autumn evening, she decided to investigate the matter herself. Clutching a warm mug of cinnamon spiced tea, Willow settled into a plush armchair by the fireplace. Her faithful companion, a tabby cat named Cider, curled up beside her, purring contentedly. As the logs crackled and popped, Willow's gaze drifted to the carved wooden box on the mantel, a family heirloom that had belonged to her grandmother. To her surprise, the box was ever so slightly ajar. Willow rose from her seat, brushing away a few stray orange leaves that had tumbled in through the open window. With delicate fingers, she lifted the carved lid. Inside rested a tarnished silver key, one she'd never seen before. Utterly perplexed, she gently lifted the key, admiring the intricate inscriptions etched along its length. A sudden rustling outside drew Willow's eye. There, perched on the windowsill, was a tiny glowing creature with dragonfly-like wings and inquisitive eyes. It tittered a friendly greeting in its ethereal language. Willow gasped in delight, for she recognized the mythical being at once, a Lilliputian, one of the forest's most reclusive and magical residents. "Why, hello there," Willow whispered, so as not to startle her minuscule visitor. "What brings you to call on me this evening?" The Lilliputian danced about in another flurry of twinkling sounds. Though Willow couldn't grasp its meaning, she sensed the creature was attempting to communicate something urgent. It gestured with its tiny hands toward the mysterious key. "You know something about this key, don't you?" she asked with raised eyebrows. The Lilliputian bobbed what might have been a nod before taking to the air in a whirlwind of sparkling dust. It flitted out into the night, glancing back at Willow as if beckoning her to follow. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow pocketed the curious key and threw on her crimson cloak, whispering to Cider that she'd return shortly. She hurried outside, her boots crunching over fallen leaves, following the trail of stardust into the forest. Willow trekked deeper into the ancient woods than she'd ever wandered before. Gnarled roots and twisted branches seemed to form a labyrinthine path, shifting with each step. The Lilliputian's glow served as a luminous guide, leading her onward until they reached a towering hollow tree. Carved into the bark were strange symbols akin to those on the silver key. Willow traced the designs with her fingertips, marveling at their otherworldly beauty. The Lilliputian danced about urgently, before zipping inside a knothole near the base of the trunk. "You want me to go inside?" Willow called after it in a hushed voice. The sound of tinkling chimes drifted back in response. Trusting her instincts, Willow extracted the tarnished key and inserted it into the knothole. It turned with a resounding click, and the bark seemed to dissolve before her eyes, revealing a hidden alcove. She gasped at what lay within, a treasure trove of displaced wonders. There were dozens upon dozens of misplaced objects, ordinary and extraordinary alike, glowing with enchanted light, old books and delicate teacups, glittering gemstones and colorful ribbons, even a finely carved wooden flute. All had apparently been borrowed from the village over time and stashed away in this sylvan cache. Willow scooped up a very familiar-looking cashmere scarf, one of Gran's, which had gone missing several winters ago. As she cradled the soft fabric, the answer began to materialize like magic itself. "It was you," she murmured to her glowing companion, who fluttered about proudly. "This whole time, these strange happenings were your doing. You've been borrowing our treasures, guarding them here in this secret alcove." The Lilliputian chirruped gleefully, confirming her deduction. With a wisdom far beyond its minuscule size, the fey creature had sought to safeguard the villagers' most cherished possessions from harm or loss. Its peculiar behavior was never mischievous, but rather motivated by pure benevolence. Warmth bloomed in Willow's heart as the mystery unraveled. She understood now that there was no danger, only the strange and wonderful guardianship of their tiny, well-meaning friend. One by one, Willow began returning the objects to their rightful owners throughout the village. With each reunion, she regaled the tale of the Lilliputian's secret cache, weaving anew the gossamer threads that bound the community together. From that night onward, the villagers looked upon the unexplained with fresh eyes, recognizing that great magic often cloaked itself in simple mysteries. And Willow, well, she took it upon herself to ensure their Lilliputian guardian wanted for nothing, leaving out tiny offerings of food and gifts, friendship for friendship. In that ethereal evergreen haven, there would always be small wonders found in the most unanticipated of places, reminding those with open hearts and minds to cherish the extraordinary amid the ordinary. Story 76. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a serene, shimmering lake, there was a cobblestone street that wound its way through a patchwork of thatched roof cottages. On this street, among the warm glow of lantern-lit windows, stood a tiny shop that seemed to always hum with mystery and wonder. The shop was filled with the scent of lavender and old books, its shelves lined with oddities and trinkets that whispered of far-off places and forgotten stories. The shopkeeper, a gentle soul named Mr. Thistle, spent his days dusting the shelves and tending to the garden that crept up the walls outside. He had a peculiar gift. He could sense the hidden magic in ordinary objects. His eyes twinkled like stars as he carefully curated his collection, always on the lookout for the extraordinary cloaked in the mundane. One blustery autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop, her cheeks rosy from the crisp wind. Clara was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled like the lake under the midday sun and a heart as open as the sky. She loved nothing more than to explore and discover, her imagination painting the world in vibrant hues. As she meandered through the aisles, her fingers lightly tracing the edges of old maps and dusty bottles, something caught her eye. It was a simple, unassuming magnifying glass, its brass handle worn with age and use. But there was something about it, a faint glimmer at the edge of the glass, like a captured rainbow. She picked it up, and the moment she did, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm, as if the magnifying glass had a story to tell. Mr. Thistle, noticing her interest, approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, you've found quite the treasure there, young Clara," he said in his soft, melodic voice. "That magnifying glass has been waiting for someone like you." Clara looked up, her curiosity piqued. "What makes it so special?" she asked. Mr. Thistle leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "You see, this isn't just any magnifying glass. It has the power to reveal the unseen, to make the invisible visible and illuminate the hidden wonders of the world." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "Invisible?" she echoed, her voice filled with awe. "Indeed," Mr. Thistle replied, his eyes twinkling. "But remember, with great discoveries come responsibilities. Use it wisely and kindly, for it will show you not only the beauty but also the truths that sometimes remain hidden." With a sense of excitement and a touch of trepidation, Clara thanked Mr. Thistle and carefully tucked the magnifying glass into her satchel. As she stepped back onto the cobblestone street, the wind whispered secrets in her ears, and the leaves danced in anticipation of the adventures that awaited her. Clara set off towards the lake, the golden light of the setting sun painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked, she wondered what hidden marvels the magnifying glass might reveal. Her first discovery came soon after. As she peered through the glass at a cluster of wildflowers growing by the water's edge, she gasped in delight. Tiny, luminescent creatures, like miniature fireflies, flitted between the petals, their wings casting delicate shadows. They were invisible to the naked eye, but through the magnifying glass, they danced in a mesmerizing ballet of light. Clara's heart swelled with joy. She spent hours exploring, uncovering the secret life of the forest floor, where ants marched in organized parades and dewdrops clung to spiderwebs like tiny jewels. Each discovery was a treasure, each moment a revelation. As dusk settled, casting a gentle lavender glow over the world, Clara found herself at the foot of an ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches reached towards the heavens, and its roots delved deep into the earth, a silent guardian of time. Here she felt the pull of the magnifying glass stronger than ever before. Through the lens, she saw something extraordinary, a map etched into the bark, its lines glowing faintly like threads of moonlight. It was a map of the village, but not as she knew it. It showed paths and places hidden from the everyday world, places that could only be found with a heart open to magic. Clara's heart raced with excitement and a hint of apprehension. She knew this was the beginning of a journey, one that would require her to trust in herself and in the magic of the world. She took a deep breath, feeling the crisp night air fill her lungs, and decided to follow the map's guidance. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the night enveloped her in a soft, velvety embrace. The stars twinkled above like 1,000 watchful eyes, and the moon cast a silvery path through the trees. Clara's footsteps were gentle whispers on the forest floor, and with each step, she felt the forest come alive around her. Her journey led her to a secluded glade, where the air shimmered with an ethereal light. In the center stood a small, stone well, its surface covered in moss and lichen. Clara approached with a sense of reverence, sensing that this place held an importance she had yet to understand. Beside the well sat a fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes bright with intelligence and warmth. Clara paused, unsure of what to do next. The fox regarded her calmly before nodding towards the well, as if encouraging her to look within. Clara stepped closer, peering into the depths through her magical lens. To her astonishment, she saw not her reflection, but a vision of the village, the people she knew so well, their joys and their struggles, their dreams and their fears. The well revealed the interconnectedness of their lives, the invisible threads of kindness and understanding that bound them together. She realized in that moment the true power of the magnifying glass. It was not just to reveal the unseen wonders of the world, but to illuminate the hidden connections between people, to show that magic was woven into the very fabric of everyday life. With newfound understanding, Clara returned home, the fox trotting beside her as a silent companion. As they emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft pastels, heralding a new day filled with promise. Back in the village, Clara shared her journey with Mr. Thistle, who listened with quiet pride and joy. "You've discovered something truly special, Clara," he said gently. "The greatest magic of all is the ability to see and cherish the connections we have with each other." From that day forward, Clara used her magnifying glass not just to explore the wonders of the natural world, but to nurture the bonds within her community. She became a bridge between those who felt unseen, helping to weave a tapestry of compassion and understanding. And so, in the heart of that little village, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, magic thrived, not just in extraordinary objects, but in the simple, everyday acts of friendship and kindness that transformed lives. And Clara, with her open heart and her magical lens, remained a guiding light, reminding all who knew her that the greatest discoveries are often those that lie within. Story 77. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like wise sentinels and the air carried the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers, there existed a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. This forest was a tapestry of life, woven with threads of mystery and magic. Here, among the whispering leaves and dappling sunlight, lived creatures of all sizes and shapes, each playing their part in the symphony of nature. It was the cusp of autumn when the leaves began to turn from lush green to hues of gold, amber, and crimson. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets, composing a melody that echoed the turning of seasons. The sun cast its golden rays through the canopy, creating a warm, dappled light that danced upon the forest floor like a whimsical ballet. In a burrow nestled beneath the roots of a grand oak tree, an old tortoise named Thistle spent his days. His shell, crisscrossed with lines that told stories of countless seasons, blended seamlessly with the earth's rich browns and the tree's gnarled roots. Thistle was known throughout the forest for his wisdom, accumulated over many years of observing the natural world and its delicate balance. One crisp morning, as the forest was enveloped in a blanket of mist, a young squirrel named Pippin came scampering to Thistle's burrow. Pippin's fur was a soft chestnut, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of mischief. He was a lively creature, often seen darting through the treetops or gathering acorns with boundless energy. "Thistle," Pippin chattered excitedly, his small paws leaving a trail in the dew-kissed grass. "I've noticed something strange. The acorns are falling earlier this year, and there seems to be more than usual. It's as if the trees are trying to tell us something." Thistle, who had been nibbling on a leaf, looked up with a slow, thoughtful gaze. "Ah, my young friend," he replied in his deep, mellow voice, "the trees speak in their own way. Nature has her rhythms, and sometimes she sends us signs to heed." Pippin twitched his nose, intrigued. "What kind of signs?" "The trees might be preparing for a long winter," Thistle explained, "or perhaps they are ensuring the forest is well fed. Everything in the forest is connected, and each creature, each plant, plays a role in maintaining balance." As the day unfolded, Pippin and Thistle ventured deeper into the forest. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and the sweet aroma of honeysuckle. They passed by clusters of mushrooms with caps that shimmered like gems in the soft light, and paused to listen to the gentle babbling of a brook winding its way through the underbrush. In the heart of the forest, they came upon a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood, wreathed in ivy and moss. It was a place of magic, where the veil between the earthly and the mystical was thinnest. Here the forest spirits gathered to share their wisdom and watch over the land. As they approached, a breeze rustled through the trees, and the leaves whispered secrets in a language only the most attuned could understand. Pippin felt a tingling sensation, as if the very air was charged with ancient knowledge. "Listen," Thistle said softly, closing his eyes. "The forest speaks." Together they sat in the clearing, allowing the peace and magic of the place to wash over them. Pippin watched as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon with strokes of pink and orange. The world felt timeless, suspended in a moment of perfect harmony. After a while, Thistle opened his eyes and spoke again. "The forest is teaching us about abundance and preparation. Just as the trees drop their acorns, we too must gather and prepare for the changes to come. Yet, we must do so with care and respect for the balance of our home." Pippin nodded, understanding the lesson in his heart. He realized that every creature, from the smallest ant to the towering trees, contributed to the forest's harmony. It was a delicate dance, one that required awareness and cooperation. As twilight descended, casting a gentle lavender glow over the forest, Thistle and Pippin made their way back to the old oak tree. The air was cool, and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. The forest hummed with the sounds of night, a lullaby of nature that promised rest and renewal. Before they parted, Pippin turned to Thistle with gratitude. "Thank you for sharing your wisdom, Thistle. I will remember the lesson of the trees and do my part to keep our forest in balance." Thistle smiled, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. "Remember, young one, we are all guardians of this land. By working together, we ensure the beauty and harmony of our world endures." With that, Pippin scampered up the oak tree, finding his cozy nest among the branches. As he settled down, he listened to the gentle rustle of the leaves, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued their lives, each one a vital part of the whole. The seasons would turn, bringing change and renewal, but the wisdom of the forest would endure, passed down through generations in a timeless cycle of life and harmony. And so, as the forest slumbered under a blanket of stars, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings and eternal balance. Story 78. In the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled amidst rolling hills and emerald forests, a young woman named Merida embarked on a journey of rediscovery. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths woven between ivy-clad cottages, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming marigolds and the gentle hum of bees. Merida had grown up hearing the whispered tales of her ancestors, stories of wisdom and magic that seemed to dance like shadows in the flickering candlelight of family gatherings. Merida was drawn to these stories, feeling an unspoken connection to the past she only vaguely understood. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching underfoot like a symphony of nature, she decided to follow the path to her grandmother's attic, a place rumored to hold the secrets of their lineage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten trinkets and relics, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through a dust-streaked window. With each cautious step, Merida felt the echoes of history whisper around her. She brushed her fingers over an old oak chest, its wood smooth but worn, and a sense of anticipation tingled in the air. Inside, she discovered a collection of artifacts wrapped in velvet cloths. Her heart quickened as she unraveled a small, ornate box carved with intricate patterns resembling the spirals of a seashell. Inside lay a pendant, a delicate piece of amber set in silver, glowing with an inner warmth. As Merida held it, she felt a gentle pulse, as if the pendant breathed with a life of its own. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, found her there amidst the relics. "Ah, you have found the heart of the ancients," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "Our family has long been the keepers of this pendant. It is said to hold the spirit of our ancestors, guiding us in times of need." Merida gazed at the pendant, its warmth seeping into her skin like a comforting embrace. "What does it mean, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a soft murmur in the stillness. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stories. "It means that you carry their wisdom within you. The pendant will guide you, but it is your heart that will show you the way. Our ancestors faced many challenges. much like the ones you will encounter, but they overcame them with kindness and courage. With this newfound purpose, Merida felt a stirring of belonging she had never known. She spent her days exploring Larkspur Hollow, the pendant nestled close to her heart. Each day brought new discoveries, new connections to her heritage. She learned the old songs sung by her ancestors, their melodies weaving a tapestry of history and hope. She studied the ancient symbols that marked their paths, finding echoes of them in the natural world around her. One day, as she wandered through a grove of whispering birches, their leaves shimmering like gold in the afternoon sun, she came across a gathering of villagers. They were clustered around a tree, its roots gnarled and deep, forming a natural amphitheater. In the center, a wise elder spoke, sharing tales from the village's past. Merida joined the circle, feeling the pendant's warmth intensify. As the elder spoke of challenges faced by their ancestors, Merida realized these stories were not just relics of history. They were lessons for the present. She listened intently, her heart open to the echoes of the past. Inspired, Merida began to weave these lessons into her own life. She reached out to her neighbors, offering help and kindness, and found that the bonds of friendship and community strengthened around her like the roots of the ancient tree. She shared her discoveries, inviting others to explore their own legacies, and the village thrived, a tapestry of shared heritage and newfound unity. As the seasons turned, Merida felt a deep peace settle within her. She had uncovered not just the legacy of her ancestors, but the enduring truth that wisdom and kindness are timeless. The heart of the ancients had guided her, but it was the love and connection she fostered that truly illuminated her path. On a serene winter's night, as snowflakes danced like tiny stars, Merida stood at the edge of the village, her gaze sweeping over the land she had come to cherish. The pendant rested warmly against her chest, a symbol of her journey and the enduring bond with her ancestors. She understood now that she was part of a much larger story, one that would continue to unfold with each new generation. With a heart full of gratitude and belonging, Merida turned back toward the village, where the lights of home glowed like beacons of warmth and welcome. She knew that as long as she carried the wisdom of her heritage within her, she would always find her way. And with that comforting thought, she stepped forward into the embrace of the night, knowing that the legacy she cherished would forever light her path. In the heart of a quaint, sleepy village nestled between emerald hills and sun-dappled forests, there stood a modest cottage with ivy cascading down its weathered stones. Here resided a young woman named Leora, known throughout the village for her gentle nature and affinity with the garden she tended. Each morning, the sun's first rays would paint the dewdrops on her flowers in hues of gold and ruby, creating a mosaic of shimmering colors that seemed almost otherworldly. Despite her serene surroundings, Leora felt an unease within her, a restlessness she could not quite name. The world around her was changing, and she felt herself standing at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to take. The village, with its familiar cobblestone paths and whispering pines, seemed to be urging her forward, yet she hesitated, clinging to the comfort of the known. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a flurry of amber and crimson, Leora wandered into the forest that bordered her garden, seeking solace among the ancient oaks. Their trunks were gnarled and twisted, each telling stories of centuries past, and as she walked, the whispering leaves seemed to murmur secrets of the ages. It was there, in a secluded glen where sunlight filtered through a canopy of golden leaves, that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent mirror, its ornate frame entwined with vines and blossoms that hummed with life. The mirror's surface shimmered with an iridescent glow, reflecting not the forest around it, but a vast, starry sky. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora approached the mirror. As she looked into its depths, the stars within began to swirl and coalesce, forming images that danced before her eyes. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she might become, stronger, more assured, and enveloped by a light that seemed to emanate from within. Startled, she stepped back, the spell of the mirror broken, and found herself face to face with an elderly man who had appeared without a sound. His eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless years, and his presence radiated a warmth that put Leora at ease. Ah, the mirror of becoming, he said with a voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. It shows not what is, but what could be. Many see their potential, yet few have the courage to embrace it. Leora, feeling both awed and apprehensive, spoke softly. But what if I am not ready for what could be? The old man chuckled, a sound like wind rustling through autumn leaves. Change, my dear, is a dance between fear and bravery. It is the essence of life itself. We cannot remain still while the world spins on. With those words, he handed her a small, crystal vial filled with a luminescent liquid that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. This is the elixir of clarity, he explained. Drink it when you feel lost, and it will guide you, as the stars guide sailors across the seas. Thanking him, Leora tucked the vial into her pocket and made her way back to her cottage, her mind a whirl of thoughts and dreams. That night, as the village lay bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, she sat by her window, contemplating the stars that glittered like diamonds in the velvet sky. Days turned into weeks, and though she continued her daily routines, the memory of the mirror and the old man's words lingered like an echo in her heart. She began to notice the subtle beauty in change, the way the seasons painted the world in new colors, the way a caterpillar transformed into a butterfly, shedding its old self for wings of freedom. One evening, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Leora found herself once again in the forest glen. The mirror stood as it had before, silent and waiting. This time, she approached it with a newfound courage, her reflection shimmering with possibilities. Taking a deep breath, she uncorked the vial and took a sip of the elixir of clarity. Instantly, a warmth spread through her, and the mirror's surface rippled, revealing not just a vision of herself, but of a path she had never seen before, a path illuminated by the light of her own potential. With the forest as her witness, Leora stepped forward, her heart a symphony of hope and resolve. The path ahead was unknown, yet as she walked, she felt the gentle presence of the old man and the wisdom of the ages guiding her. In the days that followed, Leora found herself embracing change with an open heart. She began experimenting with new plants in her garden, creating vibrant blooms that seemed to sing with joy. Her newfound confidence drew others to her, and she soon found herself surrounded by a community of friends who shared in her journey of growth. Together, they celebrated the beauty of transformation, finding strength in each other as they navigated their own paths. Leora learned that change, while daunting, was a gift, a chance to become something more, to discover the hidden depths within. And so as the village slept under a blanket of stars, Leora stood by her window, looking out at the world with a heart full of gratitude. The mirror in the forest remained, a symbol of the magic that lay within us all, waiting to be awakened by the courage to embrace the unknown. In the gentle embrace of night, she whispered a silent thanks to the old man in the mirror for showing her the beauty of personal discovery. With a peaceful heart, she lay down to sleep, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be, on a journey of endless possibilities. Story 80. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young man named Rowan. Rowan was known for his gentle nature and an affinity for tending to the plants in his small garden. He cherished the predictable rhythm of sowing seeds and watching them grow, but deep inside he felt an unexplainable restlessness, as if a hidden part of him longed for something more. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the leaves with a silvery sheen, Rowan found himself standing at the edge of his garden, gazing into the forest that bordered his home. The forest seemed different that day, as though it was alive with a silent invitation. The air was imbued with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the gentle breeze carried whispers that danced through the trees. Feeling an unfamiliar pull, Rowan decided to venture into the forest. He wrapped his woolen scarf around his neck, its warmth a comforting hug, and stepped along the narrow, winding path that led into the heart of the woods. The dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting the ground in a patchwork of light and shadow. As he walked deeper into the forest, Rowan came upon a glade where the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the glade stood a grand old oak, its branches stretching skyward, strong and wise. Beneath its boughs sat an elderly woman with hair as white as winter snow. Her eyes were the color of the sea before a storm, full of depth and mystery. "Welcome, young Rowan," she said in a voice that resonated like the murmur of a distant brook. "I am Eliana, the keeper of the forest's secrets." Rowan approached cautiously, drawn by the warmth in her gaze. He sat beside her, feeling a sense of calm wash over him as if he had come home. "I sense a struggle within you," Eliana continued, her words gentle but probing. "You are like the seeds you plant, yearning to grow but unsure of how to break the surface." Rowan nodded, surprised by her insight. "I fear change," he admitted. "I am comforted by the familiar, yet something within me whispers of a transformation I cannot comprehend." Eliana smiled, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The forest mirrors the cycles of life, Rowan. Just as the seasons change, so too must we. But fear not, for change is a gentle guide, not a tyrant." She reached into a satchel at her side and pulled out a small, iridescent acorn. "This is a gift," she said, placing it in Rowan's hand. "Plant it when you return home, and tend to it as you would your garden. It holds the magic of transformation, a reflection of your own journey." Rowan thanked Eliana, his heart lighter with the promise of discovery. He bid her farewell and retraced his steps through the forest, while the acorn nestled safely in his pocket. Back in his garden, Rowan planted the acorn in a sun-dappled corner, where the soil was rich and welcoming. Each day, he visited the spot, watering and nurturing it with care. As the days turned into weeks, a small sapling began to emerge, its leaves unfurling in delicate spirals. As the sapling grew, so too did Rowan's understanding. He found himself more open to change, embracing the new and unknown with a sense of wonder. He began to seek out the company of his fellow villagers, sharing stories and laughter, and finding joy in their companionship. One by one, friendships blossomed like wildflowers in the meadow. There was Malus, the baker, who taught Rowan the art of kneading dough, and Finn, the blacksmith, who shared tales of distant lands and adventures. With each new experience, Rowan felt a piece of himself fall into place, like a puzzle slowly revealing its picture. As the seasons turned, the sapling grew into a magnificent tree, its branches reaching out to touch the sky. Rowan often sat beneath it, reflecting on his journey and the lessons he had learned. He realized that change was not a force to be feared, but a gentle melody that harmonized with the rhythm of life. One tranquil evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Rowan returned to the forest glade. There he found Eliana waiting, her presence as serene as before. "You have grown, dear Rowan," she said, her voice a soft caress. "You have embraced the magic within you and found strength in the journey." Rowan smiled, gratitude welling up inside him like the tide. "Thank you, Eliana, for guiding me towards transformation. I have learned that personal growth is a beautiful adventure, one that brings us closer to who we are meant to be." Eliana nodded, her eyes reflecting the twilight sky. "Remember, young one, that the journey is never truly over. There will always be new paths to explore and new ways to grow." With those words, she vanished into the forest, leaving Rowan alone with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of the moon overhead. Rowan returned to his village, his heart at peace, knowing that he was no longer afraid of change. He had discovered the magic of transformation, and it filled him with a quiet joy that would carry him forward through the seasons of his life. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, the gentle lullaby of the forest whispered a story of growth and renewal, a tale of a young man who had found his way through the magic of transformation, guided by the wisdom of friendship and the gentle embrace of change. Story 81. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees towered like silent sentinels and the air hummed with the whispers of 1,000 stories, there lived a community of creatures known for their kindness and wisdom. This forest was unlike any other, for here the boundaries between the real and the magical were as thin as the wings of a dragonfly. It was a place where the natural and the mystical danced in harmony, guided by the gentle rhythm of the seasons. As the golden light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns, a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. The creatures of the forest stirred from their slumber, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of this enchanted world. In a snug burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus awoke. His shell was etched with patterns that told the stories of many seasons past, and his eyes held the deep, calm wisdom of one who had seen much. Thaddeus was the keeper of the forest's secrets, the one to whom all creatures came when they needed guidance. As Thaddeus ventured out into the morning light, he was greeted by the sound of chirping birds and the rustle of leaves, a symphony of nature that welcomed each new day. The forest was alive with activity. Squirrels darted playfully from tree to tree, and a family of deer grazed peacefully in a sun-dappled glade. In the distance, the gentle roar of a waterfall filled the air, its mist casting rainbows that danced like ethereal spirits. Yet, beneath the surface of this idyllic scene, a subtle imbalance had begun to take root. The forest's harmony was threatened by a mysterious change in the seasons. The winter had lingered too long, extending its icy fingers into the heart of spring. The streams, usually gushing with the life-giving meltwater, trickled weakly. The flowers, those vibrant harbingers of warmth, hesitated to bloom, and a quiet unease settled over the woodland creatures. Sensing the unease, Thaddeus called for a gathering at the great meadow, a sacred place where the forest's inhabitants met to share wisdom and solve problems. As word spread, creatures of all shapes and sizes made their way to the meadow, their curiosity and concern palpable. There, under the watchful gaze of the towering oaks, Thaddeus addressed the assembly. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of authority and kindness. "Friends of the forest," he began, "a change is upon us that we cannot ignore. The balance of our world is delicate, and it is our duty to restore it." A wise owl named Ollie, perched high in the branches, nodded thoughtfully. "The seasons are the breath of our world," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "When they falter, so do we. But together, we can find the cause and mend what is broken." The creatures murmured in agreement, their faith in their leaders unwavering. Among them was a young fox named Finn, whose heart was as bright as his fiery coat. Though young, Finn was brave and curious, always eager to learn from the elders and eager to help. "I will go to the whispering glade," Finn volunteered, his eyes alight with determination. "It is said that the glade holds the secrets of the seasons." Thaddeus nodded approvingly, knowing that Finn's spirit and courage would serve him well. "You will not go alone," he assured the young fox. "Take with you the wisdom of our ancestors, and remember that friendship is a powerful ally." As Finn prepared for his journey, the creatures of the forest offered their gifts: a pouch of herbs from the rabbits, known for their healing properties, a shimmering feather from Ollie, imbued with wisdom and guidance, and a charm of river stones from the otters for strength and protection. With these tokens of friendship and support, Finn set off on his quest, his path illuminated by the soft glow of the morning sun. The forest around him was a living tapestry, its beauty a constant reminder of the harmony they sought to restore. The whispering glade lay deep within the heart of the forest, a place where the air was thick with magic, and the very trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who would listen. As Finn entered the glade, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the faintest hint of a song. It was a melody older than time itself, a lullaby of the earth that spoke of cycles and balance. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like arms reaching for the heavens. Its bark was silver, shimmering with an inner light, and its leaves whispered tales of seasons long past. Finn approached reverently, sensing the tree's wisdom and strength. With a deep breath, Finn closed his eyes and listened. The whispers grew louder, weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped him. He saw visions of the changing seasons, the dance of life and death, growth and rest, warmth and cold. And then, as if from the heart of the tree itself, came a voice gentle yet firm. "The balance has been disturbed by a forgotten promise," it said. "A pact made long ago between the creatures of the sky and the land. It is time to renew it, to restore what has been lost." Finn opened his eyes, understanding dawning in his heart. The pact was a bond of friendship and mutual respect between the birds and the land creatures, a promise to care for each other and the world they shared. Over time, the memory of this ancient agreement had faded, and with it, the balance of the seasons. With newfound purpose, Finn made his way back to the great meadow, his heart buoyed by the knowledge he carried. The creatures awaited him, their eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Standing before the assembly, Finn shared the vision he had received. "We must renew our bond with the creatures of the sky," he declared. "Together, we hold the power to restore the balance of the seasons." A chorus of agreement rose from the gathered creatures. Ollie, with a nod of understanding, took flight, his wings carrying him high above the forest. Soon, birds of all colors and sizes joined him, their songs filling the air with a harmonious melody. As the birds and land creatures gathered in the meadow, a sense of unity and purpose blossomed. Together, they crafted a new pact, one that honored the wisdom of the past while embracing the promise of the future. They pledged to care for one another, to share the gifts of the earth and sky, and to protect the balance of their world. With the renewal of the pact, a gentle rain began to fall, its drops like tears of joy from the heavens. The forest drank deeply, its thirst quenched, and the stream swelled with new life. Flowers unfurled their vibrant petals, and a rainbow arched across the sky, a bridge of colors that linked the earth to the sky. The seasons resumed their graceful dance, each one a note in the symphony of life. Spring burst forth with a riot of color and song, summer followed with its warmth and abundance, autumn painted the world in hues of gold and crimson, and winter, when it came, was a time of quiet reflection and rest. In the heart of the forest, the creatures celebrated their renewed harmony, their laughter and songs echoing through the trees. Thaddeus looked on, his heart full of pride and gratitude. The wisdom of the ages had been passed down, and with it the understanding that true strength lay in friendship and unity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Finn lay beneath the stars, his heart at peace. He had learned that the magic of the world was not in grand gestures, but in the simple, everyday acts of kindness and care. The forest was their home, and together they would cherish and protect it for generations to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, the forest breathed a sigh of contentment, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of the seasons, the harmony of life renewed. Story 82. In the heart of a forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Nestled in a quaint cottage made of moss and stone, Marin spent her days tending to the garden and weaving tales for the creatures that visited. Marin was known for her kindness, and her gentle spirit brought comfort to all who knew her. Yet Marin harbored a quiet fear of change. The world beyond her familiar forest seemed vast and unpredictable, and the thought of stepping beyond her garden gate filled her with unease. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun filtered through the amber leaves, Marin awoke to find a shimmering butterfly perched upon her windowsill. Its wings glistened with hues of cerulean and gold, casting a magical glow around the room. Marin had never seen such a creature before, and as she approached, the butterfly flitted around her, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in the air. Curious and entranced, Marin followed the butterfly as it danced through the air, leading her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured. The air was cool and fragrant with pine, and the sound of a distant brook added a melody to the rustling leaves. As she walked, Marin felt a gentle warmth in her heart, as if the forest itself were embracing her. The butterfly led her to a clearing where the grass was soft and the sunlight painted patterns on the ground. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward. The tree exuded a sense of timeless wisdom, and Marin felt an inexplicable connection to it. As she approached, the butterfly landed softly on one of the tree's low branches, and Marin noticed a small door carved into the trunk. Her heart beat faster at the prospect of what lay beyond, but a whisper of the wind seemed to encourage her forward. Taking a deep breath, Marin gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the tree was a wondrous sight. Shelves lined with jars of stardust and bottles of moonlight adorned the walls, while the floor was covered with a plush carpet of moss. In the center of the room stood a small table, and on it lay an ornate mirror framed with vines and flowers. As Marin gazed into the mirror, she saw not her own reflection, but a vision of herself surrounded by all the wonders of the world, towering mountains, vast oceans, and vibrant cities. She saw herself laughing with new friends and discovering new places, her eyes filled with the light of adventure. In that moment, Marin realized that the fear of change had kept her from experiencing the beauty and magic the world had to offer. The mirror showed her that change was not something to fear, but a path to growth and discovery. With newfound courage, Marin turned away from the mirror, determined to embrace the journey ahead. As she left the tree, the butterfly fluttered beside her, a constant reminder of the magic that awaited beyond the familiar. Returning to her cottage, Marin was greeted by her dear friends, the wise old owl, the cheerful squirrel, and the gentle deer. They had noticed her absence and watched her return with curiosity and warmth. Marin shared her adventure with them, and as she spoke, their eyes sparkled with understanding and encouragement. The owl, with its deep, resonant voice, reminded her that change, like the turning of the seasons, was a natural part of life that brought new growth and beauty. The squirrel, always full of energy and optimism, chattered excitedly about the adventures they could embark on together, while the deer offered a reassuring nuzzle, conveying its silent support. With the support of her forest friends, Marin felt a sense of belonging and strength she had never known before. She realized that while change might be daunting, she would never have to face it alone. The bonds of friendship and the love of her forest home would always be with her, no matter how far she roamed. As days turned into weeks, Marin began to explore beyond the boundaries of her garden. She ventured into the mountains, where the air was crisp and the views were breathtaking. She wandered through meadows filled with wildflowers, their colors vibrant and warm under the sun. She visited distant villages, where she shared stories and laughter with new friends. Each journey brought new experiences and lessons. Marin learned to trust her instincts, to embrace the unknown, and to find joy in every moment. She discovered that the world was filled with magic, not just in the form of shimmering butterflies or enchanted mirrors, but in the simple beauty of nature and in the kindness of others. Through her travels, Marin found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. She became more confident and open-hearted, her spirit as boundless as the skies she explored. And with each step, she carried with her the memories of the forest and the love of her friends, a gentle reminder of the home that awaited her return. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Marin found herself back in the clearing where her journey had begun. The ancient oak tree stood as a silent sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Marin sat beneath its canopy, feeling the earth beneath her and the cool night air on her skin. As she looked up at the stars, Marin reflected on the journey she had taken and the changes she had embraced. She realized that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the courage to follow one's heart and the wisdom to grow from every experience. With a heart full of gratitude and contentment, Marin knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, in a world where change was a friend and the love of her forest home was a constant guide. And so, with the stars as her witness and the forest as her sanctuary, Marin closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber, the promise of new adventures whispering in her dreams. Story 83, title, The Whispering Forest and the Lantern of Wishes. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the edge of a vast whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was small, with cobblestone paths winding around cozy cottages that seemed to lean in conspiratorially with the tales of old. Each evening, as the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, the villagers would gather around the central square's great oak tree to share stories of magic, bravery, and the whispering forest that loomed beyond. The forest was a place of both wonder and mystery. Its towering trees, draped in moss and woven together by vines, created a canopy so thick that only dappled sunlight danced upon the forest floor. It was said that deep within the forest lay a secret world, a realm where the ordinary and extraordinary walked hand in hand. The villagers often spoke of the Lantern of Wishes, a magical artifact hidden in the heart of the forest that granted the deepest desire of those pure of heart. Yet none dared to venture far enough to seek it, for the forest was alive with whispers, gentle yet elusive, carrying secrets of the ancients. Leora, with her bright eyes and curious spirit, was unlike any other in the village. Her heart beat with a rhythm attuned to the forest's whispers, and she felt a constant pull towards the unknown wonders it promised. Her grandmother, a wise woman who often recounted tales of magic and mystery, had once told her, "The forest whispers to those who listen, and it reveals its secrets to those who dare to dream." One autumn morning, as the village awoke to the crisp air and the scent of fallen leaves, Leora decided to embark on a journey into the whispering forest. She was drawn by a dream where she saw the Lantern of Wishes, its light shimmering like a cascade of stars, waiting to illuminate the path to her heart's desire. With a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea, Leora set off, her heart a fluttering bird of hope and anticipation. The path into the forest was narrow, lined with towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. As she walked deeper, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the symphony of the forest, a chorus of bird calls, the rustle of leaves, and the distant murmur of a stream. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and every step seemed to echo with the promise of adventure. As Leora ventured further, she came across a clearing bathed in soft, golden sunlight. In the center stood an ancient stone well, covered in moss and surrounded by wildflowers that swayed as if keeping time with an unseen melody. Sitting on the edge of the well was a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen, a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of russet with eyes that gleamed like amber. There was something magical about the fox, an aura of wisdom and kindness that drew Leora closer. "Hello," Leora greeted softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The fox tilted its head, its eyes meeting hers with a knowing look. To her amazement, the fox spoke, its voice gentle and melodic, like the tinkling of a distant bell. "Greetings, traveler. I am known as Finn, the guardian of this forest. What brings you to this realm of whispers and dreams?" Leora, though surprised, felt an immediate kinship with the fox. She recounted her dream and her desire to find the Lantern of Wishes. Finn listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. "The Lantern of Wishes," Finn mused. "A beacon of hope and dreams, sought by many but found by few. The journey to it is fraught with challenges, but also with friendship and growth. Are you prepared for what lies ahead?" With a determined nod, Leora replied, "I am ready, Finn. I believe the lantern can help me find what my heart truly seeks." Finn smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey. Together we shall uncover the secrets of the forest and the path to the lantern." As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their whispers growing louder, guiding them along a path only the brave dared to tread. The forest was alive with wonders, a waterfall that sang as it cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, flowers that glowed softly in the twilight, and creatures that watched with curious eyes. Their journey was not without its challenges, however. At times the path was obscured by dense undergrowth, or they encountered puzzles set by the forest spirits, trials to test their resolve and heart. But with Finn's wisdom and Leora's determination, they overcame each obstacle, their bond growing stronger with every step. One evening, as they rested by a gentle brook, Leora shared her story with Finn. She spoke of her life in the village, her love for her grandmother's tales, and her longing to discover the wonders beyond the horizon. "You remind me of someone I once knew," Finn said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "A young girl with a heart full of dreams and a spirit as wild as the forest. She too sought the lantern, and her journey changed her in ways she never imagined." Curious, Leora asked, "Did she find it? Did the lantern grant her wish?" Finn smiled softly. "She found more than she sought. She found friendship, courage, and a love for the world around her. The lantern illuminated her path, but it was her heart that guided her true desires." Leora pondered Finn's words, realizing that her journey was about more than the lantern. It was about discovering who she was and what she truly wished for. As dawn broke, casting a soft glow over the forest, Finn and Leora continued their journey. The whispers grew louder, guiding them to a grove where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches entwined like the arms of old friends. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it the Lantern of Wishes, a beautiful ornate lantern that shimmered with an inner light, casting patterns of stars and moons upon the ground. Leora approached the lantern, her heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. She could feel its magic, a gentle warmth that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. Finn watched silently, his eyes filled with pride and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora closed her eyes and whispered her wish into the lantern. At that moment, she understood her heart's true desire, not just to find the lantern, but to embrace the journey, the friendships, and the magic of the world around her. As her wish echoed through the grove, the lantern's light grew brighter, enveloping her in a cocoon of warmth and tranquility. When Leora opened her eyes, she saw the forest anew, its beauty magnified by her newfound understanding and appreciation. Finn approached, his eyes reflecting the lantern's light. "You have found what you sought, dear Leora. The lantern has shown you the truth within your heart. Your journey does not end here, but a new chapter begins." With a grateful heart, Leora thanked Finn for his friendship and guidance. Together, they made their way back through the whispering forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they reached the edge of the forest, where the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Leora turned to Finn, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. "Thank you, Finn, for everything." Finn bowed his head, his eyes twinkling with joy. "Thank you, Leora, for reminding me of the beauty of dreams and the strength of the heart." With a gentle nudge, Finn encouraged Leora to return to her village, knowing that her journey had only just begun, and that the magic of the forest would always be with her. As Leora walked back to her village, the whispers of the forest echoed in her mind, a melody of hope and wonder. She knew that the Lantern of Wishes had illuminated her path, but it was her heart, her courage, and her friendships that would guide her in the days to come. The villagers gathered around the great oak tree, welcoming Leora with open arms and eager ears. She shared her tale, her eyes shining with the light of the lantern and the magic of the forest. Her story inspired others to dream, to listen to the whispers of the world, and to embrace the journey of life with open hearts. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, with the warmth of friendship and the glow of the Lantern of Wishes in her heart, Leora found not just her heart's desire, but the true magic of the world around her, a magic that lived in every whisper, every dream, and every step of her journey.